free for any person of the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh walks outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking our sign.
What the fuck?
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
So I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws.
Yeah.
They've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you.
Wow, that's a surprise. They're not trying to fuck them around.
This is going so much better than yesterday.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Oh my god, think about how much police money this is taking just to micromanage this, to prevent this Lego from, like, really? I mean, all over some fucking Legos. This is like probably the amount of money wasted on this by the police is probably more than the Legos were.
This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve him his court papers.
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send him an email or a phone call, you know, but
tried to do
the
that.
court requires us to come in person for some reason, so.
Again, the cops realized that we are doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers. But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
I mean, at what point is the guy that's calling the police not breaking the law? Like, I mean, really, like, that's insane.
Yep, I see those papers.
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's required by the court.
Again, the police agree that we are not breaking the law. They've been caught out here for a false reason. This guy told me that he could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
That would be
for
perfect.
Just give me one.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it. But
How is that legal? What the whole point of body cams? So I don't know about you guys, but like I thought the point for body cams was that you could see what the police, like if you're turning it off, like they're literally cheating. Like what the fuck is going on here?
the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
Yeah. He does not want the paper. So. He does not want the papers? Here's that back for you. Okay.
Yeah, the police told me that they can't.
Can you refuse papers that were served to you if you've been identified? I don't think you can. Can you refuse court-served papers if they know it's you? No. Yeah, literally, like, that's what I was saying, right? It's not illegal, but refusal usually doesn't work. Once the server positively identifies you by name, appearance, and informs you of the papers, you can often complete service. That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, like, you can't do that. Check for Utah. So if the person, this is the Utah Rules of Civil Procedure. If the person to be served refuses to accept a copy of the summons and complaint, service is sufficient if the person serving them states the name and the process and offers to deliver them. So they literally did that. Yeah, there it is. So it's not even true.
Start the
Explain the
papers
video?
for me
Okay.
because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
Not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it.
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Why is he saying like this?
Because he was arrested, so we just have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so
There's only
they're
one
incidents
incident.
because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. we came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us. And we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's going to make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him.
You missed that? Yeah, I didn't know that at all.
Legal process,
Which is what we're doing.
process server.
She isn't actually
Straight to heroin.
What is your guys' relationship?
What's your relationship?
I just met her today.
Maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's
she's not affiliated.
That's why she's here. Yeah.
Yeah, she met
That's why
him
she's
today.
here. We have no relationship, and that is she is the exact person that you were describing.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, surprise.
However, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following the instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me.
Have a
Okay,
great
see ya.
rest of your day. I wonder if the police are going to get called again.
Now that the police are finally leaving, it's time to game plan how to serve Josh.
Uh-huh.
But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
Oh, sure. The papers? The serving papers?
Yeah.
Here you go. Well,
They think it's a false case? What the
What
heck?
the fuck?
thank you for holding. How can I help you?
I'm trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all. Thank you.
I think this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
Uh-oh. Step out?
Am I being arrested? Really?
You're They arrest. Oh my god. Oh no. Dude, what the fuck?
What is it? This is all we have. Gold is useless.
This is insane. For what? Nobody even knows. For for literally having a court case. He should sue this department? Oh, he probably will.
Ben got arrested. Like, they didn't say anything when they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for. I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever it's public, right? But you can't go on that property. If you do, you'll be charged. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I got arrested for just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal?
Yeah.
Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh,
Well, I mean, like, it's not even just that. It's that, it's literally it's a legitimate case. They took the paperwork. They verified the paperwork was legitimate. The guy refused service. Like, I mean, this is insane.
I got a phone call. This call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. He has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community and the forensic part of that and working millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. When I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They're like a huge clan that takes
How about that? Holy shit.
care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
Out of jail now?
And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals.
Yeah.
So now, there's really only one way I can think of to
You
get
have to
this
talk to
family
Donald
the
Trump.
money back that got stolen from them.
Get him.
Which is a GoFundMe. Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture to hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to?
Oh my God.
We're starting a GoFundMe. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back to this family. You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
Can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of
defamation's a civil suit. I thought they said they weren't going to enforce civil suits.
Any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Oh my God.
See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
So they're just going down the list. They're going down the list. They're trying to do everything they can to fuck this dude over.
They're going through every law they could think of.
Keep this in mind. These are the guys, they're going through everything that they can. Meanwhile, they let people that are fucking, like, random shoplifters arrested 30 times. They're like, oh, well, Darnell got away again. I guess that's just what happens. And meanwhile, so they're micromanaging this guy. It's actually crazy how much goodwill these guys lose by doing this. It's insane. Like, whoever is running the police department, wherever they're at, needs to fire all of these people. They have to all get removed. Like, there's no way you can maintain trust with the community when something is this blatant and this obviously completely biased. Internal affairs, yeah.
It turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think yet.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
Damn.
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, you know, just because something looks funny. Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake.
We've got to get the, the Attorney General involved in this. We got to get, I mean, at least, right? If not the president. This is outrageous. It is. Get Kash Patel in on this. We got to figure out, like, somebody got to loop him in on this situation they have going on. How is this even happening?
They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio, so when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal.
Yeah.
So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are.
Yeah.
I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time. And when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so...
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's...
No. No. What a fucking bitch.
Redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
Jesus.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because Right here, the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired.
Exactly.
I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested, because this is what happens next.
And Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Do not do that. You understand me? Right now you're
useful.
You gotta get rid of this guy. You have to get rid of this guy. Who is this guy? What is he doing?
destroy evidence. Okay, put your hand behind your back.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone.
Yeah.
So Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked. And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer's claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. That is insane.
Silence.
Yeah, I was giving it to you.
Silence?
I was giving it to you.
Okay.
It's on my.
Thank you, George Floyd. Thank you, BLM. Because there are these stupid, fat fuck piece of shit police officers out there, and now we have the evidence. Now we have it. Now we know. Now there's accountability. You gotta say it. You gotta give it to him. You do.
Funny, look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off.
Right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay? Let's put him in the back of the car.
And again, the police decided to break the law, arrest Sheldon, all to protect an evil criminal.
Yeah, he didn't even. What was he even being arrested for? Just over nothing. Oh my God. Now he's being interrogated. Great.
Okay. My name's Detective Nikosha. I work here at the police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but when I handed my phone, my wallet popped up. So I said, hold up, let me get my power up. And I have a report as well. That's all I can do. That's not obstruction of evidence. And I wasn't
Obstruction of evidence? Is that even real?
In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context, I've been trying to erase something by hitting one button on the phone. Now, I'm sure you have a phone as well.
It is. I'm
Does it? Yes, that's all I did. So I don't know how it's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
Now that Sheldon is in jail, just for promoting our GoFundMe, we started doubting if we'll ever even be able to get Brian his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all the powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Police Department, make yourself known. Search warrant. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. Come on. No.
Oh my God.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just...
That cat was so fat.
a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and actually made 0 quick movements.
Yeah.
So this police officer is just straight up lying, so he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos.
This is like third world behavior. Like this is so blatant and so flagrant that like you would expect something like this out of like some random third world country where the leader gets killed every other year, right? Like, oh my God.
Could have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
He did say that.
Let's do it. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
He actually said that.
You're a fucking thief.
Dang.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit just to give you guys some context, but I actually got a copy of this warrant.
The reason they were searching our house was, it says, there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically...
They said they had Legos. Oh, okay.
Lego merchandise.
Oh, right. Well, that makes perfect sense.
Illegal conduct on us that we stole the Legos. They're looking at we stole the Legos is why they stormed our house with no evidence. And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the police take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person.
Yeah.
Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid when they searched our entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos. Again,
I don't think they felt stupid. I think they knew there weren't going to be any Legos. I think they did this on purpose. The process is the punishment. That's what I've always said.
Police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. But instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that we're the thieves.
Damn. In handcuffs again. Wow. Damn. What the fuck? Oh my God. All arrested. This is insane. And keep this in mind whenever I complain about, like, sometimes whenever people don't get arrested, they're like, oh, well, they can't do anything. These cops did something, and they didn't do anything wrong. That's it.
Now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail.
Purpose. It's all on purpose. It's all on for them. They're doing it for because they agree with it. Damn.
Except
in
for
the
me,
box.
I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
If you think about it, 83-year-old man with this $400 million company, even though the $400 million company's in the wrong, they're gonna win, you know? I wish we could just send him the email and show the court this day. That would be so easy for us, but this is how the law works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I make the law, send them an email.
Stop missing a thing, they know.
Like, you want your papers, you have to figure out civilly. This is the civil method, you know? Like, do it civilly, you have to serve. Like, well, then just sue them then. Like, that's what we're doing.
Okay, yeah,
like,
exactly.
You see how we can circle. I am very interested in Josh's side of the story because I think he said he might have been heroin in the car or something, and they did like a 3-hour search on our car. Obviously no heroin, so I don't know what Josh is telling them to.
Well, it's like, at what point is it not illegal to just send the police after people lying? Like, I mean, that's insane.
Suing him is not working for us.
So let's do a GoFundMe.
But right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
Hang tight here, and then I'll be back with you, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
Good. Well, I'd just like to know more about this, like, GoFundMe. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we were just trying to get, so basically what ended up happening is Benny got arrested, which he was pretty blown away he got arrested, but I'm like, all right, I'll take over now. Like, I don't want you to get in any more trouble. He's like, yeah, I can't get in any more trouble. Like, if you take over, like that, you know, that was my decision. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What other questions do you, like, I guess, have? Because there's not really, I guess, much else to say in the situation, to be honest. That's just the whole thing that just happened. I mean, I'm honestly kind of shocked to be arrested at this point.
I'd be stressed out.
Yeah, this is definitely a very strange thing to be getting interrogated about, especially considering from my angle and the evidence I've seen, the overwhelming evidence that they just blatantly stole from this guy. It's like us trying to
Don't talk
then
to Luis,
do a
get a lawyer.
GoFundMe
I mean,
to get him his money back, and I'm the one, you know, getting put in cuffs. It's crazy.
I guess the detective didn't get what he was looking for, so he decided to interview the rest of the group.
Sounded like a great project to me. I was like,
oh
okay,
my
like,
God. They're trying to get somebody to say, like, what,
For
they did
some
heroin?
reason, he was trying to get all of them to admit that the GoFundMe was my idea.
Wait, why?
Ben was behind the GoFundMe idea as well, right?
I don't know whose idea that was, because I could have just started.
Yeah, but he was supportive of his channel, right? He said, oh yeah, let's do this for the channel. From my understanding. Was that kind of
trying to put words in her mouth?
Ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court, or else you will get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, you know, let's do a GoFundMe, you know?
Yeah.
That was the solution.
But I was wrong.
We're going to book you back into the jail, okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
So creating a GoFundMe is illegal?
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
Oh yeah, should I?
Yep.
Get my back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna get cuffs for you.
Well, I'll still be able to hear Josh's side of the story.
Oh my God.
It'll be.
Oh my God.
And I never talked to Josh, but it'll be
This is
documented
insane.
in the report as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
The detective was lying. The police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me.
Yeah.
And when I finally go to court, I'm going to be completely blind to what I'm even being charged for.
Yeah.
The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail. So now I have to wait a month in jail.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now, at least I'm a free man until my court case.
There's no way he was in jail for a month, right? I was like, there's no way. Okay.
The illegal act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe. So if you say who the thief is, then that is illegal for us to do that.
What?
Now, I just have to wait for court. And honestly, I'm not excited. My entire life, I was taught if you steal from people, you get in trouble.
Yeah,
and
that's
if you help
what's
people,
supposed to
you get
happen.
rewarded.
Yeah.
But I guess I was just taught a lie.
Yeah.
By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up and get all of my friends in trouble.
Yep.
I couldn't fix anything. And now with all the charges I got in this video, I'm looking at least 5 years in jail. But I finally accept my fate. I failed. And now it's time to go home.
Oh my God. This is gonna be disappointing. He's gonna feel like.
But before I made it home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So they ring the doorbell, Ben He's like, is Mr. Snyder here? I was like, why? I was like, can I deliver a message for you? He's like, how could you deliver a message? He said it just like that. He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest. Like, he thought he was in an action movie type walk off, and that was his like end scene line.
What the
If
fuck?
I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them. And considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
Oh my
Included in the warrant are Legos.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now.
Yeah.
So immediately, I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for.
Yeah,
Someone showed up at my house today saying that there was a warrant out for my arrest.
If your warrant has no bail, those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail, and I am now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting.
What the
So
fuck?
basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime.
Oh my
there
God.
really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now, and the American police have no authority.
Enough with the stone peg.
Oh my fucking god. This is insane. How is this even real? He had to leave the country over Legos. Get this shit to Cash Patel. Yeah, we gotta send this to. There's some people I could message.
Here.
Some individuals I know.
What's going on? What the heck is that thing? You see what's on that?
Oh. Oh.
But at this moment, I realized what I had to do. Bricks and Minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes.
Yeah.
And what's the only way to stop a bully? Stand up to them.
If me posting this picture online once got the city this upset where they had to arrest me, just think about how upset they'd be if thousands of people started wearing it.
Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromMorePeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
And yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting Bricks and Minifigs is gonna be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Oh my fucking.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/RecklessBet.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content, plus the movie I made that all the streaming services rejected once they saw how gnarly it was. And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight Bricks and Minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian.
Wow.
I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Everyone donate to this GoFundMe. I'm in Mexico now. The police can't do anything to me here.
This is the most insane, ridiculous, unfair, dumb fuck, retarded story I've ever gone through. I have. This is unbelievable. Police response, listen, one day at a time. We're gonna go through the police response tomorrow, okay? And then I will be caught up with everything being, you know, like I'm all caught up to the timeline. All right. So I'm gonna give it. No. I'm telling you, yes. That's what's gonna happen, bitch. That's the way it is. Too bad.
art supply. Gold is useless to me. Time is of the essence.
Tesla's dead. We don't foul creature.
Your corpse will feed the new tomorrow. Recoil! Flesh! Rise! You fall! The Savior is precious! He is all that matters! Your time is shorter than you think. My flesh is unimportant.
Nature takes what's old. What mad fiends?
Nature takes what's own. Get to the order.
Yes. Yes. What is it? Quickly, as expected.
I need more time for that. Brandy up. Storm. Nature takes what's old. Monstrous wretch! Shots are fired. A tiny sum. All in filth. I'm not ready yet.
Choose what you need.
creature. Restore! Balance restored! Misshapen filth!
parts. I will make use of this.
Never the same twice, this place. Ancient Blight. Grandia. Power sleeps here, waiting to be woken. Nature takes what's old. this machine. Creature.
I'll hold this medallion for you.
Their hands never tire, nor mine. Balance restored. Corruption lingers still. Gearing up for something in here. What are they preparing for?
How can I help?
One jar can change your life. 32 million views. We've had a situation with pineapples. I don't know exactly why this is happening. The new trend is people put Kool-Aid inside of a jar with pineapples.
The big ass.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
Back in the day, in 2004, 2005, everybody in the whole fucking neighborhood wanted me to make the Kool-Aid because they said I had the secret Kool-Aid recipe. They said I could make Kool-Aid better than anybody could fucking make Kool-Aid. I've been preparing for this for my whole life. And how did I do it? I just put in more sugar. I just put in more sugar. I didn't even think about it. This is almost a full cup. Let's get this in there. Oh. Oh. First step, gentlemen, is I move this out of the way so I don't have this fucking power. Wait! My computer. Well, we gotta get shit locked in. So this is what's important. So we got ourselves a motherfucking pineapple, all right? And then you know what else we got? We got another motherfucking pineapple. We got 2 pineapples. Look at that. So we got 2 of these, but then I learned that you actually didn't even use the pineapple. So I went yesterday over to the store and I got sugar, right, for fucking whatever you want to call it, Kool-Aid. And then we walked in with a whole ass lot of Kool-Aid. I'm talking about a lot of Kool-Aid. So we have right now, I got 5 of each one. I don't know how many I'm gonna use. So blue raspberry lemonade. This is my favorite one that I had when I was a kid. This is the reason why I thought blue raspberry was real. And so we got these right here. And so I'm gonna put this, I guess I have it right there. And I'm gonna move these back and then that way I can lean them up on that. We got tropical punch. Obviously, this is another good flavor. I feel like a lot of people like tropical punch. And I never really got into it, but we got multiple ones. And we also got grape drink. I don't know if we're gonna use that, but we have it. And we also have, of course, fucking, what's this one? What's this bitch called? Cherry. Cherry. This is a pack of 5, right? We got a pack of 5. And then these are, one of them's tropical punch. And then the other one, I got 5 of each one, right? And so we got all that. So but wait, there's more. Next thing we got, I didn't know if we're gonna add any of this. I'm probably not, but I just bought it anyway. And I was just at the store. I got a lemon flavoring, lemon juice, lime juice, and I got some of this shit, salt and pepper juice, right? We got all this. And so then, let me move this back a little bit. I gotta, move this up a little bit, not enough room. And some shit, yeah, exactly. Oh, we already got sugar on there. I saw some ants today. Then, you know, like obviously, they said there's a special kind that you would use. A special kind that you would use. So I went to fucking HEB. That's the grocery store, and they didn't have it. I was pissed off. I was mad. I was upset, and then I went to Wally World. That's where I bought this is a new shirt. I bought this at Walmart last night, and I even got these pants at Walmart too. And so I bought, you know, I got this whole fit. I'm decked out in Wally World, and then I looked over there, didn't have it either. So I had to go on the internet, and I got them delivered this morning. And these are the original, authentic ones that I found. They were at Sam's Club. You had to get the pineapple spears, and we got one. Oh, we got 2. And wait a minute, hold up. Oh, we got 3 and 4 of these fucking things, right? So we got all this put together, locked in. That's why I had 4 flavors, because I planned this shit out. And then on top of that, well, so if that's the way that you're gonna do it, what the fuck do I have these for? Well, I have this. This is gonna be one of my own. And I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna cut up a motherfucking pineapple for myself. I got myself a cutting board, and I also have, most importantly, a goddamn motherfucking cleaver for this pineapple, all right? So that's gonna be it. So we're gonna figure this out. Now, the first step, this is what I think that we should do first. First thing that we do, I think that let's start step one, the axe. I probably could do it with the axe, but there's like dirt on the axe. I don't want to do dirt. So, first step is that we're gonna try and we're gonna open this up. We're gonna open it up, see what it tastes like. Okay. There it is. I didn't know I was gonna mess it up. Okay, so it smells. I think you probably got to drain a little bit of this out. You got to drain a little bit of this out. I'm thinking about we drain out just a little bit, right? Drink it, take a sip. I hate this shit, bro. Like, I don't want to. I'm gonna do it. That's good, actually. It's actually not that bad. Yeah, I drink that. That's all right. So let me go, and I'm thinking about if I need anything else. I think I might need to get maybe an extra cup to put some stuff in, and then I also need probably some water for this. That way I don't have to get up twice. A spoon? Oh, I already locked in with the spoon. We're good. Yeah, a pitcher? Yeah. Let me go get some ice. No, so this is a two-part event, right? So first part we're doing right now. Second part is gonna go. I apologize. It's probably really loud for you guys. Second part is gonna be tomorrow. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. We got everything we need now, boys. So we got ourselves a glass of water, and I got something to pour a little bit of this extra shit out in. Should be fine. Okay. Hopefully that's not fucking up the volume. How's the mic? Is the mic good and everything? Y'all hear me and everything's good? I'm just trying to double check. Yes. All right. Let's lock in, boys. Let's lock in. Let's get this shit done. So what are we thinking about for the first one? I'm thinking we lock in with the blue one for the first one, right? So let's do the blue one. That's my favorite. So we got our maker's mark right here. This is the official pineapple Kool-Aid. This is it. The grape. Well, no, I want the blue. Give me a minute. All right, this is thing on tight. There it is. Okay. Let me get this one screwed. Top that bitch off. And first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna drain a little bit of it out. We're gonna drain out maybe. I'm thinking about probably like just a tiny little bit. Just a tiny little bit. And here's the reason why. No, listen. Here's the reason why. Is because we got to get sugar in it. And we also have to put the flavoring in it. And it's all the way up to the top right here. So we got to make room. Just drink it? Fuck off. Okay. I think that really...
You're quick!
Okay. So, that bit good? Not yet. That's not so good. So we got it almost like it's a little bit under the top here. And so the first step we're gonna do, we're gonna get what matters the most in there. We're gonna get the Kool-Aid. So we think, what does it say to do? It says direction. Empty contestants into a large plastic or glass container. Add 1 cup of sugar and 1 cup of Splenda sweetener. Granulated. Add cold water and ice to make 2 quarts. So I'm thinking about we only do 1. I think 1 is the right option because I'm gonna make 2 blue ones, and then I'm gonna do 1 blue one the way I want it. And I'm thinking about adding in some. Actually, you know what? No, fuck that. Let's do 1 of each. Let's do the other blue one is gonna be the one that I start off right from the beginning. You need 2? Wait, y'all really think I do it with 2? I mean, I bought 5. Why wouldn't I use 2? Let's do it. Okay. There it is. All right, let me open both these dishes up.
Foul creature.
Now we're gonna put it in. Now what we do think of another way to do it. Why don't I do it like this? Why don't I do it like this? Okay. This is good. Oh, wow. We're exercising now, boys. Let's go. Gonna mess up my arms. Okay, there it is, bros. A rave? Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got all this all shook up, all ready to go. And now we're gonna take it out. All right, I tightened that on good. Okay, so now we got this. It's all in there. Now we got the most important step. The sugar. All right, let's get this open. And having a little bit of problem getting this bitch open. Sugar? Yeah. Okay, so it said you need 1 cup of sugar. And let me go back, get this open up. Put 1/3 of a cup in? Who's that gay retard saying that? Who was it? Who was it saying that? Who's talking shit? So we got this right here. All right, let's go. So we're gonna go and get like a cup, almost a full cup. I'm gonna get. This is almost a full cup. Let's get this in there. Oh. Damn, I'd be all fit. Oh, it's dissolving. Got it. Bro, like it. Watch it go. Whoa, it's just going in there, right? Nailed it? I did, I nailed it. All right, so we got first one right here. I'm gonna close it up. We're gonna shake it up again. So now we have, I'm not fucking around. All right, so now we have the first one that we have all shook up, all good to go, everything else like that. Shake it. I know, you gotta shake it. Like that. That what you want, bitch? I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of exercise. I ain't trying to exercise, boys. I'm just trying to do me. So we got right here, you can see those are the pineapples. Those are the squares, and you can see it is up to the brim. It is filled all the way up. We're gonna close this, and now it's gonna ferment. Okay? So we're gonna have this one. This one is now done. At this point, it is done, and I'm gonna put this, where are the blue ones? Where are the blue ones at? Let me get, there's 2 of those. So this is the blue one right here. All right, so this is the first one, and we got it locked in. Now, which one do y'all want? Never mind. Which one do y'all want next? Which one y'all want next? Tropical punch, cherry, grape, or oh, there's only okay. Those are the only options. All right. Let's do cherry, then we're gonna do grape after that. Okay. So let's open up the second one. Move this back out of the way. So we're gonna open up cherry. Get this shit. And now we have, let me make sure I get all these open real quick. And love me some cherry Kool-Aid. I've never really even had cherry Kool-Aid before. Make sure I pop that bitch open. Y'all hear that? That's the airlock. And then I got one more I gotta open up. Trying to open it up. Oh, I was closing it. Whoa, wait. Wait a minute. Like, wait, which way does it go? Wait. Wait, am I tightening it? It goes left? Wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, good. We got it. All right, perfect. So I was worried it wasn't going to happen. And what a retard. So I was tightening it. I put it on the wrong way. I did. I put that shit on the wrong way. Okay, now we get to do cherry, all right? So I'll put this in the garbage, and we'll get 2 more of these. All right, we're gonna double up with two more cherry. Now, step 1, as I said before, let's go ahead and put these over here, and I'm gonna do the second one with cherry. Retard baiting? I'm not. I'm just being myself. So we're gonna pour a little bit of this out.
Go on. These are our supplies.
And that way we have room for the sugar. Oh, that's more than enough. Oh, that's way more than enough. Where's that towel? Oh, there it is. I put it over. Let me get cleaned up. All right, Chef Mongold? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got this right here. And put that over there. All right, we're gonna double up on the cherry packets, 2 of them right here. That way you guys can hear it. You get to be part of the process. Open it up. There it is. And y'all ready? Move it up. Oh. 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 All right, there it is. And we're gonna do this in a 2-part process. So now, you see what color it is now, right?
Creation.
Look at that! We changed that shit up real quick, huh? How about that? Swirled it up? Yeah, exactly. And so we got this going on. We were mixing this up, go back and forth a little bit, make sure nothing else happens. Yeah, it's a witch. I know, I'm a wizard, bro. What do you expect? Blood for the blood god. I like that. And 1 more pack? Nah, bro. Like, that's 2 packs. Like, that's more than enough, especially for this size. So now it's all fizzy and shit. I'm gonna just give it a second and make sure it doesn't fizz out too much. Just give it 1 minute here. Open it up. That way you guys can see it. Sugar? Yeah, I know, bro. Like, we're literally about to do that. And you can see, oh, wow. It's foamed up. Oh, it's foamed up big time. All right, so, what are we gonna do about this foam situation? What are we gonna do about the foam? Let's go ahead and move some of the foam out, all right? I am a chef after all, so what do you expect? Here we go. Put that over there. Put that in here. Get this out of the way. Taste it. I ain't tasting it. I don't want that. That's nasty. And so some foamy ass. Does it even have any sugar in it? So all right. Now we go back. Now we go back. We get the sugar in. We get the sugar in. It's a big. Why you have shaky hands? That's just the way it is. And oh, this is a, that's a lot. That's a whole ass lot. Oh shit! It's too much. Okay, we'll move it out of the way. Okay. Shake it down in there. I think we're gonna have to 2-part this. We're gonna have to 2-part it. I'm 2-parting it. Oh, bro, like this is thick. Oh shit, there's some coming out. I got some on my hand. All right, let it fizz out. Yeah. It's, oh shit, it's fizzing all over me. Okay, all right. I gotta let this one settle. We're gonna let this one settle. We're not gonna worry about it. So I got a little bit. Y'all see that? It's not blood. It's just cherry fucking Kool-Aid. We're gonna get it cleaned up. And this means, you know what it means, right? This means purple drink time. It's time for the purple drink. Let's go ahead and get it locked in. All right, someone died? Yeah, somebody died. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Let me get all this off my hands. And yeah, after that calms down, I don't know why that one foamed up and the other one didn't. I have no idea why. So now we have the grape drink. Okay. All right, second one or third one. All right, let's pour some of this out. We're gonna dilute it a little bit. All right, here we go. And that should be, let me get a little bit more out of it. I already picked this the last time. And I'll wash this off. I forget why I put this. I can put it in the same place every time. All right, there it is. Okay. And move this over here. There it is. All right, so next step, we got to get the grape drink. So we got two grape Kool-Aids. We're going to put this together and see what it's like. Purple drink, exactly. Sugar before the Kool-Aid? I don't know about that. All right, let's do it. So we got two of these, and I'm going to put this down right here. And way too much sugar. What are you, bitch? I'll put a little bit less in this one, all right? I'll put a little bit less in it. And we try it out. All right, double grape drink. That's the sugar before sugar? Yeah, exactly. I don't think it really matters. I didn't buy that course for how to make it. So I'm kind of freeballing. I'm kind of freeballing right now. You gotta understand this. Yeah. Okay. All right. And now we'll go ahead and put this in. You guys ready? That shit looks nasty, bro. Like this is like a potion you drink and then you die. What the? Oh, dude. This looks like shit. Oh my god, bro. This is like the black blood of fucking the old god. Look at that. Jesus. Jesus, look at all this. This is bad, guys. Okay, it's the Black Death? You call it that. All right. So we got that done, and this is almost done foaming out. So we're gonna go on this one after we put in the rest of the sugar for this. There's a little bit of foam in this, but not a lot. So we're gonna put in the rest of this cup of sugar into this one, right? Which is less than I put in the other two. Okay.
Nature takes what's old.
Give it a minute, give it a minute. Listen, I understand that there are some people who might be thinking to themselves, there's no way this is good for you, you shouldn't be using that much sugar. And I want to let you know that you're completely right about everything that you're thinking. You're right about all of this, and this is disgusting and filthy and wrong. So anyway, let's shake it up. And so there we go, right here. Okay. Oh, I'm diabetes maxing. I am. And so we'll do, and look, we'll do. I'm gonna be conservative on the sugar for the last one right here. Okay, I'm gonna be conservative on this. So why don't y'all relax? So we got this right here. Okay, good. And I think honestly, actually, this is actually done. It's done. So there we go. That's done. And we have the grape drink right there. Okay. And so then the cherry. All right, let's go back to the cherry. And let me double up on a little bit extra. Actually, I feel like that's perfect. I do. I feel like that's perfect. It is. That's perfect, bro. Like, yeah. Let's. I just looked at it and I'm thinking to myself like, that looks really good. Okay, don't shake it anymore. I'm not going to. All right. So we got cherry right there. And now we have the last one that we got. Damn, my hands are dirty as fuck. Look at that. Holy. Give me a minute. Trust your chef instincts. I know. Now I had the Skittles. I didn't get the Skittles. I'm sorry. I should have got the Skittles. I didn't get the Skittles. All right. So we got Tropical Punch. Okay, this is another really big popular one. So we're going to open this up. Actually, I got out of order. I got all out of order. dump a little bit of this out.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I probably took a little bit more water out than I should. That's the way it goes. Wash this out.
It's shapen filth.
Alright, sugar first. You guys really want me to do sugar first? I'll do sugar first. Why not? Why not? I'll do it. Okay. I'm a half. I'm a half cup. I'm gonna be a generous, reasonable guy. This is more that I'm gonna just stop halfway through. Let's go. Oh, there it is. 1/4 is enough? Yeah, I did 3/4. I was thinking about 3/4.
Waits within.
And so let's go ahead. We're gonna shake this up. This is not exciting. No, relax. It's fine. Oh, okay. All right. And it's fizzing up a little bit. Let me just give it a second. I'm gonna let it calm down for just a second. And while I let it calm down, I'm gonna get this. I realize this is dead bug in the bottom. So I thought to myself, you know what? Probably should clean that up. Probably should get a little bit of that. I don't want to have a dead bug. Like, we're trying to have... I mean, that's just what happens, right? I mean, like, it's not a big deal. But, like, at the same time, like, I don't want to have it in there messing up the flavor, because it's going to be, like, you're not going to know, like, why does it taste so good? You have to have dead bugs in it. But it's alright, I got to watch out. Alright, there we go. Get that, and then I'm gonna get one more, wash it out just a little bit more, dry it out. Okay, good. Hantavirus? No, this is gonna be COVID-20. So now we're gonna open this back up, and we're fixing to lock in with 2 tropical punches. All right, let's get it. Alright, here we go. We gotta do 2 of them right here. 2 tropical punch. Science rules? Yeah, this is, by the way, this is science. I want to, anybody who was confused or didn't know what I'm doing here, this is a scientific exploration. You ready? Here we go.
Get on, foul creature!
And get all this out. Oh, there it is. It's all out. It's called Section 8 Science. I've got a master's degree in it. Not a PhD, just a master's. All right. Let me get this torn up. All right, you guys ready? Y'all ready? Here we go. Let's get it. And, oh my God, a bunch of shit on my hand. Give me a minute. I got only 2 minutes left. Honestly, I'm gonna probably get even more. Oh my God, just went all over the place. I gotta be more careful. I gotta hold it shut. Oop. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I got even more on my hand. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Shaky, that's right. Okay, so now we have our 4th one right there. And so we have now all 4 of our pineapple fucking Kool-Aids made. We have Tropical Punch. We have Great Drink. We have Blue Raspberry, not a real fruit, by the way, unfortunately. And we also have cherry. So, the other thing that I had, and this is the big one, is that I figured, what happens if I make my own spears out of these things? What happens if I go and I just do this all by myself, and I start from ground 0? I start from square 1. if I had 2 pineapples, a fucking cleaver, and a chopping board to try it out and see what happens. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Give me a minute. All right. So first thing we need to do is we need to clear the table. And I probably should wear some shoes for this. Anyway, so we're gonna move all these, and these are gonna be fermenting for a day. We're gonna try them tomorrow, okay? So I'm gonna put all this, I guess I'll put it on my desk for now. I'm gonna put them all on my desk. And then I can just clean my desk off really easily at the end of the day. Should not be a big deal. In the fridge? I know, I'm gonna put them in the fridge after this, bro. Like, I just don't want to take them all downstairs right now. And let me put this one over here. Put this one over here. All right, there we go. All right, so next thing is, because like I'm probably like, I mean, realistically, I'm just gonna do that in like probably like a couple hours, right? I mean, realistically. And so my hand is a little bit dirty. I have to clean that off, but it doesn't matter. All right, so we have the lime juice. We're gonna move that out of the way. Put this over here, and get this one over here too. There we go. All right. And let me see. I'm gonna move this out of the way too. And now it's time. I bought this yesterday. I bought all this yesterday. So I gotta open this bitch up. Let me get my. I got a fucking box cutter right here. Why is it not working? Got it. All right. And I guess I'm gonna just open this bitch up, right? Oh! Oh! All right. There we go. There we go. All right. So we got ourselves a knife. And we'll move this out of the way too. I don't know what the hell this is. I think it's a sharpening thing. Yeah, it's a sharpening thing.
This is all we have, as expected.
Move that over there. We'll put it like right in there. Something like this. I guess that's the way. Yeah. So you don't cut yourself, right? And is that bad? Let's see. Yeah, I cut myself open pretty easy with this. All right. So next thing we're gonna do, we'll move this out of the way. Get this out of the way. All right. So we gotta.
strong. I'll take it. Tremble! Nature takes what's owed.
minor arts of gold is useless to me.
A land as ruthless as the beasts who call it home. Restore! Light for the halberds! Stand your tide. Nature takes what's owed. Affronts to nature.
These are our supplies.
Monster stretch! Balance restored!
These are our supplies.
ourselves a pineapple. Now this is, let me sit down now actually.
I love the World Cup. Yes. I love everything about it. I love the fact that 48 teams are about to show up and play fucking 3,000 games, and we're going to be here for the entire thing, and it's going to be awesome. One team's going to win the entire thing, but almost every team is going to have its own magic moment. There's going to be fans who are, you know, another face in the crowd that by the end of this tournament are going to be unbelievably famous because of one silly little thing or one giant thing that they did. There's going to be players that, you know, their entire lives are changed for good and for bad, and people's, you know, life experiences being formed across the entire world. Everything about it is cool. And it's already started because Tim Payne Mania has gripped the entire world. And I don't know if there's ever been a story quite like this, because this is, you know, I would say the third social media World Cup, right? At 2014, I don't know if there were enough people on social media was pretty popular back then. I don't know if there were enough people on social media to get a full more. You know, we're in a post-TikTok World Cup. This is only the second one that's ever happened, right? Where the modern media landscape is predominantly social media. It feels like at this point. And so an Argentinian influencer has made a video. It's this guy, El Scarzo. I'm not quite familiar with his work, but it seems like an alright guy, and I love the video concept. He made a video. If you're wondering where all this, you know, Tim Payne, seeing the name Tim Payne popping up, it was this. He made a video where he claimed to have looked through every single roster at the World Cup, every reasonable player. Basically looked at their Instagram following in an effort to identify the least followed player at the World Cup out of every player. Right? Because all of the teams, or the vast majority of the teams have been announced at this point, I think today or yesterday, whatever, right? Out of all of the players at the World Cup, he found the one that had the fewest followers on Instagram. And the whole idea was this guy is going to the World Cup, he's been called up to the World Cup, and yet nobody really knows about it, right? He's the least significant person in terms of Instagram following that's going to the World Cup, so we should cheer for him. Because it's really cool to go to the World Cup. That is, in a nutshell, what this, you know, the entire, the point, I mean, it's in Spanish, so I can't let him explain it to you, because this is obviously an English YouTube video. The whole point of this video is that he has 4,715 Instagram followers. Now, Tim Payne is a guy that has been playing for a while. He's 32 years old. He's had a long, successful professional career. He spent 2 years on the payroll of Blackburn Rovers, where he wasn't able to really break through. Bounced back to Auckland City for a year, then bounced over to try and crack it in MLS, played for the Timbers reserve team. That didn't work out either. Spent some time with Eastern Suburbs, and then finally got a move up to Wellington Phoenix, where obviously, like, his moves abroad didn't work, but he's found a really successful career at Wellington Phoenix, who play in the A-League. They're the New Zealand team that plays in the Australian League, which is kind of like MLS Light. Right, it's a similarly structured league with promotion delegation as the professional league that's going. And he's carved out a good 7-year career there. Obviously, he's a regular player, and has been regularly featured in the New Zealand national team since he made that move to Blackburn Rovers in 2012. He has 50 caps. Right, he is not somebody that's just called up the national team for the first time or anything, but by his own admission, not somebody that really pays attention to social media, and a footballer that, even though he is going to the World Cup with an established position in the New Zealand national team, is not somebody that would have any reason to know. He's kind of he's just one of the other guys. Right, he doesn't have a cool, funny name. You know, he doesn't play a notable position. He's kind of a more defensive inside-outside guy. And he had less than 5,000 followers on Instagram. He now has 4.1 million Instagram followers. His most recent post on Instagram a day ago, which said locked in, has been liked by 2 million people. His previous Instagram post, which was 2 words, Tim Payne, it was a collab post with the FIFA World Cup, had 2.4 million likes. This is a guy who had less than 5,000 Instagram followers. Hard to do as a professional footballer here. He now has the following of half of New Zealand on Instagram alone. This whole thing has gone careening out of control for Tim Payne. Like, it is, this is an article from this New Zealand publication about, you know, how Tim Payne has ended up in this position. And there's all sort of, like, interesting things. This was Tim Payne talking about it. I can't pause this video because welcome to Twitter.
Yeah, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, one afternoon. Just started getting a few random notifications. And then I looked on my Instagram and noticed that someone had tagged me in a video. And it was obviously in Spanish, so, and my Spanish isn't very great, so I passed it on to my missus, who is fluent in Spanish and was able to let me know what it was saying. And then I think by the time I woke up the next morning, you know, there was hundreds of thousands of followers. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Probably, as everyone can tell, like, I'm not massive on social media, so for that to happen is a bit strange for me. I think at the same time I'm trying to embrace it all. I think it's hard. I'm trying to process it all at the same time and have a bit of a laugh and a bit of banter with it. I think it's come from a cool place in terms of how positive it's been. So yeah, probably this time last week I was coming into camp, just trying to prepare for a World Cup, quietly coming into camp preparing for a World Cup. And now I've got millions of people from multiple countries, you know, following my Instagram and following, I guess, my journey and New Zealand football's journey as a whole. So, yeah, on the whole, I hope that, you know, we as a team and a nation can make all those people proud and have something for them to cheer.
Seems like a great guy. Seems like a great guy who genuinely has a good head on his shoulders. And the entire, like, flow around this has just been absolutely hilarious. There's a song. Nope. No Pain, No Gain is, I mean, it's a banger of a song. I don't know if it's going to get muted when I try to actually play it. But, like, they're making fan songs. And as Tim Payne actually said, and I think it's been a very important part of this, is it's all been positive. Because it was very easy to make this negative. Very easy to make I'm going to give the original creator a ton of credit, too. Very easy to make this negative. Very easy to be like, oh, we're looking for the worst play. You know, like, it was framed as we're looking for the least notable player, the most unknown player, and we want to lift this guy up because going to the World Cup is sick. And then for Tim Payne to kind of pick up on that, right? And now he's posting, you know, he's posting very regularly. You know, clearly is picked up, and he's like, he always said a little banter with it, like he's having fun with it. All of a sudden, he's this, you know, really famous footballer that a lot of people are going to be watching at this World Cup just to see, you know, like when Tim Payne makes a tackle, everybody's going to be going absolutely fucking nuts. It's very heartwarming and very cool. I also want to give a shout out, Valens Garcini's from Argentina and kind of the original. Now it's gone into all over the world. Like it has expanded beyond Valens Garcini's orbit, but the original kind of push of this was from Argentina. And Argentina has had a lot of bad stories around its football and its national team in terms of the atmosphere and the vibe and, you know, various racism incidents and whatever. Right? And I just wanted to give them a shout out for Argentina. It was kind of the birthplace of this incredibly cool, wholesome, uplifting thing. So I credit where credit is due. The Argentinian football community was the first one that really went all in on this. It was making the songs and rooting for Tim Payne. And now it's obviously expanded to me. It's expanded to people all over the place where they just know who Tim Payne is now, and they are going to be rooting for Tim Payne, and Tim Payne's just going to be in the... I mean, his whole life has changed instantly. Like, if you have 4 million real Instagram followers, which he does, you can get paid $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $100,000 just for, like, a post. Like, Tim Payne's whole life in terms of him being a footballer and what he's going to do after football and just his influence and him walking around, like, it's completely changed forever. And it is one of the coolest incidents of social media being used in, I think, a super awesome, positive way. Because one of the most surprising things to me about World Cups is the number of guys that go to those World Cups that you kind of wouldn't think of that end up there and, like, they're kind of hidden. They're obscure. Maybe they don't ever get on the field. They don't have a chance to play. But they are on a World Cup roster, which is something that 99.9% of us that love the game and follow the game couldn't even imagine being able to be a part of something that cool. So for the guy that literally has the fewest Instagram followers of any player that makes a World Cup roster to be the guy that gets shouted out like this, and gets the highlight and in some ways the energy and the happiness and the attention that he deserves for being able to achieve such a great thing. It's just cool. So if you're wondering what the Tim Payne story was, it is like it's a feel-good story. It'll make you happy. And I hope Tim Payne's able to do something. And good luck to the boys, Kia Kaha, my second team. See if they can do literally anything. I'm rooting for them. I watched every game the last time they were there, and they didn't lose.
No, I did not just get out of the shower, and I didn't just walk in the rain. I am actually just this greasy. This might be the greasiest you've ever seen me. I'm like a cryptid caught on camera right now with all of this oil surrounding my flesh and hair. And the stench. Let me tell you, it's a Methodist that can make a warthog puke and die. But that's not what we're really here to talk about. I can go take a shower whenever I want. It's just, I've been grinding some Siege on the gaming channel, and I had a long 4-hour session after the gym. Grinding Siege, not a 4-hour session in the gym. But, and now I just want to yap about something, because I once again dove down a rabbit hole that we discovered last night on stream with my Lost Media Challenge. Some of you who've been around for a while might remember, quite a handful of years ago, I issued a public Lost Media Challenge with a bounty of 25K to anyone that could somehow recover the hundreds of videos I deleted about a decade ago. When I was a young lad, I had hundreds of Gears of War montages and 1v1s and a bunch of other gaming videos for like Devil May Cry 4, some Rainbow Six Vegas, all kinds of stuff. Some of them camcorder and then some of them with my Dazzle Platinum capture card. And in 2010, I made the decision to vaporize those bitches. I started deleting them, and I kept deleting apparently all the way up until 2012, which I didn't remember. I thought I did them all in one fell swoop. Hundreds of videos for a variety of reasons. One, some of them I was pretty embarrassed of. They were pretty not good videos. And then others I deleted because at the time, YouTube didn't have the same system it does now when it comes to copyrighted music. So people would lose their YouTube channels if you played like popular songs in them. And some of those videos had very popular music in them, so I just played it safe and just started deleting anything that had music in it, which was actual hundreds of videos. And I've been very regretful of it ever since. I've always wanted to see those videos again. I also had like AMVs as well. I didn't have any on this channel. It was on a separate channel, but I don't think that'll ever be found because I don't even remember the name of it. But it's just videos I made when I was a kid that I'd really like to be able to look back on and see. So I issued that challenge to anyone that could somehow recover them, but even though there was a big effort to try, it was ultimately a failure. It's impossible. Not even YouTube can recover any of those videos. So I assumed it's just been a dead end for years, but actually there's been a massive discovery in regards to recovering lost media, where a big glitch has actually been found, and I learned about it last night on stream, and there's a very real, actually pretty decent chance that anyone that watched those videos back in 2010 all the way up to 2012 may still have them on their computer without even knowing, because Flash, RIP Flash by the way, that's 6 feet under, that's in Valhalla now, we miss you. Flash had a problem, or not even really a problem, had a oversight where it would actually store these videos if you would ever watch them at all. I'm going to show you the video that goes over it in detail and the tutorial on how you can access them, as well as I went down a very nostalgic trip through memory lane last night on stream, so I want to show you all of that, going over some of the old videos and such. But to fast forward, there is a way to access those videos that have been stored on Flash, even if it's been 18 years since you've watched it, if you're on the same computer. It's pretty fucking wild. So, if anyone's been around the channel for over a decade and you've watched any of those like old Gears of War videos of mine from back in the day that I deleted, fucking 16 years ago, you might be able to recover all those videos and get yourself a nice paycheck here, because I will still obviously honor this $25,000 bounty for recovering these videos. That's for the entire kit and caboodle. What I've been doing for like the community that's still been actively hunting them is I've been giving them like pieces of it for finding like thumbnails and the data and stuff like that. But like recovering videos, I'll probably do it like on a per video basis, because I imagine it'd be very unlikely someone has all fucking 300 to 400, however many it was, that I deleted back then. But if you do, you get the whole 25k, but I imagine that probably won't be the case, so it'll be like depending on how many videos are recovered this way, if any. But anyway, let me go ahead and show you what it is, because it's extremely fascinating. Even if you never watched any of those, I still think it's something very interesting to watch and learn about anyway. In the description. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there's the same video, huh? Is the one in your DM links to the same thing.
In 2018, a small group of data scientists came across a list of 100 million YouTube videos that was made back in 2010. Taking the opportunity to study how YouTube videos rose and fell over the years, they wrote a script to go through them automatically, but quickly noticed an unfortunate pattern starting to form. If you've never found yourself trailing a faint memory of a YouTube video from 15 years ago, consider yourself lucky, because 50% of those videos were deleted.
God, it's such a shame.
There are still people out there who are determined to give you options. The Wayback Machine, with their damn near infinite determination and storage, managed to recover 5% of these deleted videos. Absurd in the grand scheme of things, but realistically not making much of a dent. So when a deleted video pops back in your mind a decade later, maybe even growing in infamy to the point where a search team forms, there are usually only 3 avenues to take. The Wayback Machine, like I said earlier, are re-upload or contacting the person who uploaded it. When all of these routes fail, that's usually when the sorts of cases are considered cold. One search got too big to stop there. That's when the meta started to shift. This is Super Mario 64 Big Stars. Back in the late 2000s to early 2010s, this video posed up as a tutorial.
Wait, so does this explain? I mean, it must explain the glitch. Is this how they found it? Is trying to find this one particular thing? The Big Star. And so it's crazy how much ties back to Super Mario 64. Like the fucking Veritasium video and stuff with like the sun and everything. It is incredible how much gets tracked back to Super Mario 64 in particular. Unbelievable.
Unlock some vague, dark secret of Super Mario 64. Most people, given the culture at the time, thought this was going to unlock Luigi. Over 700,000 people tried to keep up with this ridiculous, unorthodox tutorial where Mario is blue and every text box is swearing at you, but right in time for the grand reveal, this video pops up.
Oh, classic.
Videos that incite a riot in the comment section don't tend to stay up for long. Not to mention the audio being swapped out to some happy-go-lucky EDM and the jump scare being muted along with it. The whole thing got turned into a bit of a husk of its former self. So, for 100 different reasons, it got wiped out by the end of 2011. But anyone who's been faked up by a fake tutorial or a fake game trailer or an entirely fake game knows that those things stick with you. So in 2020, with everyone stuck inside, a decent subset of those 700,000 viewers started thinking back to that first time they got jump scared. And every single one ended up in the same forums or Reddit communities with the same sentiment. They couldn't find it. One witness in particular, one with a background in video production, started tracking down all these viewers to make a short passion project
Hunt
about this
for a jump scare
video. And through some ridiculous twists of fate, people found it interesting. So interesting, in fact, that the founder of the Lost Media Wiki took the opportunity to kick off a community-wide search for it on its multi-thousand-member Discord server. Things started to move fast. Someone found the title and the uploader. They managed to track him down on PSN of all places. He was in the Discord server.
Super Mario 64 Big Star from Lotus Man. So they found a screenshot of it, and then reached out to them through the PlayStation Network. Jesus, the Lost Media community is crazy, bro. That's so thorough.
The Internet Archive didn't exist. Within 2 months, the hunt was declared a cold case. So all 3 routes failed. What's next? In the late 2010s, Adobe announced that they'd be killing off Flash Player by the end of 2020.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
Ultimately, a husk of its former self, and Adobe chose the nuclear option. One Flash developer, Blue Maximo, realized he only had a couple years to outrun the storm, so he created Flashpoint, a project meant to preserve as many Flash animations, games, and websites as possible. He used the same core methods as most other online.
Sunny 2! A classic! Oh, wow, you got the bangers in here.
Scavenger hunts, but their growing popularity gave them an advantage. So when you visit the website and the page has to load some other file, like an image, a video, or a flash game, your browser temporarily stores that in an area that most people call the cache. For the next few days or so, whenever you visit that website again, you might notice it loading a hell of a lot faster, because everything it needs is already on your computer. The developers of Flashpoint knew this better than anybody. Armed with a list of long-lost Flash games, they pioneered a new outlandish technique to find internet stuff. If someone played one of these sought-after games and managed to leave their computer alone just enough for the files to not get deleted, that game would be sitting in the cache. Now, everyone was well aware that it was about to be near zero. If they could get this process out to any subset of their huge audience, then they might be able to find one. So they worked on their
They're basically tracking echoes. They are literally hunting like the ghost in the machine. So this is what Archive was telling me. The reason why this falls into like the Lost Media Challenge I issued 6 years ago now, finding like the hundreds of videos I deleted back in 2010, is because if anyone from back in 2010 watched those and I guess kept it around long enough, you can still access that data, which is what this all ties into. So there is somewhat of a glimmer of hope that the old videos from back in 2010 that I banished to the Shadow Realm are recoverable.
By the end of their prime, when Flash was finally dead and buried, the results showed for themselves. Out of a list of 32 lost games, Flashpoint had found 6 of them. Naturally, the people looking for Big Star Secret ended up hearing about this miraculous launch. There was only one video on their mind and no large audience was set, but the census came down.
Didn't someone try to scam me by saying they found one video? That was a really good scam though. Legit, that one was a diabolical scheme, yeah. There was some ne'er-do-well who, when I did the Lost Media Challenge, heard how I described one of the videos as well as the title of one of the videos, and he recreated it with like a camcorder on his own Halo system, on his own system to make the Halo video, to make it look like mine. So I thought I was seeing one of my old videos until I noticed that the names were wrong. It was really smart, but it was so grainy I couldn't quite see the name, so for a while I almost bought into it. Actually, you almost got scammed the second time, but I shut it down. True, and then Archive protected me from another one, apparently. Yeah, Archive's been like my guardian angel on this Lost Media journey.
Down to it's impossible. So that video got cast aside and was doomed to sit with the hundreds of other equally unimportant lost YouTube videos for the rest of time. That was until 4 years later. One searcher, after exhausting every other option, decided to check back in with an old computer for 2011 just to see if he had any...
Man, actually thinking about that now, it's even more cringe because he really did go through a lot of effort, because he had to play the game, the same map, and like do the theater mode the same way that I described it, and he had to put in the same music.
From there,
and it really was pretty impressive, actually. Like, I can't even be mad at it.
In his cache. That's when he realized something strange. In a hidden folder meant for temporary storage, he found 50 very large files with seemingly random names. After further investigation, he realized that these were all videos, spaced out over the course of 2 years. Now, we have to back up a little here to figure out what's going on. Whenever you watched a YouTube video back then, the video would be copied to 2 places, the browser's cache and Flash Player's cache. The browser keeps track of everything in its cache, so there's very little that can stop it from clearing. But Flash Player only keeps track of what it makes in a single session, from startup to shutdown. Here's the issue with that. Shutting down through the menu is fine, but if your computer is shut off in any other way, like holding the physical power button, pulling the plug, or having a power outage, Flash Player will forget to delete his copy of the video. In the context of a screamer video, where children can easily act out of panic, this is not off the table. So a small team forms with a new goal: contact everyone who's seen the video. Some managed to pull out tens, if not hundreds, of videos using this newly coined cache method, but none were the Mario Screamer. In May of 2025, however, one witness was pulled out of a comment section with an interesting anecdote. I think I ran down the stairs and had my grandmother turn it off for me. I'll try and look into getting it. This was a 1 in a million account. Shutting it down is one thing, but it's more likely than not that someone who didn't grow up with or around computers would rely on intuition to turn it off, or more specifically, by using the physical power button. This could be it.
It's just like it's
file system is raw. It's not available for raw drives.
What the hell is a raw drive?
The hard drive was corrupted, 0 bytes were able to be read, and it caught fire within 2 hours. The dream is dead. And then 4 days later, some other guy shows up like, "Hey guys, is this it?" This is full, unfiltered footage of Super Mario 64 Big Star Secret.
We got it!
47 seconds at least.
No!
A user on the Lost Media Wiki, Peter, was checking through his old browser cache as a bit of a weekend activity, not even having the video on his mind, and found it. Unfortunately, he clicked off early, cutting the video off, but the interesting thing about this is that he clicked off. He closed the tab. There was no shutdown to stop the file from clearing, so how did he have it? This is where the scene completely falls apart. Peter had 5,000 videos sitting on his hard drive uncleared for 17 years.
Oh my god, the goat!
Like the shutdown glitch. His browser was broken. Everything that he'd ever seen on the internet, every image, every video, every game, every little soundbite, it was all there. Whether it was a glitch or a virus, the index file that kept track of everything, the only thing that could mark all those videos for deletion, was gone. So logically, everyone ran to Flashpoint to see if they'd encountered
Holy shit, this guy's got the Library of Alexandria. He's the chosen one. His midichlorian count is unlike anything we've ever seen before.
And they hadn't. But that's not to say it was uncommon. The standard, universally accepted program that Flashpoint used to check people's cache relied on that missing index file. If someone with Peter's bug ran their exporter, it would say they have nothing in their cache, period. And you might jump to say that their chances could have been better if they somehow knew about this, but this whole conversation led to another revelation. When Flashpoint as a whole uncovered 6 games through internet cache, this was not from 10,000 computers. I'm sure you could assume that, but it didn't even touch the 1,000.
If you'd like to learn more about Buddhist supernatural beings, check out our upcoming class on hungry ghosts at religionforbreakfast.eventbrite.com. According to Buddhist tradition, around 2,500 years ago in India, 2 young priests were debating the most direct path to union with Brahma, the Hindu creator god. Reaching an impasse, they decided to get a third opinion from the awakened one himself, the Buddha. After listening carefully to their arguments, the Buddha asked, "Well, has anyone back to the 7th generation of teachers seen Brahma with their own eyes?" "No, Master Gautama," they admitted. Since apparently no one had met Brahma face to face, the Buddha declared their goal laughable, vain, and empty. This story is recorded in the Tevijja Sutta, an early Buddhist text from around the 2nd century BCE, and it sounds kind of atheistic, right? As in the Buddha is rejecting the notion of a creator god with a capital G. There's a widespread assumption that Buddhism is fundamentally an atheistic religion, or maybe not a religion at all, but a way of life or a set of practices that you could do without any appeal to the supernatural. Even big-name atheists like Sam Harris have found a lot of value in Buddhist ideas and practices, even while at the same time rejecting its supernatural claims. So, can we call Buddhism atheistic? Well, no. For the most part. As we saw in the Tevijja Sutta, the Buddha rejected the notion of a supreme creator god and taught there was no ultimate beginning to the universe. But he did not reject the existence of gods in general and other supernatural beings. In these early centuries, the Buddhist pantheon included many Indian supernatural figures, and as it spread to other cultures and regions, the veneration of local deities and spirits was often integrated into Buddhism. But the importance or role of these supernatural beings can differ a lot depending on the form of Buddhism. The 2 major branches of Buddhism are Theravada and Mahayana. Theravada, meaning the teaching of the elders, is the oldest surviving Buddhist school and is primarily practiced in Southeast Asian countries such as Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Cambodia. It emphasizes the teachings of the Buddha found in the Pali Canon and generally maintains a more reserved approach to the role of deities and supernatural beings in the pursuit of enlightenment. Mahayana Buddhism, on the other hand, which means the Great Vehicle, emerged around the 1st century BCE and is widely practiced across East Asian countries like China, Japan, and Korea. Mahayana introduced new scriptures and concepts, including the idea of bodhisattvas, compassionate beings who postpone their enlightenment to help all sentient beings. In Mahayana traditions, these bodhisattvas, along with various Buddhas and other divine beings, play a more active role in the spiritual lives of practitioners. Devotional practices directed toward these beings are an integral part of the path to enlightenment. People often venerate or pray to them for guidance and protection, which can make them appear more godlike in their attributes and functions. In recent years, there's also been a growing interest in what's called secular Buddhism, especially in Western countries. Secular Buddhists identify as Buddhist and engage in Buddhist practices, but may themselves be metaphysical naturalists, meaning they don't believe in any supernatural phenomena. This approach to Buddhism focuses on the practical and philosophical aspects of the Buddha's teachings, while downplaying or reinterpreting the supernatural elements found in traditional Buddhist cosmology. So, acknowledging this diversity, let's start by exploring how Buddhist scriptures describe the universe and the gods within it. According to Buddhist cosmology, the universe is populated by mortal gods called devas, a Sanskrit and Pali word literally meaning radiant one or shining one. The word is distantly related to the English word divinity, as part of the Indo-European language family. But these devas are not all-knowing, they are not all-powerful, and they are not eternal. They're more like the universe's fancy VIPs, but they're stuck in the cycle of rebirth along with humans, animals, and ghosts. And it's possible for a human to be reborn as a deva as a result of their virtuous actions. Now, this gets complicated, so buckle up. Devas exist in 3 realms. From lowest to highest, we first have Kamadhatu, the realm of desire. Then there's Rupadhatu, the realm of subtle materiality, also known as the realm of form. And then there's Arupyadhatu, the immaterial or formless realm. These realms are located on and above the center of the Buddhist universe, Mount Meru. This is the vertical axis of the entire universe in Buddhist cosmology. Stretching up from the summit of Mount Meru and in the sky above it are layers of heavens, 31 realms stacked upon each other, 26 of which are Devalokas, realms of existence where devas live. Each layer has its own unique characteristics and is occupied by specific devas. At the bottom of this cosmic layer cake are the 6 heavens of the lowest realm, the Desire Realm. There's the heaven of the 4 heavenly kings, located on the upper slopes of Mount Meru. On its summit is the heaven of the 33 devas, Triyastrimsha, which is ruled by the Deva Chakra, also known as Indra. You might recognize him as a prominent Vedic god in the Rig Veda. There's also the heaven of the contented, or Tushta, where the future Buddha Maitreya is believed to live. And at the highest level of the realm of desire, you have the home to the malignant celestial king Mara. So yeah, there are a lot of devas, and we've only covered the entry-level heavens. In the middle realm, Rupadhatu, or the form realm, you start running into the big leagues, the Brahma gods. These devas have longer lifespans, bigger celestial bodies, and generally just more splendor. While the devas of the lower heavens might live for a few hundred or thousand years, the devas of the higher heavens live for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, years aren't even a useful unit of time when measuring the lifespan of these devas. They live for kalpas, or eons. The gods of the lower heavens eat food and have sex, while the gods of the upper realms don't eat and procreate simply by embracing, holding hands, or smiling at each other. In fact, in one heaven, they procreate with a single glance. So, watch your eye contact if you ever get reborn there. Things could get awkward. And don't get me started with the devas residing in the highest realm, the immaterial realm. Well, they don't even have bodies. Their existence is entirely mental. They've transcended the physical world entirely, living in such a refined state that it's impossible to even say where they exist. It's like trying to point to a thought or a dream. Where exactly is it? But even these devas at the highest pinnacle of immaterial existence, whose lives appear to be infinite, they cannot escape one fundamental truth of Buddhism. Everything is impermanent. No matter how long they live, no matter how splendid their bodies are, they don't possess a permanent essence. They will eventually die and be reborn. According to various sutras, there are 5 warning signs when a deva of the realm of desire is about to die. Their garland of flowers begins to fade, their clothes and palace become dusty, they begin to sweat, their body becomes opaque and loses its shine, and their throne becomes uncomfortable. Then, before they die, they witness their next rebirth. This alone is said to be absolutely excruciating. Imagine you're a deva, you're living in absolute splendor, and now you're witnessing your next lifetime that will almost certainly be dramatically worse. It's quite literally all downhill from here, down the slopes of Mount Meru. Of course, unless they can hear the teachings of the Buddha and attain nirvana. This is why the Buddha himself is often described as a teacher of gods and men. So yes, Buddhism definitely acknowledges the existence of countless gods. The question isn't whether they exist. From good scriptures, they do. The question is, can humans interact with these beings? And more importantly, can they assist us toward full liberation, which is, after all, the ultimate goal? This is where regional differences matter. From the Theravada perspective, the answer is not really. While gods do exist, they can't do much to save us. This is partly because the higher gods of the plane of formlessness are way beyond our reach, simply because these beings have no physical form or location. They're entirely composed of mind. Even the gods that occupy the 16 or so heavens of the form realm are also out of our league for the most part. Sure, the Buddha and a few of its most talented students are said to have contacted them, but for the rest of us mortals, not so much. But even if we could somehow contact these higher gods, they can't really help us toward awakening, since, as we've said, they're also trapped in the cycle of death and rebirth. In fact, the heavenly realms lack the proper conditions for awakening. But simply, life is too comfy there. These gods are said to be compassionate, but they're prone to delusion. For example, they might end up thinking that they are the eternal creator. For example, consider a story found in the Kavada Sutta, a text from the Pali Canon. In this text, the Buddha tells a story about a monk who ascends into the heavens, stopping at different heavens along the way and asking the devas living there to answer his question about the ultimate nature of reality. How and where did the elements fire, water, earth, and wind come to an end? First, he ascends to the realm of the four great kings, which, as we've seen, is a lower heavenly realm on the slopes of Mount Meru. And he asks the devas living there, "Friends, where do these four great elements cease without remainder?" They say, "We also don't know, but there are the gods of the 33 who are higher and more sublime than we. They should know." So the monk continues to ascend through higher and higher heavens, the realm of the 33 gods, and then the Tushta gods, and in each realm the gods just don't know and keep giving him the runaround, sending him higher and higher up the heavenly chain, until finally the monk encounters Brahma himself. But Brahma tries to dodge the question 3 times, each time bragging that he is the great Brahma, the conqueror, the all-seeing, the all-powerful, the creator. And when the monk insists on an answer, Brahma then takes him aside. These gods of the retinue of Brahma believe there is nothing that the great Brahma does not know. That is why I did not say in their presence that I too don't know where the four great elements cease without remainder. So he doesn't know everything, and he didn't want to admit it to save face in front of the other devas. The Buddha tells this story to illustrate the limitations of seeking answers from the devas. Even when a gifted monk consults even the supposed creator himself, they're generally unable to offer much help since their wisdom and insight are always inferior to the Buddha. So humans have little use for these gods, especially when it comes to awakening. This fits right in with the Buddha's teachings, that the ultimate goal of awakening can only be achieved through insight, wisdom, ethics, and self-cultivation through meditation. The emphasis is on one's thoughts, words, and actions determining the course of rebirth. That leaves us with the lower devas of the realm of desire. These devas are closer to us humans, and they might be open to helping us if people share some of their good karma with them. Examples of these gods include the aforementioned Shakra, the king of the Triastrimsha heaven, also Maitreya, who will someday be reborn as the next Buddha, and the also aforementioned 4 heavenly kings, the devas who preside over each of the 4 cardinal directions. Even though the Pali Canon does not endorse worshipping them, you can find shrines to these devas at Theravada temples, or just around town. For example, there are shrines to various devas around downtown Bangkok, where devotees make offerings, light incense, or pray, petitioning the deva for protection. In fact, Chakra is one of the most popular devas in Thailand. He's even on the flag of Bangkok and is the symbol of the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, a symbol of service who embodies the role and figure of the mayor of Bangkok. These devas are also sometimes invoked in Theravada ritual chants called parita, the practice of chanting short verses from a sutra for protection. This is a particularly popular practice among Theravada Buddhists at all sorts of events, including weddings, funerals, or house blessings. One chant reads, "May there be for me all blessings. May all the devas guard me well. By the power of all the Buddhas, ever in safety may I be." So devas may be called upon for protection, but notice the chant does immediately pivot to the Buddhas. Of course, the way these gods are venerated varies quite a bit depending on where you are in the Theravada world. Local deities and spirits get more attention in some countries compared to others. So while devas can be called upon for a little extra help, enlightenment is still something you've got to work on for yourself. Though this question of whether these devas truly exist might tell us more about our own assumptions of what counts as atheism in the first place. The scholar Rupert Gethin points out that in a lot of Buddhist texts, devas lend themselves to a psychological interpretation in which they represent different mental states. For example, in one set of teachings called the Vana Samyutta within the Samyutta Nikaya, there's a series of stories about devas visiting monks living in the forest, urging them not to be lazy. The devas represent positive mental qualities to keep the monks motivated in their meditation practice. In other texts, like the Mara Samyutta, Mara shows up to tempt monks, nuns, and even the Buddha himself. Mara personifies the 5 hindrances of Buddhism: sensory desire, ill will, sloth, worry, and doubt. Dr. Gethin argues that this is not about demythologizing Buddhism. In fact, these texts encourage the psychological interpretation of devas. The text called the Sutta Nipata describes the armies of Mara in psychological terms. Sensual desire is called your first army, discontent your second, your third is called hunger and thirst, your fourth craving, your fifth is called tiredness and sleepiness, your sixth, fear. The point is, within Buddhist texts, we often find figurative or psychologized interpretations of Buddhist cosmology. Descriptions of the god realms may be taken as literal descriptions of places and their literal inhabitants. Other texts will often say that all cosmology is really just the projection of human minds. So, many Buddhists throughout history have considered gods to be literal beings. Others, most likely the philosophical types, interpreted the existence of the gods and heavens in more figurative or psychological terms. And both can exist within the same tradition. The impulse to determine whether Buddhists either did or did not believe in devas reveals a framework rooted in debates within Christian Europe, where distinctions between atheism and theism are clear-cut categories. But such binary distinctions might not readily apply to Buddhism. As we turn to Mahayana Buddhism, this binary is further blurred, with Mahayana's emphasis on bodhisattvas, compassionate beings who've reached a high level of enlightenment but postponed their final liberation to help all sentient beings. Mahayana Buddhists view these bodhisattvas not merely as abstract role models, but as powerful celestial beings who can be called upon for assistance and guidance, and so devotional practices directed toward various bodhisattvas and Buddhas are an integral part of the Mahayana path. And these beings often appear godlike. For example, the Bodhisattva of Compassion, Avalokiteshvara, is one of the most widely revered figures across the Mahayana world, and is conceptualized as a cosmic being. One Mahayana sutra even claims that the Hindu gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva emanated from Avalokiteshvara, and images of him can be found in Buddhist temples throughout Asia. Other prominent bodhisattvas include Manjushri, who is associated with wisdom, and Kshitigarbha, who is believed to assist beings in the hell realms. Amitabha Buddha is another central figure, especially in Pure Land Buddhism. Amitabha Buddha resides in Sukhavati, one of several heavenly realms called a Pure Land, a place believed to exist outside of samsara where you can be reborn to pursue the bodhisattva path and achieve nirvana more easily. Followers believe that by reciting Amitabha's name with sincere faith, they can be reborn in Sukhavati, though these practices are seen as complementary rather than a replacement for individual efforts toward wisdom and compassion. In Mahayana Buddhism, the idea of skillful means, or upaya, is important for understanding the Buddha's teachings about devas. The idea is that the Buddha tailored his teachings to fit the audience he was speaking to, which, for the cultural context of ancient India, involved devas. So teachings and rituals regarding these beings are seen as practical methods to help people overcome their attachments and illusions. It's also important to consider Tibetan Buddhism. While technically part of the Mahayana branch, Tibetan Buddhism has developed its own unique cosmology and practices. In addition to the usual Mahayana caste of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, Tibetan Buddhism includes various beings such as wrathful deities and personal meditation deities called yidams. These fierce-looking beings are seen as powerful forces that can be harnessed for spiritual transformation. Devotion to particular teachers called lamas is also a key feature of Tibetan Buddhism. Lamas are often considered to be emanations of specific Buddhas or bodhisattvas. Tibetan cosmology also involves the tulku system. In this system, certain lamas are recognized as rebirths of previous masters. For example, the Dalai Lamas are believed to be emanations of Avalokiteshvara. While individual awakening is still the ultimate goal, Tibetan Buddhists actively engage with a rich pantheon of enlightened beings and spiritual powers as part of their path. So, if Buddhist cosmology is packed with gods, Buddhas, cosmic bodhisattvas, and other supernatural beings, then why is Buddhism so often seen as atheistic? This goes back to the second half of the 19th century and the colonial encounter between Europe and Asia. Back then, European and American scholars and enthusiasts reimagined the Buddha as a great reformer, whose religion required no dogma, no faith, no divinely inspired scriptures, no ritual, no worship of images, no God. But here's the thing, many of these scholars were working from a very limited selection of Buddhist texts, and with little to no direct experience with living Buddhist communities. They created a version of Buddhism that they deemed to be pure or original, while dismissing the local Buddhist traditions of 19th century Asia as inauthentic or corrupted. For example, the English anthropologist Thomas Huxley lamented that the original purity of the Buddha's teachings was sullied by an admixture of foreign superstitions. Another English scholar, Thomas Rhys Davids, wrote the Buddha has not escaped the fate that has befallen the founders of other religions, and is now under the mass of miraculous tales which have been handed down regarding him. By dismissing these local devotional practices and traditions, scholars like Huxley and Davids perceived Buddhism as a system which knows no God in the Western sense, to quote Huxley. In their eyes, this made Buddhism uniquely compatible with science, since both postulated that the universe is governed by natural laws. They positioned Buddhism as the opposite of what they found problematic about Christianity, a religion that requires divine intervention into history. Ironically, this new version of Buddhism, largely a product of European colonialism and European intellectual trends, was then exported back to Asia and adopted by several Asian Buddhist reformers. These reformers saw this reinterpretation of Buddhism as a way to defend and revive their religion in the face of the challenges posed by colonialism and Christian missionaries. They used the branding of Buddhism and science to push back against negative stereotypes that were being spread by Christian missionaries, stereotypes that Buddhism is primitive, superstitious, or idolatrous. By framing Buddhism as a rational, empirical, and scientifically minded tradition, these Asian reformers aimed to restore Buddhism's prestige and relevance in a world that was rapidly modernizing. This whole process of reinterpreting and reforming Buddhism is known as Buddhist modernism, and it had a huge impact on how Buddhism developed in the 20th century. It led to a new emphasis on meditation, made Buddhist practice more accessible to the laity, and the emergence of new forms of Buddhism that were adapted to Western audiences. One of the biggest names in this movement was Anagarika Dharmapala, a Sinhalese Buddhist reformist and member of the Theosophical Society. He promoted the Buddha as a scientist and Buddhism as a religion compatible with modern science, in contrast with the perception of Jesus as a miracle-working healer and Christianity as an unscientific or speculative religion. He also promoted Buddhist meditation as a science of the mind, as opposed to the so-called empty rituals of other religions. He declared, "The message of the Buddha that I have to bring to you is free from theology, priestcraft, rituals, ceremonies, dogmas, heavens, hells, and other theological shibboleths." His reforms focused on a few key elements: rejecting the authority of clergy, embracing individualism, adopting a rational and pragmatic approach to Buddhist teachings, throwing out the supernatural or magical aspects of Buddhism, and insisting that Buddhism is a philosophy rather than a religion. Now, scholars have noticed that Dharmapala's reform project made Buddhism sound a lot like Protestant Christianity infused with European Enlightenment values, promoting rationalism, individualism, anti-ritualism, anti-clericalism, with an emphasis on doctrine and scripture. In fact, this version of Buddhism is often called Protestant Buddhism. Throughout the 20th century, Buddhism became increasingly visible to American audiences, and a secular form of Buddhism started to emerge from the roots of Buddhist modernism. The Buddhist teacher and host of the Secular Buddhism podcast, Noah Rashida, defines secular Buddhism as a non-dogmatic way of understanding and practicing Buddhism. Secular Buddhism emphasizes a naturalistic interpretation of the Buddha's teachings, discarding or reinterpreting supernatural concepts like devas. The self-identified secular Buddhist, Stephen Batchelor, conceptualized this as Buddhism 2.0, and he's published extensively on the topic, with titles like Faith to Doubt, Buddhism Without Beliefs. Batchelor and other secular Buddhists argue that concepts like the law of karma, rebirth, and liberation from the cycle of samsara are not only irrelevant for modern practitioners, but that such beliefs actually undermine the true teachings of the Buddha. The atheist author Sam Harris argued something similar. Now, he doesn't identify as a secular Buddhist, but he embraces and has studied Buddhist-style meditation. He invites his readers to consider a famous saying from the Chan Buddhist monk Linji: "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." Sounds extreme, but the statement is often interpreted to mean that we need to let go of attachments and external authorities if they prohibit us from attaining awakening, even if that attachment is to a respected teacher or doctrine. Clinging to these things can actually hold us back. For secular Buddhists, killing the Buddha means dispensing with many elements of religious Buddhism. Harris writes, "In considering what Buddhism can offer the world in the 21st century, I propose that we take Lin Chi's admonishment rather seriously. As students of the Buddha, we should dispense with Buddhism." The author and journalist Robert Wright similarly popularized a westernized secular Buddhism in his book Why Buddhism is True, which synthesizes Buddhism with evolutionary psychology, claiming that Buddhist practices and teachings provide a practical way to alleviate the suffering rooted in our biology, psychology, and society at large. Secular Buddhists accept and even encourage practices like meditation, because these are seen as offering something meaningful and even therapeutic without the need for religious belief or teachings. And scholars over the years have studied this emphasis on meditation in westernized forms of Buddhism. A 2-year study conducted by a team led by the scholar Sarah Rahmani explored whether mindfulness meditation acts as a sort of secular religion for its practitioners, and they found that it often serves as a gateway to secular Buddhism. The study found that mindfulness practitioners often move toward 3 positions: atheistic Buddhism, agnostic Buddhism, or a more spiritual but not religious outlook. In their study, atheistic Buddhism refers to individuals who engage with Buddhist teachings in a naturalistic and pragmatic way, while rejecting supernatural elements like karma and rebirth. Agnostic Buddhism describes those who also follow Buddhist practices but remain uncertain or ambivalent about metaphysical beliefs. They also use mindfulness to navigate existential concerns like death. Those with a spiritual but not religious outlook often have negative views of traditional religion, but they report having transformative experiences during something like a meditation retreat, which lead them to believe in a higher realm or spiritual power, though they generally keep these beliefs private to maintain a secular appearance. Many participants in the study distanced themselves from traditional religion, but acknowledged how mindfulness helped them reconsider its value. often describing their practice as scientific spirituality. But even though many, if not most, secular Buddhists reject literal interpretations of supernatural concepts like devas or karma, they still often interpret them in figurative or psychological terms, like karma being the habituation to certain kinds of brain states. So, for example, actions motivated by hatred lead one to live in a hateful mind, and actions motivated by compassion lead one to live in a compassionate mind. And this is not new within Buddhism. As in the case of the gods, both literal and psychologized interpretations of doctrines like karma exist in pre-modern Buddhist texts as well. Now, some have criticized these ideas in secular Buddhism as arrogant or condescending, or recreating the Buddha in their own image by ignoring any textual or historical basis to the system. Others have questioned if we can even still call it Buddhism after discarding so many elements of Buddhism classically defined. But regardless, scholars of non-religion have started to study the movement over the past few years, examining its central claims and practices. As I talk about in my episode, What is Atheism?, non-religion is an unconventional term. It refers to anything that is defined by its contrast or difference from religion, rather than by specific beliefs or practices. In this sense, non-religion is more about what something is not than what it actually is. Secular Buddhism consciously distinguishes itself from religious forms of Buddhism, and so it could be seen as a form of non-religion, shaped by its deliberate departure from a more traditional religious identity. But this delineation between what is secular and what is religious is not a neutral distinction. For many, it's a value judgment. The distinction posits that secular Buddhism is a branch of Buddhism that is universal, individualistic, and not necessarily tied to any cultural context, though this is not really the case. What's actually happening is they've traded one cultural context for another, a mostly secular, mostly white, and mostly Western context that prioritizes a scientific spirituality. A scientific spirituality that can promote mental and physical health, as well as self-acceptance, self-knowledge, and self-development. So while Buddhism is often perceived as atheistic or non-theistic, this is clearly not the case for the vast majority of Buddhists throughout the vast majority of Buddhist history. If we're running with certain understandings of atheism. Atheism takes several forms. Some atheists are metaphysical naturalists, rejecting all supernatural phenomena, while others lack belief in God or gods, but still might hold to some sort of supernatural belief. In any case, canonical Buddhist texts and the lived experiences of Buddhists across the world demonstrate that Buddhism has a rich and complex cosmology populated by tons of gods and other supernatural beings. Though Buddhism does sometimes blur any strict binary we might try to impose between theism and atheism, the common perception of Buddhism as atheistic is largely a product of the 19th and 20th century encounter between Buddhism and Western modernity. The development of Buddhist modernism, and later secular Buddhism, sought to present Buddhism as a rational, scientific, and philosophically sophisticated tradition, compatible with the values and intellectual currents of the modern West. This modernist interpretation of Buddhism downplayed elements such as belief in the supernatural and devotional rituals, while emphasizing meditation and empirical investigation. These ideas have profoundly affected the popular understanding and practice of Buddhism today. However, it's crucial to recognize that these modernist and secularized forms of Buddhism represent just one facet of a much larger tradition. Buddhism is not a monolithic entity, but an array of beliefs, practices, and cultural expressions, most of which include some form of supernatural entities. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. Now, devas are not the only supernatural being in Buddhist cosmology. There are also beings called pretas, or more commonly known as hungry ghosts, who make up one of several categories of rebirth. They're pitiful beings with tiny mouths and bloated stomachs whose state of extreme starvation results from being stingy and immoral in their previous life. Today, Buddhists around the world engage with hungry ghosts in rituals like those conducted during the Ghost Festival in East Asian countries, when the ghosts emerge from the underworld to receive offerings of food from their relatives. If you'd like to learn more about pretas, we're offering an upcoming class called Who Are the Hungry Ghosts? It'll be taught by the scholar of Buddhism, Dr. Adina McNichol, who recently published an amazing book on pretas called Of Ancestors and Ghosts, How Preta Narratives Constructed Buddhist Cosmology and Shaped Buddhist Ethics. The class will be on November 4th at 1:30 p.m. U.S. East Coast time. Registration costs whatever you want, starting at $1. I'll also be recording the class and sending the recording out to everyone who registers. To sign up, head on over to religionforbreakfast.eventbrite.com. Thanks, everyone.
I don't think they're far, they were moving, so they might be starting to cut across. They were. I think they're more right here. So we'll let them go. A little bit ahead. Creep behind, be very quiet, don't want to ruin it for them.
Red belly black snake.
That's a dangerous one. It's a velvet.
Very good at it.
See this velvet. What's this type? When the season they're velveting.
So they like it's pretty much as soon as they drop their antlers and they start growing more, it's in velvet.
Okay.
And then it's like they start stripping their velvet out like a month before the rut.
Oh, okay. So that's a lot. So they only have it not velvet for a very short amount of time then.
Yeah. Well, while it's growing, like at first you'll just see these big knobs and they're in velvet, so it's just like a blood sac.
Okay. Yeah.
And then just slowly grows and all that. It's the fastest forming bone
You should have
in the
seen
world.
it at night time. It was just glowing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
The antler
yeah.
was just glowing.
So lots of blood flow through it. So when you're looking at it under thermal, you can see.
So it was my first deer and my second shot, my second bullet. So the first one was just practice. It wasn't at anything. And then the second shot, I got this guy.
So you were practicing and you only had one shot practice.
Only
Yeah.
one shot before I went and tried to shoot
okay.
him
So,
again.
so your
This
second
is
shot
actually-
ever shooting a rifle was that?
That's my second.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's not
Taught
bad.
her well?
Yeah. I originally told her like when we seen her, I'm like, you can't have it.
Yeah.
No, he didn't
Like,
want me to have
like,
it.
you gotta earn it.
Hopefully we see one like that out there. We'll see how we go. We've been actually planning this for a while. I wanted to take out my sister Melissa and Christian, her partner. We've been organising a hunting trip. Like they do. Well, Christian actually does a lot of hunting. They do a lot with the meat. We're going to explain it all. Like we'll run you through the whole thing. There's deer meats, all the different things you can do with the meat. Even the tallow that we're going to do stuff with the wild tallow, skincare type stuff. Nothing goes waste here on the farm. You guys know that. So Melissa, Christian, say hello.
Hi.
We're going to go get him a deer.
What's the plan? Is it going to be hard to find a deer? How's it go around here? Like?
Oh man, you know what it's like over here. They haven't, I haven't taken them out hunting yet, so they don't know sort of what it's like here. But I told them that probably, and I'll be very, very, very surprised if we don't see a deer to shoot. So we'll definitely see them. We'll get them a deer, and we'll have something to film for you guys 100%. Now I better not. Hey, if I get this wrong, it's gonna bite me in the ass, that one. But that's how confident I am. We're gonna get one. All right. So I don't know. We're still on my driveway. Literally.
Hang on.
We just walked from there to here, and we already spotted some. I literally didn't see them. Like when I told you, like I guarantee you will get some. I knew it gets easy, but some, that was even easier than I expected. But there you go. We'll find a route to get there, and we'll have a shot.
We'll sneak up to the fence and have a look, yeah?
Okay, yeah. So what we'll do, we'll get pretty close to it. My sister, she's like an animal lover, so we don't want to injure the animal. We want to make sure we get like nothing along the way, so I'll explain it.
Nature takes what's all.
I will follow this, this valley line of tree line. You can actually get pretty close to the bottom of the hill. You probably won't see at the bottom of the hill, so we pull up and we actually end up very close to it. And what we'll do, we'll maybe stay a little bit back. We'll get the GoPro, they reckon with the GoPro, so you don't miss out on their front. We'll get back and then we'll film them get up close and take their shot. Let's go see if that's a plan. Let's see if that works. I just think like, you know, they're sort of cluttered, and again, she doesn't want to shoot unless it's perfectly signed on. Shooting guts, they might run off, get injured, and eventually die and get wasted. We don't want to waste nothing. So we want to make sure it's a nice, perfect side-on shot. They said that a lot of times they turned and, you know, they would have injured other ones or injured when they were shooting that, so they were trying to find the perfect shot, which is how we want. We can be selective here. You don't have to get much straight away. We put it on every single scene. So they didn't have an exact shot they wanted. So we'll go have a look over this hill.
Bathing in the sun next to a dam, pretty typical.
Red-bellied black snake. Nice dangerous one.
These are arts of black.
You see the back of it there. The red. Quarter. Yep. See him? See the head. I want it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't even have to get him. We're dropped. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's rolling down the hill. Oh, no.
This is the riskiest video I have ever made in the history of being an MMA YouTuber, and I've made some risky ones. So before I even get into describing what is about to go down in today's video, I just need to let everyone know and make sure everyone's aware that if you are easily offended, just leave, okay? We're gonna be saying some uncomfortable truths in today's video. It's gonna last a long time. I'm gonna get very detailed. Okay? Because in today's video, we are doing the UFC race tier list, okay? Very risky business. Very risky business. But it's you know, it's a topic of discussion. This is out there. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, dude. Okay? Different sectors of the fan base are rooting for different people, and it's just let's stop hiding this reality and just accept, you know, there's some team in the fan base of this sport, okay? There's some real teams, and that's okay. And I'm gonna hope to sort of expand upon that in today's video, and hopefully we can come together by the end and agree with what I'm about to say about certain groups of people. Very risky stuff. So there's going to be layers to this, okay? We're going to eventually get to a tier list. That's the end game, okay? And maybe I'll update it as I go through the video. We're going to go through topic to topic. But I'm looking at a world map here, and there's a lot of countries that just aren't in the game, okay? They aren't playing the game. There's only a certain few types, and this isn't really a country game, if we're being honest. Okay, just another real blanket statement. When I say English, you know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real here, okay, guys? I'm just keeping it real. But to be fair, when I say American, I guess I'm going to have to mean the Native American, okay? This is team, okay? We're talking team here in today's video. So I've got the initial layout here, and we're going to go through some things. It's an interactive map. I can click on things, and I can start sort of like going through some things, letting you guys know we've got 3 classes to begin with, and then we're going to get into the leftovers, and we're going to move on to another part of this video, where I'm going to just give some breakdowns. You know what I'm saying? We've got the different groups. Hidden behind these blocks and shapes is analysis. You know? Listen, it's analysis. And it's very brutally honest analysis, and there are some positives and negatives. And we're going to go through some groups like the YN Alliance. Okay? Keeping it very vague here. You all know who I'm talking about when I mention the YN Alliance. We've also got the Boys in there. Okay? We're going through a lot of the main groups in the MMA Steam right now, okay? Because it's only really about 6 or 7 of them, okay? There really is only about that many groups in this game. A couple niche outliers here and there. So we got the Boys in there, okay? As you can see. And we've got analysis. We've got how they should fight based on who they are. And how to defeat them as well. How to defeat them. Now, I'm not telling you guys to take this advice into your everyday life. When you're in that MMA cage, you should have to be safe. Okay? And it could be the win or lose, in all honesty. We got the Chicanios, man. Eh? With Abner, we got a whole bunch of different groups. The Cousin Mountains and the Uso Blobs. Half the Uso Blobs, dude. They fly under the radar, but they're in the mix. Oh, I've dropped something. Carried by Max Holloway, if we're being very honest. We've got the Neymar type people, we've got the Itchy Slabs, because I've actually separated like not anyone's just allowed into this club, and I mean the boys in close, sorry. I've had to have some separation between the boys, because otherwise it would kind of be unfair. So we've gone into different code, I don't want to say sub anything in this video. We got TKC and friends. And then by the end of it, we're going to have a pretty well thought out tier list. But we started here with 12, okay? And what we're looking at here is there's a certain group that's doomed forever. Again, if you're easily offended, it's time to look away. And I think there are certain groups on Earth that are just kind of doomed. If I see you in an MMA cage, we're fading the bet. It's not happening. If you're a favorite, we're taking the underdog. If you're an underdog, the favorite's a lot. Okay? And we got different groups. Now, there's certain parts of the world where dreams aren't allowed. Not allowed to have dreams. Okay? North Korea. By proxy, it's just like we're not going to see a North Korean MMA fight. I just don't think that day can come. And let's be safe. I don't know what's going on over there, but it's all good. But then we've got other parts of the world where they're just kind of doomed. Okay? And there's a bit of a, every time they walk out to a fight, or every time you see them in an MMA cage, you kind of wince in, and you're worried, and you feel like you know what's about to happen, and then sure enough, they're slimed out cold right there. Okay? India falls into this department. Listen, I've got a big Indian fan base. There's loads of them. Now, I didn't mean to say that like it was a threat. Okay? But there's so many of them. Okay? But either way, in an MMA cage, in combat sports in general, but we're going to keep it to MMA, because otherwise we could go, otherwise Thailand. What about Muay Thai? It's just too much to discuss. We're going to keep it based on UFC performance and MMA. Okay? We've got India. Doomed. It's tough. It's a tough reality. But unless things rapidly change, and this comes into it as well, there's billions of them. No combat sports success. Unfortunate, unlucky, and it's also in a similar region here. You know, maybe the North Koreans are dogs, and they just don't know it yet. Okay? I can explain why they're so terrified of South Koreans. The Japanese, they were dogs. But either way, maybe they got that dog. Maybe they're tough guys, and we just don't know it. But they're going to be out of the game for that reason. And we've also got, other parts. I don't even know these places, but just the general gist, I don't think we're going to see any combat sports success from this area. It's unfortunate. We're getting slammed out. It's just unlucky. Egypt, history merchants, living in the past, let's be honest. Cool, pyramids. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, guys. isn't it a bit hot? Let's get back to Europe. You know, I'm just keeping it real. And we got Ethiopia and Somalia. It's tough, okay? It's gonna be real tough. It's just that head is hard to miss. I'm sorry, it just is really tough. We don't see much combat sports success. And this might be the more offensive part of the map segment
This is all
of
we have,
today's
as
video,
expected.
because I'm already just barely dodging landmines here. But this is the part where doesn't exist. And I haven't heard about anyone from Madagascar. I'm not convinced it exists. And maybe that's ignorant of me, and listen, I know that there's sort of an island somewhere. But if not for the film Madagascar, you know? And that goes the same for Uruguay and Paraguay. And these places, we're making stuff up. We're just making stuff up. Mexico, in terms of when we get to the Chicanos, or maybe we'll get to them soon, when we get to the Chicanos, they're very Mexico heavy, okay? Very Mexico heavy. What's the rest of these guys doing down here? They're not really in the game. And then we've got the rest of them that are sort of potential that are in the game, and that's sort of this region here, but we don't really see too many fighters from this area, to be honest with you. Most of the fighters out of Africa we typically see in this area down here. Top right of the screen, off to that side, you know what I'm saying? And then we've kind of got this region around here where we don't really see many fighters, but I think if the infrastructure was there, they would be very capable in the game of MMA, okay? They would be. And we've also got, you know, Israel is, in my opinion, in the category. It's kind of a small spot. It must have no influence because of how small of a place it is. But they're just in the doomed category as well. We don't see any combat sports success, zero combat sports success whatsoever from that region. But I'm just going to start filling up stuff. You know, I think Kazakhstan's on the rise, but we don't really see them in the sport yet. And, you know, some other parts of here, we see some Moroccan fighters here and there. But, again, these spots, we just don't really see anything. But I think the potential is there, so I'm marking them as green. Chile, little bit of a Pedro Pascal merchant, if we're being honest. If not for Pedro Pascal, who cares? Not really got anything going on around these regions of the world. Ecuador's got some Morales, Marlon Vera. There's some hope there. But really the game is being played, if we're being very honest with ourselves here. If you look at the map right now, really the game is being played. I guess I should undo Myanmar. But really the game is being played by the countries that haven't already been filled in here, okay? And that's going to lead us to the next segment of today's video, all right? Which is the breakdown segment of the rest. I think I've very quickly, with just a few clicks at the start of this video, limited this tier list down to the best of the best. The ones that are doing the best in MMA, the ones that are doing the best in combat sports when it comes to MMA, so not combat sports. Or it will get tricky. Then we're talking, what about Muay Thai and what about this? And in ONE FC kickboxing, you know, we're not playing these games. We're talking MMA, we're talking UFC. And we just don't see anything from these regions that I've already marked out. Okay? So we're going to get into the breakdown section. And I'm going to just rip the Band-Aid off. Okay? I'm ripping the Band-Aid off. We're going straight in with the YN Alliance, okay? And this is where we're going to get in. This is where I'm just... This is where there's danger. I don't mean anything by that, by the way, okay? This is where things is dangerous, you know, feelings could get hurt. But I'm going to be quite complimentary here, okay? And we're going to go through all the groups that are left in the game, all right? And we're going to see where they mark up and where they stat up against each other and how they compare and what to do against them and how they typically fight and all of this. So we're going to start with the YN Alliance. As you can see, I've got the Cameroon and the Nigerian flag. But what I'm really talking about is Western Africa. Western Sub-Saharan Africa is really what we're discussing here, because that seems to be the hub of which, you know, has the successful fighters out of Africa, to be honest with you, other than South Africa, because let's not forget, Dricus du Plessis is the best African fighter on the planet right now. Let's not forget, okay? Very uncomfortable truth, but let's just say, in my honest opinion, Dricus du Plessis is not a part of the YN Alliance for the purposes of this video, okay? I know that politically it is, and moving country is, and that's a different game. We're not talking about that. We're talking about 1,000 years ago. Who were you? Okay? And that's what I'm judging. So we're going to get into the analysis of the YN Alliance. I'm going to say some things. Okay? And then we're going to put them somewhere on the tier list. Should be, there's some goats. There is. We're going to do this on the current sport. I'm sweating so badly right now. Not because of how stressed I am for what I'm about to unveil when it comes to analysis. But because it's boiling hot in the UK. But, you know, they fell off. And that's okay. No champs. It's all good, though. You know? The sport has ebbs and flows. Yin and yang, you know, you're up one era, you're down the next. No champions. It is what it is, but that does not count out. These guys are in the game, okay? And boy, are they in the game. So we start off with the analysis here. World's fastest. There's no denying it. We've seen enough of the Olympics. These guys are fast, okay? Now, some might say, if you're known for being crazy fast, it hasn't been running away a lot, okay? Now, I'm just going to give a compliment. Actually, just going to give a compliment. They're crazy fast. A to B, off the mark. Watch out, okay? They're quick, and they're going to be a couple paces ahead of you, okay? That's just the reality of the game. That's just the reality of the game, and it's a compliment, so no one's going to have a problem with it, okay? The ones you might have a problem with are going to be coming later on in the analysis section, but they're very fast. Watch out, okay? Early on in UFC fights, in the first minute, I know fighters, when they're going out there against a member of the YN Alliance, they're thinking to themselves, oh, please don't get slimed out in the first minute, which comes into our next bit. 1 minute KO ability, dude. I know it. When you're a fighter out there, even when you're a fighter from another region of the world, or you're another type of fighter, to say the least, I know for a fact, even if you're a heavy favorite, and you're the prospect, if one of the YN Alliance is an underdog, that first minute is a treacherous time in the fight to navigate, okay? I'm thinking Terrence McKinney. I'm thinking just Ngannou, you know? If we make it out that first minute, we're in the clear. A little bit. Okay, second minute's still dangerous. First round's quite dangerous, to be honest with you. But when it comes to getting that first round, second minute, slime out immediate, the other guy just wasn't, he just didn't know what hit him. This seems to be the YN Alliance's piece de resistance, okay? This is their game. You're in their world, friend. In the first 2 minutes of fights, you're in their world, okay? We get into more analysis. All arms and legs, okay? Long arms, okay? Long reach, catch you on the... I was weaving out the way of a couple white guys in sparring. I was doing fine. Oh, you've been clipped by a member of the YN Alliance. And you've been slimed out. You've been put on a shirt live on pay-per-view. It's a different game sometimes, dude. 6'2", 18-inch reach. You never sparred shit like this. Whoa. Hang on a second. The guy who was sparring had a 72-inch reach. These guys have the longest arms in the game. It can lead to some power. It can lead to a lot of clip you when you thought you were out of range type danger. Okay? And that's another thing that they're quite good at. Hit you when you're out of range. You didn't see it coming. You thought you were safe. Boom. Matt Fravola's out cold. Okay? That's just how it is. Okay? Shit happens. You get caught, you get clipped. And they're all arms and legs. They are. They're all arms and legs. Now, when this is called the Ape Index, that's all I'm going to say, okay? When it comes to reach versus height, it's called the Ape Index. We're going to move swiftly on to the next part of this analysis here and make no further comments on that, but that's just what it's called, but I had to disguise it by saying all runs instead of saying king with something. You know, this is very risky topic. We don't like covering risky topics here on the channel. But all arms and legs can lead to some problems. You've got no torso. You know? Mexicans all torso, and we're going to get to them soon. Don't you worry about it. They're not going to be safe from some of my analysis. You got no torso. A lot of them, you know? Skinny waist, not much torso. That's not a lot of back muscle. So yeah, you got the arms and legs, and you're picking at range. Low kicking at distance, Adesanya. We see you, okay? Ha ha ha! Making us sit through that for 25 minutes live on pay-per-view. They can't reach me. I'm low kicking them at range. It's fun, okay? And it's very tricky to deal with. But what happens when you get on the body lock of Israel Adesanya? Mr. No Torso, all limbs Adesanya. All of a sudden you're on the body lock. All of a sudden, you've got him in half guard on the ground. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of strength that comes from the torso of the body. Hips are a big deal when it comes to takedown defense. They just are. So are arms. But if you approach it a certain way, which we may get to in a second, there's ways to navigate this. Okay? There's ways to adjust and navigate this. Scrawny arms and legs. Now, some of the analysis is just taking shots, and it's going to be apparent throughout the entire video on everyone. Okay? But the forearm, the longer the arms, the longer the legs, you're going to have that crazy mass. Black guy's legs. They're quite slim. You see it in the NBA. Very, high muscle insertions on the calf, very skinny calf. A couple low kicks could do you some favors in a fight against one of the one. Right. It's a big part of it, dude. Big part of it. They got that pride. They go, I know for a fact if they're out there and the white guy's beating them up, it's tough. It's tough, dude. That's going to play in your brain a little bit, but it comes into confidence. A lot of them are very confident. They're going to go out there. They're going to destroy it. Arnold Allen's nervous backstage. Sean Strickland's nervous thinking he's about to lose backstage. I'm sure that goes for a lot of people when it comes to ultimate confidence. Crafty smirks at the weigh-ins, thinking everything's going to be sweet. We're dancing on the walkout, Malcolm Wellmaker. Who's this Ethan Ewing guy? Just another victim of my first round KO there. That's a lot of confidence that comes from it, and that's a big part of their game as well. The ultimate confidence, the mindset, that can help you in fights. We see a lot of fighters that get out there, they're great in the gym, and when they get in front of the bright lights and the stage, it's just sort of gets a bit much for them. They're not performing the way they want to. They're slimed out in the first minute. And that happens. But then also pride can need to be emotional. Okay? The counterpart of things.
Here we are.
There's like a... I'm not saying that this is only applicable to them. But I feel like it does more than some of the others on this list when it comes to, oh my god, I'm losing to an Asian guy. Okay? It can lead to some like real self-doubt and some real emotional feelings in the cage of when Adesanya's out there and he's put it all on the line against Dricus du Plessis with a lot of the stuff that he was saying in the build-up. Oh my god, the real African. You know what I mean? Oh my god, Dricus du Plessis is beating me after everything I said. It does lead to a bit of a house of cards. It all comes crumbling down. And maybe that comes into play when we're talking about, the first minute slime out ability, the second minute, and then come round 2 and 3. Despite some outliers, listen, Demetrius Johnson, Anderson Silva, you know what I'm saying? John Jones, there's outliers in everyone. Volkanovski is not the same as Matt fucking Pravola, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about as a general thing, the majority of fights that we see. You make it out of that first round, we're laughing. Okay, now the game begins. You're in our world, friend, visible damage exploit. This needs to be talked about. This is why Jared Cannonier beat Sean Strickland by decision. Let me clear my nostrils. The visible damage exploit. Visible damage rule. Bruising, swelling, blood. That shit shows up more on white people, dude. It does. It really does. I mean, when you get hit in the face, you get a black eye. All right? That's just what it is. You get hit in the face, you get a black eye. You hit a member of the Hawaiian Alliance in the face, they get an eye. And it's just like the judges... This is a real thing, by the way, in terms... And I'm saying this because we're covering all bases here. We're saying the good, we're saying the bad, we're saying the intricate things in between. There's a visible damage exploit to be taken advantage of here. The visible damage rule is kind of in favor of them. So that's a good thing for them. That's actually a good advantage to have. Damage shows up a little bit less. All right? Somebody kicks a ginger guy in the ribs, his whole fucking torso is bright red. Visible damage. Or they kick a ginger guy in the calf. Corey Sandhagen's calf. After a couple low kicks, bright red. Joe Rogan's losing his fucking mind. The commentary's they're going crazy. It's swaying the audience a little bit. The judges are going, oh my god, that calf looks horrible.
Wind blows.
Reason just shut up too much. That's a good advantage to have.
Abomination!
Street Merchant Aura. Okay. I made this one a couple days ago and I forgot about some of these. Street Merchant Aura. We've all got Twitter, okay? We see the slime outs. We've all got Twitter. We see the slime outs out of nowhere. Two people are having a misunderstanding. One of them's out cold, and we know who it is most of the time on Twitter, okay? And this is Aura. Because when you're going into a fight member of the YN Alliance, you're like, oh shit, the immediate slime out. If you're going in there against the Mexican guy, you're thinking, oh, don't take me into the later rounds. Oh god, if this goes into round 4 or 5, I could be in some real trouble here against his volume. You know? It's just the reality. But when you're going in there against members of the YN Alliance, there's that Street Merchant Aura. Where you're seeing the clips, your school fights. They go first, and they go fast. Okay? And it can be over in a flash. Okay? But in the cage, it's a different game. Some would say it's a fairer game. Okay? But either way, the Street Merchant Aura is true, okay? I know for a fact if you're not a member of the YN Alliance, or even if you are, you're going in against one of them. Okay, first minute, I best fucking watch myself. First 2 minutes of the fight, I'm in some real danger here, okay? Let me see a few exchanges first. Then I'll start letting go of the routines. We're not throwing combinations immediately to start the fight. Rushing in with our chin up in the air. We might do against a member who isn't in the YN Alliance, you know? Okay, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? It's a debuff. The stories of fights, we see it's the father and the son who's got him into martial arts at a young age. He took him to the wrestling match. Took him to the wrestling match. Look, he's got like that's just more of a, you know. This is okay. I bet you if I bet you John Jones got caught one. John Jones is so white, he's gay. Okay, that's how it is. Demetrius Johnson talks about this a lot when he was getting into martial arts and certain things that he was into at a young age. Oh, you're white. You're being white, you know? Aljamain Sterling talks about this a lot. I'm looking at 3 champions right there. Marty Usman, hello? He changed his whole name to blend into that scene. Okay? It's just different scenes. And it takes that sort of, that takes you down to the wrestling. 3 years old, he's really got a plan for you. And that just is a less likely reality in the YN Alliance. There's a real problem that we need to sort out. Okay, and that's the point. Nose build buff. Okay, a compliment. Thank God. A compliment. Nose build buff. Their noses don't break as easy. I did a bit of boxing when I was younger. I didn't. But I've been around gyms. I did a bit of Muay Thai. There you go. Did a bit of Muay Thai. I've heard stories in the boxing gym. White guy's nose. That's gonna get broken. That's gonna get broken. Black guy's nose. Harder to break. It's not got that big, long, sharp... I mean, P. Diddy as an example maybe wasn't the best, but he's more a Somalian type of... Either way, I shouldn't really put him in the mix, but look at LeBron James. That's not just some long bone down the middle. It's protruding. The side profile's not as crazy. When it comes to things that can be knocked in and shattered and broken. There's a nose build buff. There is. Nobody wants to talk about it, but that's what we do here on the Ever Hero channel. There's a nose build buff. Rogan Glaze advantage. Very real thing. Joe Rogan. I'm sweating an insane amount. Very real thing, Joe Rogan. Rogan loves you. Okay, the YN Alliance. He really, really loves you guys. loves you. He'll make up excuses for you on commentary. If you haven't thrown a right hand in 30 seconds, or if you haven't found a KO within the first round, something's broken. Rogan figures out something's broken. Usman's broken his right hand. Then Usman slams out Covington in round 1. Oh, I guess Usman didn't break it. Usman's having a real problem on that foot. There's something up with Adesanya. Look at those feints from Adesanya against Jan Blachowicz. The Rogan plays advantage on commentary is insane. Rogan loves you guys. Some say in a weird way. That might be a future video, okay, on the channel. But the Rogan Glaze advantage of the Wine Alliance. At one point in time, Rogan was listing out the future dangerous prospects of the sport. And I think he mentioned something like some of the fighting nerds. I think he was talking about like Ilya Topuria. Look at Ilya Topuria right now and what he's doing. Look at Alex Pereira and what he's doing. And look at Ryan Spann. Just chucked in Ryan Spann in there. Rogan loves you. Some say in a weird way. We'll leave that up for discussion. Yeah. That's what it is. Rogan Glaze advantage on commentary is a very real thing. Low-key cheap for real. Okay, I'll just keep you real. Wrong now. Low-key kind of cheap. You gotta talk. I should have done a different group first. Because every one of them is quite critical. Should have done a different group first. Realizing that now.
A druid knows to travel light.
Low-key chinny for real. We gotta talk about it. Okay? And it's just, John Jones has a great chin. That's one. And Ganu's got a great chin. Some of the heavier guys have got good chins. But I just see a lot of jelly. I see a lot of jelly legging. Okay? I see a lot of it. And it's very important to note as well, guys, when we get slimed out, we're getting hit by you lot. Okay? But when you get slimed out, you're getting hit by us. We get slimed out for. But the slime out happens nevertheless. Okay? I just very rarely hear like, oh my god, the chin on this guy. You know? When it comes to a member of the Wide Alliance. That seems to be reserved for Marvin Vittori. Okay? We're going to get to the Chicano in a second. Okay? Because that's a huge part of the game. But it just hardly seems to be the thing to talk about. You know? Although some of them have great chins. Guys, everyone at the top of the sport has great chins. When it comes to the unranked area, you guys don't take the whooping too good, okay? Just keeping it real. Jelly leg. If I think of someone going jelly leg in MMA right now and doing chicken dance, Kevin Lee springs to mind. Jellying all over the place. Some of you got Oliver, Danny Roberts, Leon Edwards, Lerone. You know, it's just that is Lerone jelly leg merchant? Maybe not Lerone, but there's just a lot of jelly legging going on. Jimmy Manoa used to be a victim of the jelly leg syndrome, where a shot that shouldn't really have KO'd him, all of a sudden had him going all over the place like a squat character. It happens. Very real thing. Okay? No key chin for real. It's hard to get to that chin. Once it happens, it can be tough. Walkout merchants, this was just to fill up the screen. Malcolm Wellmaker is a big example of this. Sometimes you can be too confident in the moment, you know? You can be too confident, too switched on. I'm dripping with sweat. Too confident, too switched on. I'm gonna, you know, just going out there like there ain't no problem. Like there ain't no dangerous moment. Because the win's already happened. Sometimes it's good to walk out with those nerves. Okay? Even when it comes to like Pereira sometimes, when he's walking out, I feel like I'm not feeling the aura. You know? I always mention saying that before some of the Yuri fights. I see the nerves, and when you can see nerves, normally they're going to be a little bit better off, unless they're completely petrified, like how there was against Conor McGregor. Sometimes you need to have those nerves. Keeps you switched on early, and if you diminish it too much and are embracing the moment and living for the walkout, like Adesanya does, the performances can backfire. How to fight, okay? Now, this is the game plan for Wine Alliance. How they go about doing things in the cage based on start crazy fast. Okay? You gotta start crazy fast. This is the advantage. You go out there, you blitz a nervous someone else. Okay? Straight to work. McKinney has made a career out of this. Now he's either slimed out or he's slimed out someone. But typically when McKinney slimes out someone, it's in the first minute, and when they slime him out, if they're not able to get rid of it, it's after they survive the slime. Okay? Start crazy fast. You get on him immediately, and you start throwing. Speed. Speed kills. They don't know what's... Kyle Nelson don't know what's fucking hitting with his little moustache. I was hoping to get going in round 2. And they're dead. Live on pay-per-view. Okay? Distance striking. We're using them limbs. Okay? Don't go full... Never go full Randy Brown. But mix it up a little bit, you know? We're low kicking at range. We're going for the calf. We're jabbing and moving. We're keeping our distance. This is why they're pretty good at boxing, these lot. At least in the babyweight divisions these days. Distance striking until the KO presents. We saw this Paulo Costa Israel Adesanya, a perfect example. Adesanya's chopping him up at range. Paulo can't even get a glove on him. And then eventually, the opponent's going to be like, oh, well, I guess I've got to rush in. They're off. Lanky arm, 80-inch reach, swings around the corner, catches them on the chin. As they come in, blitzing forward, and boom. They're out cold in the first round. Disaster has struck. Threaten chokes. Got long arms. Chuck a guillotine. Now, this is actually a bit of a problem because guillotines are kind of out of meta. People have learned how to deal with the guillotines. Okay? They've learned how to deal with the dash chokes and the anaconda chokes and all of these types of chokes. And the front chokes are quite crafty, to be honest with you. A lot of guys are getting caught with them. But the guillotines have kind of gone out of fashion. But with long arms, you can get a standing high elbow guillotine. You can catch him from different angles. Good for... I mean, Chandler's never going to get a fucking dash choke in his life with his little T-Rex arm. Okay? Let's just call it what it is. Jalen Turner, if you're shooting in on a takedown, he's always got a chance latching up that neck, getting the arm around it, and cranking a guillotine. And then we're going to go into how to defeat. Now use this whatever way you want to use this. You're walking alone at night. No, I'm joking. We're keeping it in the MMA cage. Watch out early. You're sweating in the locker room. Never throw hands in the first 30 seconds. You are not going to KO this guy in 30 seconds. You do not trade early in the fight. We're not going for extended exchanges in the opening moment. We're distance checking. Paddy Pimblett against Bobby Green. We're keeping our range. We're low kicking. We're dodging up in the air. We're low kicking Bobby Green. We're waiting for him to make a mistake. Okay? So you got to watch out early a little bit. Grant Dawson. You could learn from this. I should be an MMA coach using this fundamental piece of information I'm going to dish out in today's video. Watch out early. Grant fucking Dawson. 3-minute crafty grin. Now this is give or take. You can do this if you want. You don't have to. But the 3-minute crafty grin is going to tap into this. Okay? The emotional pride. Couple minutes in, give him a Reina Dorita. One of them. Gilbert Burns did this to Hamzat Chimaev. But after 3 minutes, they've gone for a slime out, and you're still standing. Okay? Give him that Dober smirk. You're in my world, friend. We're about to go into round 2. You know? And all that fastness and that sudden switch off ability. Now we're in a different game. Now it's about grinding out. Now it's about pushing you up against the cage, ripping the body a little bit. Uh-oh, Nate Landwehr's coming on strong. This is the game, okay? David Onama. This is the type, we see these types of stereos. I don't even need to say it that way. We see these stereotypes play out time and time again in the cage. And sometimes it does just come down to who you are, okay? And how it'll always be. High volume. Mix them up. Nate Landwehr shit, okay? We're going to the body. We're landing volume against the cage. They didn't slam you out with the first shot. They ain't going to have the same amount of power in that second one as you're coming in. You got to stay on them. Put them against the cage. Rip the body. Land to the head. We're moving. We're comboing up. And sure enough, you're going to be in the clear. Attack the legs. Gabriel Bonfirm did it against Randy Brown. Chew up that calf. Chop it up. Slam the calf kick. Don't let him have that leg kick game. You got to play that game with him. Jan Blachowicz did this very well against Israel Adesanya. Alex Pereira went to the legs against Israel Adesanya big time and shut down that game. You can't let him do it, okay? Tall man grappling. Moicano did this against Jalen Turner. We're in on the hips. We're not trying to shoot double legs and single legs. We're in on the hips. We're spinning. We're dragging. We're getting them down. Far side wrist control. Because they're going to try and post on them long arms. Okay? Far side wrist control. Dagestani handcuff. We're going into mount. We're going into side control. Not side control. We're going into half guard. We're going into mount. These are the games we're playing. Okay? That's tall man grappling right there. And now we're going to move on to another group. Okay? Let's move all of it out of the way just so you can get a full glimpse of what we've gone through. Now we're going to move on to another group. Thank God. 38 minutes. Okay. The Boys and Co. Okay? The Boys. You know the Boys. We're a real niche group. But we span across a few countries for reasons I'm not going to delve into because it makes us look bad. Okay? But the game was the game a couple thousand years ago, or a couple hundred years ago. So we're all over the place. But for this video, we are one. Okay? Let's get into the analysis here. Paddy Pimblett, Sean Strickland are the representatives. Paddy Pimblett's fucking face. World's Strongest. Hey! We two can play this game. You have this repertoire. We're some strong cunts. That's the truth. Grip strength is another game that we're going to get into soon when it comes to the Caucasus. The Caucasus fighters. World's Strongest. We got some big, strong moves. Chandler standing up in round 5 with Oliveira on his back. You know? We got some real tarred, weird strength. Let's just get into it like that. Weird strength. Pretty strong cunts we are. We got gingers. We're going to get into... Gingers are stronger than regular people. That's the truth. A lot of people don't like to admit it, but I'm going to get into gingers soon. Pause. Well, any female viewers, but there's none. World's Strongest. We're some strong guys. We're going to hoist you up. Take you down. Big, strong moves. Not the fastest, but still quite fast. Okay? Second place ain't fucking last. Alright? There's a lot that we're still faster than. So we're still quite fast. Okay? Well-rounded, well-rounded DNA base. This is what I was talking about. Not the fastest, but still quite fast. We're not the most durable, but we're still quite durable. We're not got the highest IQ, but we're still pretty good in that department. You know what I'm saying? There's not really a thing where they're crazy slow. They're crazy weak. They're crazy frail and not durable. When it comes to our fighters in the game. So it's sort of a well-rounded game. We're not really specced in any area. We're not really the best in any certain departments. But we're kind of good all round. Okay? We're kind of the all-rounder of the game. Like Mario, if you're playing like one of them old games. You know what I'm saying? Not to say anyone's Donkey Kong, but we're kind of like Mario. We're the all-rounder, Luigi and Mario. We're kind of just a bit of speed, a bit of acceleration, a bit of this, bit of control, you know? In the old Mario Kart games. Main character syndrome. This is a big deal amongst the boys. Okay? And it can lead them into some real danger. It can put them in real trouble, friend. Main character syndrome. We're speaking in English. We're up there at the press conference. The hype is on us. Okay? Let's stop saying us. The hype is on them. Because I'm unbiased here. The hype is on them. Everybody's calling them a hype train. We've seen this all before. The whole industry hates them and wants to see them lose. This can lead to a main character syndrome, okay? We start speaking things. We're talking crazy. We're talking crazy, okay? Even if we're going to be the 600 underdog, the plus 600 underdog, we're making people believe otherwise. That's the game, okay? It's main character syndrome. It can lead you into trouble. It can get you jumped up the rankings too fast and all of a sudden you're slammed down. It can be a shock when you do get hurt in a fight as well. This wasn't supposed to be this way. I'm supposed to be the main character of this story. Okay? And all of a sudden, Prates is chewing up your legs, or Nakashev's holding you down, JDM. The main character syndrome can come crumbling down, and when it happens in front of the live audience, it can be a devastating loss. Okay? Plot armor. Drickus du fucking Plessis. Paddy Pimblett. Goofy fucking goobers. These guys are goofy. Why are they there? The technique is crazy. The technique just doesn't make any sense. How is this guy fighting for a world title? Sean Strickland. How's he doing all of this with a jab and a teep? It's fucking plot armor. That's just the game we play. Okay? Everyone's got their own thing. And you just, eventually the MMA fans, after a few defenses, if we get there, all of a sudden just have to be like, you know what? I don't understand how this is working. But man, I gotta respect that it works. Strickland's the guy to beat Chimaev with his jab and his teep. Of everyone. You know? Just jabbing on the back foot range. Dricus du Plessis is just getting down Adesanya in round 4 and subbing him. Finishing Whitaker in the first place. He's the only guy that can figure out Sean Strickland's game with his... I mean, talk about plot armor. Dricus du Plessis by falling piano. Dricus du Plessis by painting a hole in the side of the octagon and his opponent runs through it. You know? Dricus du Plessis by blowing into his thumb and expanding his hand into a mallet and clobbering Chimaev with it. Never ended up happening, but the plot armor is a very real thing. Paddy fucking Pimlet has his chin in the fucking air every fucking fight. We don't get knocked out, lad. Doesn't get knocked out. I bet you ever since his debut, everyone was thinking, somebody's going to knock this guy out. There's going to come a time real soon where this guy's going to get slammed out in the first round. And this whole Scousers don't get knocked out thing's going to come back to haunt him. Doesn't get knocked out. Plot armor. Legitimate main character syndrome. Plot armor. Chins may vary. This is the thing about the boys. We got some boys. We got some soys. Okay? And if you're a member of the boys and co, you know which one's which. I'm worried for Sam Patterson's chin. Okay? I see, when I first saw Yuri without that beard, I thought, maybe he's not that durable. You know? It's very obvious. When you see Drew Doby, you're like, nothing's getting through this jaw. Marvin Vittori in his Roman Centurion head. Nothing's cracking this chin. But then you see other fighters on the roster a little bit, and you go, okay. You know, this guy ain't going to last too long in this game. We're looking for someone who's going to get slimed out real quick. Okay? So chins may vary. It's not like a thing where certain people have unanimously great chins, certain people have unanimously bad chins, Indians are looking at but you know, some good, some good. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. This is the game. Insane recovery time. I think we're pretty good at avoiding the KO. Sometimes you see a guy from the boys get knocked down. He's still in there. Even when Strickland got put away by Pereira, he's up and he's protesting somehow. Clipped on the chin with a left hook. Slimed out cold. He's up. Protesting around. You know? It's kind of this insane thing where you get wobbled and you spawn back in. Like they wake you back up with punches. That's a little bit of a factor there as well. Next one. Mentally retarded, autistic. This is our problem. It's also a superpower, though. A lot of autism. Okay? And that's maybe the reason why we're even in the game. Because, you know, some of us what to do, stiff upper lip. We've got jobs to do, futures focus on, you know, and Hollywood and all this. You know? We don't get mixed up with all of that rabble or anything like this. But in our tards are where we shine. Okay? Yuri Prohaska. Strickland's got something up with him. But he makes it work. Arnold Allen. I can't think of it. Aspinall just dodged it. Okay? Just missed it. A little bit of a Shane Gillis face going on there with Tom Aspinall. You can just tell with certain people on the... JDM. Nobody's that quiet and reserved. Aspen. You know what I'm saying? Something. JDM. Yeah, I'm just gonna goddamn win. Flies under the radar. Nobody really focuses on it. Nobody wants to talk about it, lad. But it's there. It's strong with us. It can get us in trouble. You know? Michael Chandler wants to be KO'd sometimes. This is the problem. McGregor, really up there. 3 people died making his words yet. Autistic a little bit. Okay? And across the board, you look at a lot of the characters that come out of the UK and the US, even though O'Malley's got that sort of disposition to him a little bit. I've got a touch of it. It's just a real weaponized tard. It can lead them to making foolish decisions in the cage and getting them slimed out, but it can also lead to some great success because that's the reason they're fucking doing it in the first place. Why are you fighting in a cage to someday make 12 for 12? You're from the first world. You know what I'm saying? You're from fucking Sydney, Australia. What do you... Someday I'm going to make 12 for 12 in the UFC if it all goes my way after 7 years of training. What's the fucking thought process here? A little bit of tism. Okay? Gingers. Now we could kind of mix this in with the tard thing. Gingers are powerful. Okay? Gingers are powerful. Ginger's very powerful, guys. Very, very powerful. Secret of the game. That's why others want to claim them. I see the fucking trends online. A lot of people trying to claim Gingers as their own. They're ours to bully and no one else's. Okay? They're our bitch. Okay, no. Gingers, they're strong. Different grip. Okay? We'll get into the Caucasians in a second, but inbreeding may come into this. Different pain tolerance. They take more anesthesia to get put to sleep. Okay? And if you look at a lot of the fighters of the Boys & Co. in the UFC, Gaethje's ginger shines through. Now he's a bit Mexican as well. His ginger shines through. Corey Sandhagen, you know? Conor McGregor with a gingery touch. I don't know why I keep going back to Matt fucking Frivola, but we're going back to Matt Frivola again. Okay? But if you just see a white fighter now and then, look when Josh Emmett grows his beard, crazy power. He was bald, so he never knew. He was an undercover ginger the whole time. That describes, and now we understand why he's slamming people out left and right. It's clobbering time. My cousin, Lewis McGrillen, clobbering time enthusiast. Slamming people out left and right. With his rights debuff, we're weak, okay? We're weak. We ain't got that savage in us anymore. We're not like the other guys, okay?
A useful trade.
We're tender, we're soft, we're empathetic, okay? We might feel bad for a guy we just slammed out. It's just how it is, okay? When you get that sort of feminine energy in society, we gotta listen to him yapping all day. I'm just keeping it real, okay? Khabib didn't have to listen to shit. Sleepy, trainy, eaty, repeaty. That's all he does. Makhachev wakes up. Do you think Makhachev's getting told? I've never heard Makhachev or any John Jones or Carlos Prado, any of these guys. I'm never going to hear him on the microphone say, you know, I better do this or my wife will be talking my ear off. We're never going to hear it, okay, when it comes to all these groups. All right? We're never going to hear it. When they're up there on a microphone, other than maybe Stipe Miocic. But we're never going to hear it up there on a microphone and go, well, you know, I'd love to go out there and train in the US for the next 8 months and leave my kid behind. But, you know, I'd never hear the end of it from the wife. This is us problem. Not problem, it's actually pretty cool. I'm sure they won't start back to fighters in Yars for being so cool with it. Surely they won't start attacking us like we're the problem. But this is a bit of a debuff, okay? Like, that's just how it is, you know? Now, when I talk about the fatherless debuff here, you know, they're still raised and they still got that aggression in them. If the father dips out and she's left with her own little social experiment that she can make TikToks out of, you're never going to be a fighter. You're just going to cry some just absolute, I don't want to say freak show, but you know, they'll turn you into something.
Endurance.
They're a fun little experiment to have for the TikTok world. But, you know, I think it's good. It can also be a bit of a buff. But they've got jobs, you know? You come home from training, you got to cook your own dinner. I can go off. Am I sounding that angry about this? You know? It's just one of them things. It's just one of them things. You know? It's all good, though. It's all good. Dude, I made this a couple days ago and I did not remember half the things I was putting in there. But yay. Got a lot of keys. They're not in the game. Okay, when we talk about you know places that just aren't in the game right now, they're not in the game. Other than John Jones, who's bottling it up. That's that raging. Oh, here you I am, you know, and it builds up inside him, and eventually, you know, he can't take it anymore, and he lets it out on poor Alexander Gustafsson. You know?
Earthquakes!
Game. Also, when the guys beat up, now they've got them, they don't want to make more of us. So this is our last stand or two on the earth. And these last two sort of play into that, where it's kind of like we're running out. Okay? So whether we like it or not, some of these guys are going to be in the game because there's going to be only people left in the game in about 200 years. Okay, so let's lock in. It's all good though. Then we've got visible damage debuff. We mark up easy. We take damage easy. This is a big part of the problems with this class. I don't want to say class, but you know what I mean. Like in a video game, you would pick your classes. Tank like this. Mage. Visible damage debuff. Visible damage debuff. You know, you punch them, they cut. Blood streaking all over them, stands out. Dynamic against the skin, swelling. Calves show up red immediately. Bruising is showing up immediately. If you're that pale, if you got that ginger in you, your whole body's gonna be red and cut up, and all of this is gonna be visible. Okay? And your cheeks gonna be swelling up a little bit, and your lips are all puffed up because they're not already. So that's a difference to notice. Your nose is gonna get all swollen. The nose is a huge problem. I think I've put nose build debuff. Okay? The nose is a huge problem. We saw that with Strickland versus Chimaev. Strickland was marking him up real good, but because Chimaev clipped him on that nose, looked like he was a member of APAC. That was his words, not mine. YouTube administration team. Okay, let's just leave the last one. But yeah, visible damage debuff. It's true. We mark up. Damage shows up. We swell easy. We bruise easily. We're like peaches, okay? We're just great. We're just delicate peaches. And that's the game. You know? Loving father buff. That's a big part. Aspinall's dad and son. I'm sure. You know his dad. Down to his lineage.
Wild
saying? Your dad was so much like instructor. He got you into this. He was a DJ so he started blocking to practice every couple. It's a bit of an advantage. It's not like the crazy advantage Corpus guys have, where they've just got, you know, years and years of experience over you. But it is an advantage. It is an advantage to have, you know, just sort of a guy who's going to be in your corner. You're going to sacrifice some of his own time and his own life to sort of give you some fundamental skills growing up with. And MMA is kind of the thing, to be honest with you. It gets you down into the grappling, into the jiu-jitsu, into the boxing, the kickboxing, whatever it is. It's a bit of an advantage. How to fight. This is going to be a 2-hour video. How to fight. Crafty bag of tricks. Okay? You've got to get crafted. Now, Strickland is the antithesis of this. I think I used that correctly. But Strickland is the antithesis. Okay? I should mention this is the region I'm discussing. These guys are irrelevant now up here. Too much. Too much and you're out the game. Irrelevant. Most of France. None left. German, none left, but then the Americans. You know what I'm saying? It's like how Adesanya was in New Zealand, but who's so and so. You know what I'm saying?
Stand tall.
Here, they're everywhere. Which is good. But you know, it's like they're still the same. Same origins.
Steel yourself.
Great.
Stand clear.
Crafty bag of tricks. There you drum. Mix them up. You know? We're deep to the body, we're moving, we're shaking, we're doing unorthodox shit. That's the game we play. You don't understand it. How is Paddy Pimlick doing this to people? How did Pimlet do that to Chandler when Poirier and Gaethje struggled? His technique is abysmal, but he still somehow pulls it off. Crafty bag of tricks. You think Pimlet's got bad striking? Yeah! He's hit you with a question mark kick to the head. That's truth. That's truth right there. I've got this Pimlet guy. This guy's chin, he's right there to be hit. Boom, uppercut. Looping uppercut lands on you to a lead head kick. Now he's teeping you to the body off the lead leg. Heavy low kick lands. He's mixing it all up. Which brings me to my next point. Mix him up University. Dricus Duplessis. Headbutting people's hips. Okay? Mix him up. We're shifting in some takedowns. Even if we aren't a grappler. We're shifting him in. Arnold Allen. He's checking body kicks and teeping the body. I saw that little breakdown on YouTube of his performance against Melchizedek Costa. He's mixing it up. He's got a bag of tricks. Davy Grant. I'd sort of chuck Peter Yan in there, but I think he's a different kind of white. Okay, and we're going to get to him in a second. We're in half an hour. Escape the first 2 minutes. Big deal. You're nervous. You're overthinking things, as we do. Okay? We're nervous. Everybody wants me to get put away, and what if I end up on a highlight reel? What if I've done all this shit talking, and what if I end up on shit talking gone wrong? This is playing in your head. More for the boys and co than it is anyone else, okay? Because they're after you. They don't like you, and they're waiting for you to fall. Okay? You got a target on your back. Sit there, it's time to back up all that talk you've been doing. This is a boys classic. This is the Boys & Co classic, dude. Sitting there backstage. Oh, shit. I started a fucking race war in the build-up of this fight. Now it's time to back it up. You know, that was like the tense, the sweats, the nerves are coming out. It's the big moment. I don't know how the fuck McGregor did it and composed himself. He was a first 2 minutes climb out KO by himself. But, you know, it's a big thing. You got to escape that first 2 minutes, get that crafty smirk. Now we're loosey-goosey. Now we're mixing it up a little bit. We'll catch you with our bag of tricks and mix them up university skills. Aura Farm, trash talk. Big part of it. Make them hate you. They already do. Capitalize on that, okay? They're going to fight emotional. Oh my god, the goofy guy that's been talking shit is beating me up. It's going to take me to another bit on terms of how to defeat the Boys & Co in a second. But it's like they don't take you serious. You're goofy. When it comes to edits on social media, Alex Pereira gets an edit. It's terrifying. Okay? Let's just call it what it is. Alex Pereira gets an edit. It's some terrifying music. His fight's playing in the background. And Garnu gets an edit. These guys, anyone gets an edit. You know, you can see any other group gets an edit. Yair Rodriguez gets an edit somehow. Who the fuck is making edits about Yair Rodriguez? But still, it's like, it's all serious. It's all terrifying. It's all, yabba dabba, yabba dabba. It's Peter Yan shit. You know, you hear a bantamweight. Terrifying stuff. When the Boys & Co get an edit, it's a funny one-liner with happy-go-lucky music in the background. You know? Memes are house music's playing. They're showing the dance moves in the edit. It's not just the performances. Okay? So this comes into it. People don't take you seriously. All of a sudden they're on their ass looking up at them lights. Okay? Get straight to work. Gotta get straight on them, dude. They've been talking, they've been building it up, hypes on them. They know everyone's watching back at home. I know that's the case with everyone.
Get your kicks, what's all?
Industry's behind them, you know. BT Sport Crew's been putting all of this hype on them for so long. Adam Catterall and the other guy, Nick Pete, have been singing their fucking praises, and MMA Guru's been hyping them up, you know. MMA Guru said I'm going to be a goat. Sitting there backstage. You've got to get straight on them. Okay? Put that fraud check fear into their mind in the early stages. Put them on the back foot. Okay? Very rarely do we, and even McGregor, and I'll get into this, very rarely do we see one of the Boys & Co on the back foot getting a slime out KO as someone comes towards them. Okay? It's like a beat 'em up, put 'em away type KO is typically the case. And before you tell me Conor McGregor, when it comes to, I'm not talking about counter striking, I'm talking about on the back foot floating around. Thatcher coming in and put you away. Often it's a sequence. You hit them against the cage, they're wobbled, they're hurt, now you go in for it. And you put them away, and it's a devastating finish. So if you put them on the back foot, it's very rare they're going to like slip away, fade away, flatline KO you. Even McGregor used to do like pressure, where he's on the front foot, he's still one. Or he's in your face, backing you up, you throw, you pull back and lands. If you put them on the back foot and get them on the pedal, less dangerous. Take them seriously. Don't fall for all that goofy shit. Okay? Himlet's up there on stage calling Ilya Tapuria a sausage and a this and a that. Dancing around on the stage. Arnold Allen's talking about his fucking cat in the build-up. You know? Sean Strickland's got a do-rag on and a blunt. We goofy goobers, okay? You gotta take us extra serious. We could be in danger. Dricus Duplessis, he's so trash. How's he ever gonna win? Oh, DDP by a fucking falling anvil. DDP by Adesanya stepping on a rake. You're choked out in round 4. Oh my god, the memes. I shouldn't have listened to the memes. Tom Aspinall gets an edit. He's the fucking prince from Clash of Clans. You know? And then he gets another edit where it's him getting poked in the I put fingers into my eyes. And he's cracking. You ever been fingered by an MMA fighter? It's just more joking. Can't fall for it. You gotta treat him like you would a Brazilian savage. Okay? Fight dirty. Don't like it is a big part of the poison gun. Fight dirty. Couple head clashes. Eye pokes. Okay? Eye pokes. It's a very big deal. Stomp that ACL. We'll wince over and curl up in pain. Okay? Fight dirty. We like it. There's honor. We have honor, us. You know? We're the honorable thing. We play by the rules here. He's kind of switching teams. But fight dirty. You know? We're going to be annoyed by it. The dishonorable activity is going to... You know? I can't fucking see anything, mate. He's poked me in my eyes, lad. You know, like it's a recurring thing. Stomp Till's ACL. We complain about it for 5 years. You know? It's a game. You've got to fight a little bit dirty. Mix it up on the inside. And I think the UK and the US are very technique heavy. You know, people are sort of made into what they are in the gyms, with less people that are just dogs in the streets turn to it, like from the fucking favelas or something, you know what I mean? Like from a tire shop, just making people out cold. It's more like a refined activity. So fight a little dirty, you know? Visible damage exploit. Mark them up, cut them open, break the nose. You got to go for all of that type of stuff. I will say when it comes to the Boysen Cup, there's always something. There's always something. Allen's broke his hand again. You know? Arnold Allen's broke his fucking hands again. Here we go. He's out for another year. You know? Conor McGregor snaps his fucking leg. Chris Weidman snaps his fucking leg. Paddy Pimblett blinded in his eyes, poked out by Gaethje in the fight. Paddy Pimblett gets morbidly obese between fight counts. Maybe this could come down to like main character syndrome or be a counterpoint to plot armor. Paddy Pimblett, just a UFC fighter, doesn't fucking diet. I know he does when it comes down to fight, but just stuff in his face. You know? Not living really like an athlete. Big belly on him. Look at that is an unedited photo of him off the screen. There's just always something. Aspinall steps out there against Blades. ACL rupture, so he's out for years. Aspinall comes back after years of being on the sideline next to John Jones being a pussy. Eye poked by Cyril Gane. I can't fucking... I've got Brown syndrome in my eye. You know? He's out for even longer. There's all... Bisping. One eye. There's always some goofy, extracurricular thing going on that is like the reasoning for like their demise. And that's a big part of it as well. Call it cope, maybe. Maybe you could just call it cope. What's the next thing? Oh, we're moving on to another group, okay? The Chicanos, man. As you can see at the top of the screen, I've got Canelo Alvarez and Abner from 60 Days In, I think was a really good example of the Chicanos. He's the enforcer. I'm the enforcer in the pod. He was talking with the woods. I love Abner from 60 Days In. So he's going to represent the Chicanos alongside Canelo Alvarez, which this is. So the Chicanos, let's get into the analysis, okay? I remember this one. World's best chins. Round of applause. Okay, the compliments are early. The compliments are early. World's best chins. These guys have got some fucking chins on them. Okay? Don't know why. Don't know what the science is. I don't know the reasoning for it. Okay? But these guys can take a fucking punch. Real shit. Boxing has proven this over the years as well. These guys just got some granite chins on them. Real granite chins. Amazing. Durability to the jaw. They're not chinning. Very rarely. Sometimes they will be slammed out. Listen, they're human. You can be slammed out. You can get beaten up or whatever. I might even include like Barrett. I met Marlon Barrett.
I'm not ready yet.
You know, these guys have got some great chins. Diego Lopez, I swear, was Brazilian that moved to Mexico, and because of that, he got a great chin. It must be something in the air in Mexico. What are you putting in them tacos? Okay? What's the secret? Because we need to share that around the rest of the world. The Indians could do with that. Okay? But they might become a threat in the game. World's best chins. These guys are tanks. They're durable. But I almost feel like their great chins is the thing that keeps them in the fight. It keeps them in the combat sport world. Because over 5'10" debuff is a real thing. Not baby weight merchants, but mid-weight merchants, these guys. I've never seen a Mexican. I don't think Reyes is one. But even he's built like that. It's like his limbs were like, we're supposed to be 5'2" when it comes to looking at his legs and his arms. Because he's all torso. I'm sure they stretched him in a lab to become the guy to be John Jones and to be brutally robbed, you know? But over 5'10" debuff. Once a Mexican goes over 5'10", saggy, blobby. You use that stuff to your advantage, you've still got a great chin, you can push a decent pace. But you blob max after about 5'10", 5'11". Red C1 over 6 foot, and this of course leads to
balance restore.
Okay, which is something that, you know, the Boys and Co. and the YN Alliance, that's kind of those are our divisions. We're the big boys, you know, where, you know, even though the YN Alliance aren't as big on average, they get big well, you know, where even when they don't turn into blobs over 6'4". And the Boys and Co. are quite similar in that regard. Okay? Over 5'10" debuff. Very real thing. You see these guys in the featherweight division unranked area, the lightweight division unranked area, but not too much other than that. Cardio merchants. Big on the cardio. Watch out in those later rounds. You're fighting Marlon Vera. You best be able to do whatever you want to do to him for about fucking 15 minutes. Or you're going to be in some real trouble. 25 minutes. You're going in there against a guy from Abner's crew, then you best be able to do that shit for the whole distance of the fight, or they're going to get on you in those later rounds. Weak to... I didn't have to be harsh with it. Weak to flabby belly. True. Very true. Can Mexicans have abs? This is a big myth that we're looking to get busted. Who knows? The verdict is still out there. And they have abs because I see a lot of 5'9", 135-pound Mexicans.
Poisonous kid.
Not an abdominal muscle inside. Just a sleet. A layer of flabby sleet sags over the top of their midsection. And we see this with Anthony Hernandez. This is why the Mexican, they call it this. When you have a bit of flabby belly and you're a bit skinny fat, they call it fluffing. And that's derived from a Mexican nickname for chubby kids. I'm so cultured. You have no idea how fucking cultured I am. Let me lecture you on that. They're flap. Very fluffing. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. It ended up being his fucking demise. Okay? They're weak to the body. You've got to go to the body on them. Hit them with that knee as they come in. They're going to be pushing forward. They're going to be cruising for a bruising. Looking to take one to give one. Back you up against the cage. Put that muscle on you. Put that volume on you. Go to that flabby belly. Keep him up. Knee him to the body. You know? Eventually, if you hit it enough time, candies. Food corruption. Kelvin Gastelum, Andy Ruiz. They can lose themselves in the food. Okay? You've heard about Lost in the Sauce. But their sauce is a little different than the one that sort of saying refers to.
A great challenge.
You know? That saying kind of refers to being lost in the sauce of, like, the bouginess of the game that they're in. You know? You don't want to get lost in the sauce. I'm dripping with sweat. You don't want to get lost in the sauce, lost in the bouginess and the bright lights, but Mexicans get lost in the gravy, if we're being honest with you. Andy Ruiz had a chance to pave the way. Just couldn't fucking put down the fucking full fat boy. Stupid fat fuck. Do your fucking MMA YouTube channel, you fat disgrace.
That's heavy enough already.
We see this a lot. Kelvin Gastelum. Could have been something in this game. Could have been something at one point in this game. Just couldn't stop stuffing his fucking face. L diabetes. You know? Roll back to the kitchen. Come on, baby. Food corruption's a big thing, and that leads to a weigh-in debuff. Shorter arms and legs. A little bit of Crash Bandicoot. They're not going to catch you when you least expect it out of range. Short, stocky build, shorter arms and legs. Makes them kind of strong when it comes to grappling, to be honest with you. Very compact, built a bit like DC. And, you know, want to talk about food corruption and weak to flabby belly. Maybe DC's got a Mexican in it. You never know. But shorter arms and legs. Definitely a factor of their game. Many sibling debuff. We're talking about all sorts here, okay? The many sibling debuff is a very real thing. A very real thing amongst Mexicans. There's loads of them, and they're making loads more. Okay? There's loads of them.
Balance restore.
Just give me 1 second here. I'm going to do something for dramatic effect. I want to shine a torch on my face so bad. I can't find the torch on my phone. Okay? The many sibling debuff. There's loads of them. It's insane how many. However, this can be a debuff. The many sibling debuff is a very real thing. MMA and certain sports where you got to be the standout, lone, single, like you're the best, you know, you got to represent. It takes a lot of time and effort put into it. If you've got 7 kids running around the fucking house, you ain't got time to take Pablo to boxing practice. That's real. That's real shit right there. Okay? I can't take Pablo to boxing practice. Jose's got swimming. You know? You just can't. You're not that the solo child is like almost a great base for MMA. Because their parents are going to take them here, drive them over here, and they go to this gym, and now they're going to that gym, and 7 kids running around their house. Jose 1, 2, and 3, and then Pablo and Daniel, because they're trying to sort of mix in with, you know, these sort of names. Jesus, Angel, they're all running around the house, and they've all got their own extracurricular activities.
Stand tall.
So that's kind of a bit of a
time for that.
Low punch power. Yellow pussies. No, I'm joking. Not pussies, but you don't hit very hard. It's not like you got to watch out for one-shot slam out power. Very rarely are they the one-shot slam out type fighters. They're more of a high volume type fighter. Now you can adjust the way you fight because of this, but it is true that it's very rare that they'll just go out there and slam you out in the first round. Very, very rare. Fuck Yair Rodriguez. Real! The realest point in this video. The realest point in this video. Fuck Yair Rodriguez. And that's their fucking representative, dooming the future generations of Mexican fighters. For real. And that's a big part of it. Okay, and we're still keeping it very professional. That's a very big part of this game. Who's representing you for the next generation? Who's inspiring the next wave of Mexican MMA fighters to come up and take over the game? Yair Rodriguez. Pathetic. And that's going to affect the future generation of Mexican MMA fighters. Fuck Yair Rodriguez cutting from the sport. What are you doing sitting up there in the rankings hogging a spot? Asking for title shots again. Fucking fight someone, you freak. That isn't Pitbull. Fight a real contender for once, you clown. You're a joke. Fuck Yair Rodriguez, as a point in this video. Ploddy copers. We often see the ploddy cope of the Chicano. Where they're plodding around, they're trying to track someone down. Stand here and fight me, man. Come on, man. Where you running, man? Stand here and fight. And they're just sort of plodding around, fucking eyes swollen up, broken nose, lips busted. Hey, come on, man. Fight me like a man, hoes. And you're just stinging them at range. Pop, pop, pop. Moving out on the outside, low kicks, left hooks, right hooks. Quite ploddy copers. Mexico merchants. They're kind of reliant on Mexico's success, which is why that's the only flag I put up there. They are a bit of Mexico merchants. They're a little bit Mexican heavy. Okay? As I said before, who's from here? Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, Costa Rica. I've never seen anyone from that area. Doesn't exist. So that's a big part of it as well. Holy shit, this is going to be a 3-hour video. Gay looking ground and pound. Yair Rodriguez. We're circling back to hating Yair Rodriguez again. Might be a big recurring theme throughout this video. Just going to keep it real with you guys. Could be a big recurring theme here. But luckily we're coming to the end of the Chicano segment. We can move on to how to fight them. Find a way on the inside. Okay? Find a way on the inside. Mix it up. Land the shots that you need to. Get on the inside. It's cope and it's tough and it's easier said than done, but you've got the world's best chins for a reason. You got to find your way on the inside, mix them up with body shots and head shots and uppercuts and all sorts, and find the KO shots from there. Take one to give one. This comes into finding your way on the inside. Alexander Hernandez versus Rafa Garcia. Even though they're both kind of Mexican, Hernandez is more white Mexican.
Do you truly know what you will suffer the same
pressure and volume. Same shit 3 times over. I couldn't think of anything. I was running out of ideas. Go to the body before they go to the body. Because let me tell you this. This is psychological warfare in MMA Part 1. 101. Whatever you do to your opponent that's affecting them, they don't want to do it back to you. Early on in the fight, that's not the case. You can bait an opponent to go to your legs by low kicking first. It's an instinct in Muay Thai fighting. If a fighter is hurting to the body and starting to feel the body shots or starting to feel the leg kicks, they're not going to want to do it back to you because they fear it may remind you to do it back to them. Okay? Very real shit. If you've hurt someone to the body, they're not going to dig back to the body on you. Because then you're getting into a body shot for body shot situation. If somebody's hurting to the leg, they're not going to throw a low kick on you if you haven't leg kicked him in a minute's time. Because then you might instinctively do it back to him. It's psychological gay shit. Don't be 5'11" plus. Big deal in the Mexican world. You're in your below 5'11". They're in your world, friend. They're in your world. How to defeat? Attack the body and legs. Chew them up. They got a great chin. We got to work the stuff down below. Give knee to the body as they come in, trying to close the distance. Keep them up. Keep the body. Kick it. Land it. Swat it. Yeah. Spam kicks to confuse them. Huh? Mexicans don't throw kicks. Again, fuck Yair Rodriguez. He's not representing you lot well. Okay, with all that fucking flamboyant stuff that he's doing that never works. Even though he was cool at one point in his life. Spam kicks to confuse him. Hey, this guy not throwing 1-2 with me, man. Head kicks out of nowhere. Whoa, whoa. They're stuck behind a high and tight guard. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Elbows open him up. They got in a lot of scraps before getting to you. They had to get into scraps in order to win. Bring up some of that scar tissue. The Diaz brothers are a big part of this. Clinch and circle. You know, once you start hurting them to the body, they're going to fear the knees in the clinch. Use it to get to the center of the cage again.
Like they did to me.
And stomp that league leg.
He refused to be imprisoned.
You got one of these guys coping and plodding towards you. Stomp it. Stomp that league leg. Make him regret stepping forward. And that's the game you're going to have to play.
Impressive endurance.
The Cousin Mountains. This is a big part. This is a big part of this. 1-4F. Okay, that's the end of the sentences. I don't even know what sentences these were, and how it ended in the number 4. But the Cousin Mountains, dude. These are probably up there. They're probably the best that we're gonna see today. Just a spoiler alert before we start ranking these guys. But they're the best of the best. Represented by, as you can see, Elliot Superior, Armin Suzuki, and Islam Makhachev, just going about their day-to-day lives. They're cousins. They all look at Hildevice is based off of that region. And they've taken over the game. This is the new build. The reason why I didn't want to do this to be entirely historical, because otherwise it'd just be American fighters, because no one else is doing MMA. You know? But now the world is involved in it. Now is the right time to do a breakdown.
The same fate as the
analysis.
We cannot allow him to disgrace this
for the Cousin
sacred
Mountains.
place.
Crazy grip strength. I've felt Armin Sarukian's grip strength. It's not a joke. Okay? I got held hostage as a kid when I was by a kid with Down syndrome. And this is a real story. Kid with Down syndrome held me hostage in Devon. Now, if you're, or was it Cornwall? It was on the border of Devon and Cornwall. Now, if you're from the UK and you heard that those who were Down syndrome, I told you they were from Cornwall or Devon. No surprises, okay? There's a lot of them. That's their HQ, to say the least. Crazy grip strength. Felt it back then, felt it now. And Armin Sarukian's got a crazy grip strength on him. There just seems to be these fighters, and especially when it comes to the Dagestanis when it comes to this, where if you weren't getting about and your parents weren't traveling much before they met each other, to say the least, generation upon generation, once you get that vice grip around the wrist, it's hard to shake them off. Very hard to shake them off, dude. Once they get that body lock and they've got their own wrists clamped to their hands, from their hands, clamping their wrists, hard to get them off that body lock. That's where the crafty elbows to the forearm come into play. We may get into that in a second. Child Sambo wrestling. Okay, they've been doing this shit for a long time. Part of their culture. Big part of their culture is rap. Okay? And that goes for a lot of other places on earth, but when it comes to Sambo, mixing it up, striking as well, and just their way of wrestling, it's perfectly ideal for transitioning into MMA. And they've been doing it since they were toddlers. Okay? Crazy. A lot of the Western fighters that we see, they get into things at 19, they get into things at 18, 17, or they pick it up at 12, and that's early. You know, I was really early into the game. I started doing it when I was 10. These guys have been doing it since they were toddlers, and they've been nurtured and grown into fighters, and that's what's happening here. That's what we're seeing here. Ilya starts with Greco-Roman wrestling. Armin Sarukian started off with wrestling, freestyle wrestling, folk-style wrestling as well, I believe. You know, Sambo involved here. Makhachev started off with Sambo, combat Sambo. Massively into that from a young age. Short-ass arms. This helps with the body lock. It helps with the body lock. It helps with a lot of squeeze-based subs. Arm triangles and things like this, where they don't want you to have too much room to escape certain positions. But this also can leave him a little bit vulnerable on the feet. Makhachev bolts in with his weak right hand, gets slammed out by Adriano Martins. Okay? Armin Sarukian caught by Joaquim Silva this way. Ilya Topuria, Jai Herbert was stinging him up on the outside. The short arms are actually a big deal in their community. Thank God they're not 6'4". Harsh living conditions. Now, a lot of people on this list are going to have harsh living conditions. And we go some places in London.
Sacred duty.
Some people in the UK are from Birmingham, you know? Real shit. Like these other guys, like from the favela, thinking they have it rough. But harsh living conditions, and what I mean by that is, everybody around the world. But when you grow up at altitude, your body naturally produces EPO. Did you know that? That's the truth. When you grow up in these altitude-heavy environments, where you're up on a fucking mountain or you're at elevation, you naturally produce more erythropoietin, which is what TJ pops for. Okay? Which is why a lot of fighters, when they want to get ready to do more cardio and increase their red blood cell count, will go into one of those tents and increase the altitude and sleep with that lower level of oxygen. Train their body to produce more red blood cells to account for the oxygen. So that definitely comes into things. Okay, it can also sort of change the way your body digests food and how it harvests food for nutrients more effectively. Because your appetite is lower and you have a higher metabolism. A lot of this comes into play when it comes to being healthy. Look it up. Yo, we've just been over this. Inactive AF, yo. What's the fucking big deal? What's the big deal? Get in the cage. This is a part of this. Okay? So their legacy sometimes is tainted because they don't get to speed run. Okay, we see with Alex Pereira, we're going to have some conversations real quick since he got into the game. Ilya Tapiri is going to be in those conversations, so is Makashev. But Arman Sarukian, side quests are fun. In the UFC cage. Makashev, still no announcement. Still no announcement. Ilya Tapiri wins by first round KO over Oliveira in what, September? Last year, we've only just got him back. Very inactive in general. Usually don't show up unless 100% healthy. Arman here. But there you go. Very inactive. That can cost. No women's right back. They ain't listening to Yaku. Wait, no women's right buff. Oh, hold on. This is what I should have mentioned earlier. Natural selection, baby. You know? Natural selection. These guys short as shit. Wanna know why? Women don't get to say, oh, 6'2" and 6'1". They have to. Okay? They have to. Okay? Which is why you often see a lot of shorter fighters from this region. And if they're massive, they're hideous, like Angelaya. Alright? Absolute audacity. There is no choice. Okay? And the choice made. You don't get to dream of this 6'4" guy, this Chad that's going to switch.
Fate smiles.
He's getting Ilias.
You surprise.
5'2". Alright? And that can be a buff. There's none of that with him. So they're sort of doomed to the lower weight classes. For this very reason. Great hairlines though. But then no women like either. It was done when they get it. Makashev can abandon his kid in Dagestan. No questions asked. I'm just training AKA for 6 months. I'll be back when I'm back, bitch. You know? This is the... Can you imagine if Pimlet tried to pull it? Never in a million years Pimlet could pull that shit off. Never in a million fucking years. Never. Okay? You just can't pull that shit off in our world, okay? And that's the debuff right there. Just they ain't got nothing going on. They ain't got no freedom. You have to listen to their day. After you just got done getting fucking low kicked in sparring, oh, your calves are shot to bits. Now you got to listen to her problems. Not a fucking issue in their world, okay? And ignored and not scrutinized as well, which is a big buff for them as well because they're different, so they're not a target. So as not to be offensive. So they can just keep doing it and no one's going to have a problem with it, okay? No women's rights debuff. No yapping, don't have to cook your own dinner. You just do whatever the fuck you want, put a baby in there for every 4 years and boom, you're back out in AKA. Need our gyms, Loki! Shut the fucking gates! It's high time we start playing like a team. I'm looking at you, Extreme Couture. I'm looking at you, AKA. You did this to us. You traitors! Javier Mendez. Traitors, Daniel Cormier did. We wouldn't have fucking heard of this lot. Alright? We wouldn't have fucking heard of them. Don't give them our hyperbaric chambers. Our world-class masseuse teams that are coming out there. Our great dietitians. and all of this stuff. Let them fucking rot, okay, and figure it out themselves. And make their own hyperbaric chambers. I know they hop in the ice every now and then, and that is fun, don't get me wrong. Don't bring him over here, dude. What are you teaching them how to box for, Javier Mendez? Whose team are you on? Need our gyms low-key. And this could go for the Hawaiian Alliance. And many others on this list, to be honest. Nothing without MMA. This is an advantage, okay? You'd never hear about them if it weren't for MMA. From these parts of the world, like, this is what it is. I'm going to be an MMA world champion, and this is all I've been working towards. I'm not putting my foot in other things, you know what I'm saying? I'm not starting up a little side hustle for when MMA training gets a bit boring. That's not on their fucking mind. Abubakar Nurmagomedov wants to play CSGO with Demetrius Johnson. They smash his computer to bits. Umar Nurmagomedov was reading a book about an Italian and they fucking told him off about it. Nothing about it, nothing without MMA. It's their life, it's all they do, it's all they focus on. Eat, sleepy, train, repeat. No questions asked. How to fight. And this is where I've been, now this is complicated, okay? Because we've been trying to figure this one out for a long time. Now, I could just say, be Sean Strickland, okay? And just tell, yeah, just be Sean Strickland, dude. Get it done. Be Sean Strickland, get it done. Fuck these guys.
A druid knows
but you know what? Mix them up, University. You gotta mix it up, dude. Get the grippers out. Mix them up, University. You gotta shoot on them. You gotta throw kicks at range. You gotta box on the inside. There's not one way of doing it. Okay? They're gonna mix it up on you. You gotta mix it up on them. You can't be a JDM out there not wanting to get taken down and only wanting to strike. You can't be a Duplessis out there only looking to put hands on Makashev, on a Shineo, not looking to kick. Strickland had to wrestle back. He had to scramble back on the ground. Volkanovski had to do the same thing when he had success against Makashev in the first fight. You can't be avoiding a part of the game. You have to enter Mix 'em Up University and shift up the game on him. Get the grippers out. What does that even mean? Get the grippers out. What did I mean when I typed that? I've no idea. Defense heavy stand up. Maybe I'll think about what the get the grippers out meant. Oh, this is how they should fight. Oh my fucking god. They're gonna be a prodigy of Mix 'em Up University on you. They're gonna get the grippers out. This is the grippers. Inbred grip strength, weird grip strength. You can't explain it anyhow anyway. How do they have this level of grip? Okay? It's dangerous. Not gonna let you get away. That's just how it is. Get the grippers out, people from this region. You gotta put wrist control out there, dude. Get wrist control, get the body lock, start doing things from there. You're gonna have a very difficult grip to break, just naturally. It's in you. Defense heavy stand up is a lot of these guys' games. Ilya Tapiri is gonna figure you out at range for a little bit first. A little bit of head movement, even if he doesn't need to. He's just gonna make a little moving target while he gets a few calf kicks off. High and tight guard, moving out of the way of a few shots before he starts letting go his combinations. Arman's the same thing. He'll throw an axe kick out there just to get you to show him some respect. Okay? He'll back up a lot at first. Keep his range, parry away a few kicks. They're easing into a fight. They're very defense heavy. Makashev, very underrated defense. I think he's one of the least hit fighters in the sport for this reason. But he's very, very defensively responsible on the feet since he got slammed out by Martins, where he rushed in. Since then, he's never really rushed in. He's a counter striker. He'll kick you at range. Once he starts getting momentum, he'll start looking for some combos. But really, he's very defense heavy. Tard squeeze chokes. Von Flu choke. Arm triangle. Kimuras. Things where you've got a wrench and squeeze. That's this guy's move. Okay? These guys' move. How to defeat them. Okay. You're broke! He fell off. How crazy the fall off of Andrew Tate was. Hustle is the university, dude. You gotta hustle. Strickland, Volkanovski, anybody who's had success against these guys, you gotta hustle. You gotta fucking hustle. You gotta be in their face, making them work, making them go for it the whole time, because a lot of their moves comes from squeezing, and gripping, and dragging, and a lot of big moves that they have to do. They have to wrestle heavy, you know? A lot of the moves that they're not throwing away kicking strikes. So you got to keep hustling, you got to keep them working, and hopefully there you can slow them down enough to where you can start getting some offense. Elbow the forearms. Piotr Jan taught us this move. You have to elbow the forearms. When they're body locking you, and they're trying to take you for a ride, you have to elbow the forearms. Crafty elbows to the forearm, smash them up, and it's going to start to break that grip strength that they're going for, okay? The elbows to the forearm are a crazy crafty move that Piotr Jan invented to deal with Merab de Velashko, okay? A crazy crafty move, and that's something you should do. Crafty bag of tricks. Yeah. That's all it comes from. Volkanovski, inside low kicks. You know, stomp the lead leg. Mix it up on the inside. Go for your own little trips and throws that they're not going to see coming. Gotta have a crafty bag of tricks. Have to have a crafty bag of tricks. Target the body. I can't tell, but I think they're weak to the body. Don't know what it is about them. When I hit Armin Sarukin with that knee when we were cracking, I heard him go, I swear I heard him. Okay? And that's when he started throwing me on my fucking head. I think they're weak to the body. We're making sure this is difficult. These are difficult battles. But I think they're weak to the body. Heavy trash talk. Trash talk them up, make it emotional. Take them away from that game plan. I'm losing water here. It's that hot in the UK. Take them away from the game plan. Make them want to beat you up, not just control. That's when you're going to get some openings. Trash talk the shit out of them. They don't like it. They're not used to it. They're used to complete respect. Fucking get Western on them, dude. Call them on a beer. See what happens. Somebody, Gaethje just brought up saying, I know why Ilya's wife left him. He's already trying to take advice from this video and I haven't even fucking posted it. I just saw Gaethje said on Twitter that no wonder his wife left him. I couldn't stand being around that guy. He's trying to get into the head of Ilya Takuria. You know? We move on. The Uso blobs. Okay? Here we have the Samoan flag. Here we have the Hawaiian flag. Max Holloway is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this department. Tag him up in the third. Nancy Medeiros back in the day. But other than that, we got the blobs. The Uso blobs. Oh, let's go, friendly. Oh, yeah, let's do it. The Uso blobs, dude. These are the guys. We're going to get into the analysis. 1-4. You know, 1-4 out here. I'm a 1-4 veteran. Boss of my whiskers are back my section. When I met the streets and slept their team, I knew I found my obsession. And he running the ball, no question, swearing he up, I saw, I pressed him. Got a CYP or leg, so to leave his chest without no injection. 1-4 been putting in work since knee high them days on the curb. And I'm proud to say from this day forward that it him with up on his shirt. 7 putting up on his shirt. Just fill up the car and lurch. Got things on hips. Watch ops disperse. I back my shank and you pull yours and see you'll take off first. Don't whinge and cry like Miz or Matt. Go grip and ride. Your cribbing clips and slide. This is a different side. Come out and ride for your friends because someone got dipped and shh. Someone got dipped and shh. The shush is covering up them saying died. They're quite dangerous. The Uso blobs. Crazy fuckers, okay? We've got the guy from some Disney film, Big Blob. And we got Jonah from Tonga. Oh, sir, what's good here? Sorry, I didn't see you. Jonah from Tonga's up here, representing the Uso Blob. Analysis. One-shot KO power, dude. Look out! The blobs are here, okay? There's a reason why they take up the vast majority of Dan Hooker's backyard participants. These guys love brain damage. They love CTE. They can't get enough of it. I remember what I did yesterday. It's no good. Somebody fucking slime me out, They love a bit of one-shot clobbering. Get it done, dude. They go out there, get it done. Big shot on the chin. Down you go. Justin Taffer, Junior Taffer. They got some clobbering time now. They have. Giant dense head. Okay? Through years of ramming their... I don't know if it's like coconut defense, evolutionary over time. I don't know what it is that's giving them their giant dense heads. Even Max Holloway at 145 has a giant dense head. And he's far separated from his
Nature takes what's old.
Don't touch me, man. Morbidly obese. They're morbidly obese. There's no shame, you know? Welcome to the team. But either way, they are blobs. They are morbidly obese by trait. I don't know why this is, but they love it. Good bit of screaming. Let's go. Come on, let's get a bit of grubby. A bit of grub, they say. Morbidly obese, these guys. Stuffing their fucking food against their heads full of food. They love it. Can't get enough. And it's a big thing. And that also is going to open up some avenues for them to try to take them down. You know, they already can't get wrapped up. If you put them there, what do you think is going to fucking happen? You've seen these two types of glass in there. Different kind of fat. True. It's saggy. It's not really there. It's so fucking weird, the fat that they are. Okay? They're not fat like a guy, like a sumo wrestler. They're not fat like a British bloat-maxed geezer. Okay? They're not fat like a Greek guy with fucking massively bloated stomach on the beach. Just like a cow that you should, like, you know, make a little poke with one of them things that lets all the gas escape from his gut. Like, it's a different kind of blob. It's a sleek, hip blob. Like, it's kind of like cool that they're morbidly obese and soon to die and lose a foot to diabetes. It's kind of like a hip thing. Okay? Dense, wide hips, big legs. Like, it just all falls off them like a melted ice cream. It doesn't fold. And not too many tits. It just all goes at once. It's not like the tits hold up and just sag there as tits. It just all goes. And then before you know it, they're tucking it into their shorts in the middle of fights. You know, it's a weird kind of fat. I don't know why I included that. Again with the giant dense head. It's a giant dense head. Please tell me I haven't messed this up. It's a giant dense head. It's massive. Half density buff. Never go calf kick for calf kick with a Polynesian. Never in a million fucking years, Uso. Alright? It's swallowed. Don't go to the legs with him, dude. Don't go calf kick for calf kick. Unless you're a real blob like Lou Sutherland, then you can get crafty with it for your bag of tricks. Again. It all comes circling around. It all comes circling back. Unless you can afford to get crafty with your bag of tricks, we ain't going calf kick for calf kick with one of these guys. Volkanovski's low kicks were a huge part of his game for nearly every fight of his career leading up to the Holloway fight. But guess what? Not the Holloway fight. Gaethje's low kicks were a huge part of his game. Not against Holloway, dude. He's going to eat them for fucking breakfast. No problems for Gaethje. For Holloway when it comes to dealing with the low kicks of Gaethje. Different level shin density. Okay? Real different level calf density. It's swallowed. Fear dinkum cleared. Let's go. Eat swallow lad fed dinkum. You know, let's don't touch. Adley. You know? Clobbering time. This is a real thing. And Dan, if you want to see clobbering time, watch Dan Hooker's Backyard Scraps or whatever the name of it is now. Okay? Clobbering time is a very real thing, and it's a place that certain fighters go to. And some are more prone to it than others, and I think the Uso Blobs are the most prone to clobbering time. Okay? And it's a real it can be a real problem. It can be a real problem, or it can do them very well, where they know they're going to go blow for blow. And their chin stats improve, and their power stats improve. However, Jargis Danho, Jorgen De Castro have all taken advantage of this so-called clobbering time. Okay? Where they've seen them go into clobbering time, and it's their chin tucked, and now it's time for them to go for these big KOs. And all of a sudden, they're getting slimed out trying to rush in because they've entered clobbering time and they can't see anything. All they can see is nothing. They just turn into a bunch of fucking bionicles, and they're just rotating at the fucking shoulders, swinging their arms forward with their chin tucked. And before you know it, they're slept. Clobbering time can be a blessing and a curse. Weight cut debuff. You know these guys ain't trying to make weight. They have a phobia of scales. They can't. Making Tuivasa look at a scale 24 hours before he fights should be fucking criminal. Giving him that PTSD and trauma. He's been skipping scale duty since he was 12. Fearing it. Fearing the day he has to look at a scale. Well, now you're making him do it 24 hours before the biggest fight of his life. It's a weight cut debuff. Let them blob. If you're a Samoan or an Uso blob, you have to be allowed to break the heavyweight limit. I've McFallen and can't get up, eh? They're that fucking built that way that if they fall over, it's just tough for them to get back up. Okay? Real problem in their game. They've McFallen and can't get up. Okay? And it's a real problem, dude. You see it with Taito Ivasa. When he gets taken down, crash. It's not like a regular takedown. It's not like a guy getting taken down and he scoots to his ass and gets to the cage and, you know, he just goes down but still posts with his hands and lands on his back, but he's scrambling immediately. We see that with every other type of fighter on the roster other than the Usos, okay? They really do land differently on the canvas. It's a slap. It's like a sludge hitting the canvas, like you just spilled a cup of jelly, you know? Whoops. Like it really does land like that on the canvas, and then boom, they're stuck. They become one with the canvas. And it's very hard for them to get back up from that position, and we'll get into how to fight them in a second here. Cardio poison damage. The more you fight, they start losing HP points. Every second the fight goes on. Every single time. Tuivasa's going into round 2. He's on 20 HP. You know, he's already thrown 5 punches in the first round. It's tough, dude. Cardio's poison. Can't kick above the waist. I've never seen one of them kick above the waist. This is why Holloway is a gem amongst them. He's their only hope. He is the savior of the Polynesian community because he'll throw a spinning back kick to the body. They've never seen anything like this before. Never seen anything like, oh, what's this guy's doing? Witchcraft, eh? He threw a teep. You know? And they're losing their mind. You should see Max down at the beach. He's gone fucking insane, eh? He's doing something other than putting his chin down and swinging for the fucking bleachers lead. You've never seen anything like that, eh? They can't kick above their waist. It's a real problem. Some of it's the belly getting in the way. But it's a real problem in their game.
I will make use
How to fight. Clobbering time. Bait them into it. Catch them in the middle of clobbering time. They love it. They can't help it. Oh, CTE, count me in, lad. Count me in, cuzzo. And all of a sudden they're swinging. You're peppering them. You're stinging them. Front kick to the face. Cyril Gahn did this to Taito Ivasa many a time. Sprawls of doom. Wait, this is what they should do again. They want to be in clobbering time. It's a double-edged sword clobbering time is what I'm really trying to point out here. Okay? They want clobbering time, but it can be a danger once they're in it. But it's their only hope.
Yes.
This is why they're not doing too well. Sprawls of doom. That weight, that upper body mass and sludge. If Tuivasa sprawled someone and put their head to the canvas, they might just fucking splat underneath him into sludge. Okay? Sprawls of doom. That's their main method of takedown defense to Uso Blobs, is the sprawl of doom. Okay? Calf kick exploit. You gotta go for the calf kicks if you're an Uso lad. If you're an Islander, you gotta go for the calf kicks. Get that bone on bone. Test their shin density. They ain't got it like you. Your legs have been trained since you were 6 years old and 500 pounds at fucking 4'2", you know? They've been trained to keep you up. So you got them big old calves on you. No subs allowed. Too much sludge. Too much sludge, too much slime, you know, sagginess. Don't go for subs. You ain't catching the guillotine. Their neck, your arm is giving way for their neck. You know? It is. Their neck is like sort of like cozily getting like a comfortable cushion around it for a second. It's not like this hard mass. They're just becoming one with the sludge when you try and catch them in an arm triangle. You know? So it's very difficult to do. Maybe you could go for a rear naked choke, mother's milk submission, who knows. But no subs really should be allowed. Crafty body shots. That's something they should be going for. If you can take one to give one and you got that big old melon head on you, crafty body shots are the way. How to defeat the Uso blobs.
How can I help? This is what we have.
We said this before. Double-edged sword. You can bait them into it. Catch them on the chin. They lose themselves. You know, fiending for some CTE. Oh, I'm fucking fanging for it, lad. Let's go. I'm fanging for some fucking brain damage. Oh, you're gonna give it over. And boom, they've been caught. Front kicks and teeps. They don't like it. Tuivasa hates them. Anytime I seen him hit with a teep, he fucking hates it, dude. Right to the stomach. They've probably overeaten backstage, ready to throw up at any second. They hate teeps and front kicks to the body. Stop that lead leg. The weight on that lead leg is... It's admirable that their legs have been able to keep them upright throughout their life. If you put some extra stomp on that lead leg, the whole thing's ready to capsize and crash through the canvas. Leg lock exploits. Anything that requires a dynamic spin to escape on the ground, anything that requires like a Grammy roll to escape, or you've got to spin a gator roll a certain way to get out of this leg lock position. Anything that requires not just getting back up and some kind of athletic movement to escape, you can exploit the leg locks. And also, if you're going to go for an Imanari roll and go for those leg locks and attack from a single leg to try and get them to the ground, that weight is not supposed to be supported on one leg. They're so top heavy and they're like a ship. Or like a sort of like wide glass of water. You shift it one way and all the water goes that way. That's the way it's flat. So if you tip them to the left, it'll all just shift that way and just shuffle down. So it's very hard for them to get the center of balance. So that's the way to deal with Uso blobs. That's the analysis for them. We move on to the Neymar type. I did too much. I did too much. And I've messed it up. I don't know what I'm doing. My nose is so hot. But there you go. I did this. So we're in it. Neymar type people. Analysis. Power and speed. They've got both of it to go. Of course, represented by Alex Pereira. Shammering over here. And Moicano's dad. This is a real picture of Moicano's dad. Just in case anyone was wondering. He's close to the Brazilians. Very high up on the tier. Power and speed. They're dangerous. They got it both. They got the best of both worlds, dude. They don't lose in any area. They've got pop in their shots, and they're also pretty quick. Not crazy fast, and not insanely powerful overall, other than some outliers when it comes to Alex Pereira, like Pato and stuff like that. But they have got good power and speed overall. Sharp, crackhead bone. This is a real thing. Knees to the body, elbows, a lot of that type of stuff. When you're growing up smoking and drinking, you get this sharpness and withered away to your bones that makes them sharper and dangerous. Ever grow up with a kid and ever try to play football with a kid who you knew his parents were drug addicts, and he elbowed you once while you were playing football? Nearly stabbed you with it, you know what I mean? It's that type of danger. Their bones are just different. I don't know how to describe it other than that. Because of the drugs, because of the upbringing, sharp, crackhead dead bones are definitely an aspect of their game. Rich BJJ culture. Now, a lot of countries, UK's got a rich combat culture. We invented boxing. You know, but when it comes to just transitioning and being more likely to transition into MMA from a young age, BJJ is a great gateway drug for them to get into MMA from a young age. You know what I'm saying? You do boxing growing up, you can probably go into boxing. Or you go into none. You do kickboxing, you might not transition into MMA. Muay Thai, you might just stay in Muay Thai. You know what I mean? But when it comes to BJJ, if you want to make some money, and you want to really make a name for yourself, and feel like you're a combat sport guy, then BJJ is a great gateway into it. Kinda chinny chins. They are kind of chinny to the chin, the Brazilians. They are. They get dropped a lot. They get wobbled a lot. They're often cutting a hefty amount of weight. But not all of them have a granite chin, to be honest. Paulo Costa's chin's pretty good. But he's had some problems with it in the past, but he's got a decent chin on him. There are a lot of Brazilian fighters that have some solid chins of steel. But then there's a lot of other ones where you're thinking, ooh, I'm worried. I don't like him taking a beat. You know? I really don't. He's not the type of guy to take a beat and then throw right back in the coffin. They kind of chin. Their chins aren't the most durable at the next level. They're a bit of a glass cannon type of build, and I'm not just basing that theory on Oliveira. It does seem to be that way with the Brazilian fighters. A little bit of a glass cannon type of build. Chinny hearts. When things aren't going their way, very typically it goes all the way wrong. Okay? It's very rare that you'll see it, and this is where Alex Pereira's win over Adesanya in the first fight was very impressive to me. Even then, it took him 2 rounds to recover from Adesanya simply scoring a takedown. When you look at Brazilian fighters, if a round or 2 doesn't go their way, they'll either be finished or they won't find a way to get it back. Like, that is very typically the case. If things start going wrong for them, they're not the type of fighter where they can be down 2 rounds and come up big. Oliveira is that way. But his heart was often in question early on. You know what I'm saying by this? It's hard to explain. Oliveira has definitely made some improvements in this department, and he's been dropped and came back to win by TKO. So there's no denying his heart now. But I think overall then, Oliveira kind of sets the standard for them in this. But even him earlier on was kind of falling into this sort of routine. But I just don't see them as the type of like, oh, you've beat them for 2 rounds, but watch out come the championship ones. You know? It's either going their way or it's not, or it's complete fucking chaos. And sometimes they can thrive in the chaos, like Charles Oliveira. Opportunistic finishes, or opportunist finishes. Oliveira, Alex Pereira. Some moments that happen in fights that could take away a fighter's attention or distract a certain fighter. That's where the Brazilians come into play. Boom, they're on your back. Boom, they're on a leg lock. Boom, they've chinned you. Boom, they've caught you in a guillotine while you're shooting for a takedown. Out of nowhere type of finishers are the Brazilians, okay? The Neymar type people. Very out of nowhere. A lot of other finishes you can sense coming. It's going to happen, it's going to happen. A lot of the finishes where you're kind of watching and going, oh, and out of nowhere something's in. It's locked in. Somebody's been dropped. Very Brazilian type way of fighting, to be honest with you. So I'd say opportunistic finishers are definitely their thing. Masculine female pressure. I'm going to do a voice. I'm going to do 2 voices, okay? And you're going to tell me which one was the male Brazilian voice and which one was the female Brazilian voice. Okay, and we're going to start with this one.
Man, you know, I'm so happy, man. I just want to fight, man. Looking forward to this weekend, man. And you know, I do this for Brazil, man.
And now this is the second voice, okay?
Man, I want to do this for Brazil, man. Everybody wants to do it, man. I want to do this for Brazil.
The second one was the female voice. And that pressure growing up is what makes some of them gay and some of them great fighters. Because you'll either sink or swim when that type of voice is coming out of a woman near you. Okay? You'll either think, damn, I might as well be the woman. You drift into that area, all of a sudden you're at the Carnival, you know, with a tutu on. Or you're like, man, this woman's so butch, man. I got to be tough. I need to toughen up, man. You go to BJJ gym, you go to Muay Thai gym, you start training to be a world championship level MMA fighter. That's the difference, okay? And that's what the sort of the two ways, there's two paths that a Brazilian man can take. Okay, this comes into it as well. We've just sort of discussed this. Force fights early. Get straight on them. Force the fight. They get straight to work, these Brazilians. Oliveira, Pereira, Costa. Costa in his prime and in his new prime now as well. Straight on him. Get straight in their face. Alejandro Pantoja. This is their way. They force fights early. They're used to this shit. Kill or be killed. Unks only, though. Gene Silva's like the young kid on the block, and he's 29. I thought Carlos Prates was like a young kid. He's 32. It's kind of an unks-only game when it comes to Brazilians. And they have like 40 fights before they even make it into the UFC. It's a really weird... it's a really weird thing when it's the Brazilians. It honestly is. So it's kind of an unks-only league. And by the time you get to the top, you're already worn and torn. And you've had your injuries, and you've had your scraps and your wars. We rarely see a Brazilian fighter get to the top when they're young. You know? Like, I was thinking the other day. Like, sometimes you'll see, like, a McGregor make it to the top, and he's 26. You know, Pimlet was... I don't know how young Pimlet is, but Whitaker made it to the top, and he was pretty young. Then you've got... JDM made it to the top, and I was like, holy shit, he's like 27. What the fuck is going on here? And you see a lot of these guys, and they make it to the top, and they're very young. But then you see Brazilians and other parts of the world, and they make it to the top, and they're 34 years old. It's insane. Get led into traps. Oftentimes, a Brazilian can be led into a trap. He gets over eager. He goes for a finish. He's hunting someone down. He's feeling like he's in full control. It's over. Oliveira getting dropped left and right. Poirier led him into a ton of traps. He still ended up beating Poirier. Gaethje led him into a ton of traps. He still ended up beating Gaethje. Makachev led him into some traps. Also took the glove with him. In every single fight of his life before the JDM won and cheated to win with it. But Pereira got led into a trap by Israel Adesanya. You know? It happens a ton with these guys. They get led into something they don't like. And they end up getting caught and punished for it, to be honest. Heavyweight worm body. Don't think they've quite got the heavyweight build down. They're not the super size athletes that the boys and the YN Alliance sort of take hold of. But Pereira is going to see if he can prove different. Pereira is a true outlier in this field. And yeah, these guys are some of the best. Some of the best in the sport, the Brazilians. How to fight. Get straight to work. Said it before, straight on their opponent, put it on them, start swinging, start trading. Nearly get chinned. Big part of the game. You have to nearly get chinned by something, and you need to see that look in your opponent's eye when you're a Brazilian. He goes, holy shit, you should have been chinned by that. And that's when the Brazilian starts taking over in a fight. Gaethje drops Oliveira. I'm going to win a world championship. Tapping out immediately afterwards. You know what I'm saying? You have to nearly get chinned. Oliveira lands that elbow on Ilia Topuria on the feet, coming in forward and aggressive. Now he's all aggressive. You know? But that's what you've got to do. You have to nearly get chinned or be chinned. It happened with Pereira a few times early on. He got hit by some shots. And you're like, what the fuck? Why is he getting hit by that shot? Holy shit, somebody just stung Alex Pereira on the chin. Jan Blachowicz caught him quite a few times. And it gives people confidence to start getting into your game of kill or be killed, and then you can start putting them away. Back on the pressure. After you nearly get chinned, you got to get straight back in their face. Alex Pereira jab in the body. Nearly got chinned by Yuri in the first fight. I was still joking about that. Nearly got chinned by him. Caught over the top. Looked like he was stumbled up against the cage. Next time Yuri tried to pressure him up against the cage, he slept him out cold. No trouble. Hunt's dynamic finishes, of course. Go for the back, hop for the back, hop for the legs. Go for things like that. It seems to be the Brazilian way to be spindly. Spindly, you're caught in their web, and now they're putting you in some crazy positions. You know? flying knee merchants, a Barboza spinning wheel kick, head kick from Pereira. More of the dynamic finishes in the sport that have been taking place recently have been from Brazilian fighters. How to defeat? Match their energy early, dude. If they're going to try and go after you, you got to stand your fucking base and go right back after them. Immediately in the fight, you've got to go right back after them and get straight back onto them with big shots. Guillotine takedowns. Oh, I've lost everything. Guillotine takedowns. Shooting takedowns knowing they'll pull a guillotine and use it to your advantage. They can't help the guillotine, J-Nerds. They can't help the guillotine. That's what I mean by guillotine takedowns. Shooting takedowns knowing the guillotine will be pulled and get ready to pass those legs when you get to the ground. Escapes and finishes, as I just mentioned, and sets them traps. It's the best way to beat a Brazilian. Make them feel like it's chaos, but you're in control still. Okay? Shoot your head into a guillotine. They'll jump it. Escape. Now their arms are busted. Their arms are gassed out a little bit. Now you're coming back in round 2 and you're doing your thing while they're trying to get a breather. They're piecing you up a little bit, but you know, bang, you catch them when they're trying to close the distance on you against the cage. You suddenly finish them. This is the way to deal with Brazilians, dude. You've got to play that chaotic game with traps within. Thinking ahead within the chaos. Moicano's a get straight to work there. When he gets straight to work, that's when he has his best performances. We saw that against Benoit Saint-Denis. We move on. The itchy slabs. God, how long are we into this video? The itchy slabs. Now, what I mean by this is the itch slabs. Now, these are Slavic people. They're different types of white people. As you can see, Whitey from Flushed Away. This is Sergei Pavlovich, if you didn't know. It's literally a picture of Sergei Pavlovich yesterday. And this is the squatting slab as well. Okay, in his, Yugoslavian approved tracksuit and Adidas shoes with a chimney sweep hat. He's about to ask you for a cigarette, and if you say no, he might mug you. So this is the itch slabs. Now, these are guys whose name ends with itch. I swear to God, it's as simple as that, dude. Yugoslavia, Poland, a part of it, Slavic, the Hussars, the Winged Hussars, the this, the that, this. They're from that region of Eastern Europe. Alexander Rakic, Stipe Miocic, Jan Blachowicz, something else itch, Sergei Pavlovich. Name them. Their name may end with itch, okay? And they're a different type of fighter. I would say Piotr Jan's a part of this, but he's also a part of the corporate crew as well. He's part Georgian. He's a half Georgian, quarter Russian, quarter Chinese. There's a bit of a mix-up, to be honest with you. But these are the itch slabs, dude. They're different types of whites. We've got a lot of Polish fighters in the UFC as well. We've got a lot of guys from the Yugoslavia. This is the Yugoslavia flag. Serbia, a lot of Croatian build sort of fighters, that type of region, okay? Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, these types of guys. Analysis. Very powerful guys, dude. They got that touch of death in their hands. Not the most powerful, but they are very powerful. Big boys. There's some heifers. There's some big lads out there in Eastern Europe, dude. Big, chunky fellas. A lot of the heavier weight classes are filled with them. And yet, a ton of heavier weight class fighters are filled with this type of itch kind of slab. I might maybe try and include the Lithuanians, the asses, Modestas Pekauskas, these types of names. And maybe that's sort of in the mix with these guys. Big boys, less speedy. They're a little bit more ploddy than the other, more twitchy Western white fighters, in my opinion. A little bit more ploddy, a little bit more powerful. They're not as much on their toes, moving around erratically on the back foot. They're a little bit more of the marching type fighters, marching Taibura. Okay? A little bit more of the ploddy marching. They'll come forward, they'll put mustard on you, but when they get going, they can pick up some real speed. They like to keep it clean. Very technical fighters. They'll get into a bit of clobbering time here and there, but sometimes they can get mixed up on the inside here and there. They're trying to keep their range, they're trying to keep their distance, they're trying to make sure they land at the end of their punches, and they don't like it when things get a little dirty. Immediate unk debuff. Very important to note about these former Yugoslavian whites and the Polish whites. They're born at 40 years old. Okay? That's not actually the truth. When they go through puberty, how old are you? 10, 11? You start going through it. You're probably done by, well, you're not done for a while, but the initial phase. Once you hit 14, 15, these guys are 50 years old at that stage. Cigarettes, they got a job, they got 3 kids, they got to deal with, they're heading down the market, they got a car boot sale going on. Weird shit, dude. They're just from another time. So they're immediately unks. If you think of one of them in the UFC right now, they're probably 40. Okay? Pavlovich is a young kid. He's 35 or some shit. You know what I mean? Jan Blachowicz out there doing his thing. So that's a part of this as well. Very durable. They are some tough cunts. They are. Some chinny in some ways, but they got some big anvil heads, and they're quite tough. Predictable moves, though. They do the same shit. Very often they do the same shit. Ploddy plodsters, as we've been over before. Grappling bases. Okay, a lot of them have grappled as a kid. They've done a bit of wrestling, a bit of freestyle this, bit of Greco-Roman that. That definitely comes into play. And then... oh, for fuck's sake, dude, I'm losing it. Wobble merchants. They can often be wobbled. Trying to get overzealous and over... You know, Yuri starts to make it messy against Rakic. And he's jelly-legging all over the place. Stipe's trying to keep it very technical against Ngannou. He gets a bit crazy for a second after landing a good shot. He's slammed out cold. Jan Blachowicz rushes forward against Thiago Silva or Santos. Gets slept out cold, being aggressive. Other than that, very plodding. Very plodding. Does his thing, stays very cool. This is their way of fighting. Pavlovich is the same way. He opens up against Aspinall. Boom. He's out cold. So now he has to go back to his ploddiness. Now he's built up the confidence to be able to get aggressive again and slime out Talus and Teixeira. Plod and jab. This is the game plan for the Itch-Slavs. Plod and jab, chain wrestling. Mateusz Gamrot, I'm looking at you. When it comes to predictable moves as well, I'm wobble merchants. Mateusz Gamrot, I'm looking at you. Okay? Don't mean to point any fingers here. But when I'm talking about predictable moves and wobble merchants, I'm looking at Mateusz Gamrot.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Same shit every time, same entrances for takedowns a lot of the time as well. Gets caught with a knee as he goes in, or comes up in Galen Turner. He has to pull out a split decision where he gets got twice into house to win. This is the Gamrot way. And chain wrestling is a big deal for him as well. Backwards plod KO. Backwards plod. They don't like rushing out, unless they're Pavlovich. They don't like rushing after their guys, okay? They'll back up a bit and wait for you to come to them, and then they'll catch you with some big shot. This was the Jan Blachowicz special, okay? This is where Gamrot stung the great Scott Holtzman. Okay, we're starting to diminish in effectiveness here as we go through the video. Punch on the break. Crafty moves off the break from the clinch. These guys get busy. We get into the how to defeat them. Erratic footwork confuses their strategy. They don't like it. Somebody's moving around like a mosquito. Schizoing around in front of them. They don't like it at all. Pattern recognition. You've got to be able to pick up on their patterns. They do a lot of the same things over and over. Jan Blachowicz is the double jab. They got him in trouble against Bogdan Gustov. Double jab with Jan Blachowicz. It's the low kick, and then you'll throw the jab behind it. The jab and then finish, the jab too, and finish with the body kick. He does a lot of the same things at different times throughout the fight, and if you can start predicting those things, you can start catching them. Rakic does the same shit and nothing else over and over. Gamrot had a lot of the same things. Pattern recognition is where you can pick up and stuff. Make them lunge in. They don't like lunging in. If they've got to go after you and start getting mitts on you, they're in some real trouble. Positional grappling is also the way if you can lock up a back take. Glover Teixeira used BJJ grappling against Jan Blachowicz. We also saw, Oliveira use positional grappling against Mateusz Gamrot as well. We've seen this many a time before. Positional grappling is the way to be able to beat that chain wrestling, cardio-heavy grappling style with a lot of scrambles and moves. It's why Arman had a massive problem with it because Arman's not a positional grappler. Armin is a cardio grappler himself. He's a chain wrestler himself. And Oliveira, on the other hand, even though he had a close fight in the grappling with Armin, he's more of a positional grappler, so he could deal with Gamrot's style a little bit better. But this is the Itch Slavs with the squatting Slav and Whitey from the Flushed Away, otherwise known as Sergei Pavlovich. The last group, the Korean Zombie and friends. Okay? I promise this is the last one. We're pushing towards 2.5 hours into this video. I don't know what I was thinking with this one, but I'm here for it. Very composed. Very composed, these guys. TKZ and friends. Very composed early. They're calm. They give you a couple looks. Little shimmy of the shoulder. This is the game they play. Superstars early. Okay? Superstars early. They think they're the fucking next Conor McGregor, these guys. It's often the case. Because they have got a large superstar fan base early on, which is actually what I meant by this, by the way. I forgot that. But that's what I meant by this. They do have a superstar fan base from early on in there. If you look at their YouTube channels, they're getting fucking insane views on YouTube. I left a comment on Stungun Kim's YouTube page, and he liked the comment, and all of the Korean fans were typing in the replies, "Oh my god, it's the MMA Guru." I love you guys. You're a big part of MMA YouTube, okay? Big part of MMA YouTube. But they are massively into their fighters early on in their careers. KO Sukhyung KO, whatever his name is. I can't remember his name. He beat Orban Elliott. He beat Philip Bro. He's got a massive following through Stungun Kim's YouTube channel, so there's a lot of pressure on them early. So they're in the UFC debut like superstars. That type of like cockiness and swagger to them. We saw this with Jin Soo Young, who ended up getting KO'd by Daniel Santos when he missed weight. But he put away Jack Asarig with a counter hook. You know? They've got this like superstar arrogance early. Chinny to the chin. Pretty chinny, I'll be honest with you. Some of them have got decent chins, but we often end up saying that they've got decent chins in the lower weight classes. Like the Korean Zombie had a great chin, but he was a featherweight. You know? Very rarely you'll see these guys' chins hold up in the heavyweight, middleweight, like heavyweight, welterweight divisions without eventually getting slammed out. They've got good chins for their weight class, but it doesn't seem to translate when they start facing the real power punchers of the sport. So they do end up... they're also chinny to the body. A little bit chinny to the body, these guys. Yeah. Just the body shots seem to affect him a little bit differently as well. It's the durability problem, I think, with the Asian fighters. Their problem is in MMA. They're really good in boxing. A little bit baby weight merchants, and we'll get to that in a second. In the lower weight classes, of course. But when it comes to Asians in general, they're pretty glass cannon-ish, but the cannon ain't that cannon-y, if you know what I'm saying. Typically the case. Little bit chinny up top. We've seen that with Ming Yang Zhang recently, right? He just lost to Manyfield. And also a bit chinny to the body. When it comes to getting crumpled to body shots and kicks and stuff like that, we see that quite a bit to them. And also chinny to the legs. Little bit of a durability diff going on. They're in a great society over there. They ain't got no types of... They ain't got nothing to worry about over there in Asia. So it's just like they're all comfy. And all of that comfort comes at a cost. You know what I'm saying? Fish heavy diet. I don't know what that possibly could be. But a little bit chinny to the legs, the body, and the chin. In general, they're quite chinny. They're not as durable. Which is why they're called sort of like held back to the babyweight divisions. But when the Chicanos go to the babyweight divisions, they're incredibly durable there. So, I don't know, just a little bit less durable than ours, I would say. Babyweight merchants is what we like to call that. Fast and springy. They're very light on their feet, and they're very light in general, okay? For their frame, you'll often see them with a giant fucking head, wide shoulders, long arms, long legs, and they're just massive for their divisions. They look like it, even if they might weigh less. They're still big for their divisions, because I think they're just light. They're light, they're not incredibly like dense, bone density-wise. They're very light and floaty, and they'll sort of like float around on their feet on the back foot in time. They're very ready to spring out and land shots, and they're very fast off the mark. We see that with Doohoo Choi and the Korean Zombie when he caught Moicano and stuff like that. So very fast and springy, high debuff a little bit, Rongju had this happen to him recently. When they get hit to the eye, it does swell up crazy, you know, and if it does swell up just a little bit, it is a thing. We're going to move on quickly, though. Kamikaze mentality. What was I fucking typing? We're so close to the end. Kamikaze mentality. Yeah, man. They just seem to... Listen, the Korean zombie's going out. It's his last fight. He's fighting Max Holloway. It's in Singapore. His fans are in the crowd. His family's in the crowd. He's had the best walkout of all time. What does he do? Hands in the air. Yeah, and he just goes out there, kill or be killed. Fucking pro. It's like a really, like, kill or be killed mentality with some of these guys. And they will just go for it. If they're behind on points, they will just go for it and get slammed out and lose by KO instead. It's like a super honorable way of losing for them, okay? To get slammed out later in a fight if they are losing. 5'11 plus, they do end up being a bit ploddy. Da and Yoon is really an example we have of this. Min and Zhang is a bit ploddy as well. And like the frame buff. How to fight them. Loosey-goosey early. Or how they should fight. Loosey-goosey early. Very loosey-goosey. Get your swagger on. Get that vibe going. Set some traps. No slugfests allowed, or you'll end up being like Jung Young Lee against Hyder Emil. No slugfests allowed. We're not getting into a scrap back and forth. Or you will get chinned, most likely. Big frame for a division. You got to be big for your division. How to defeat them? Clobbering time is often an effective tool. If you go out there and start clobbering time, they can think, oh, this isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't a technical and, you know, IQ battle between two great chess players on the feet. Not trying to say anything, but clobbering time can be very effective. High activity can be very effective against them as well. This was working really well for Daniel Santos.
Forgive me for this one.
Different and one of the greatest Asian fighters of all time. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does. Chop them legs up, boy. Chop them legs up. Go for the legs of these fighters. Chop the calf. Go for the low kick. Stomp the lead leg. Make them back up a ton and kick the arms. Smash kicks into the arms. Make them kick behind tight guard. And just really try and debilitate the bones. The forearms, the calves, anything you can smash. Just go density for density with them, and you'll often do quite well. We go to the tier list part of this. 2.5 hours into the fucking video. We're gonna start putting these guys where they are. I'm gonna say, and we're gonna start with TKZ and friends. I'm gonna put these guys in the D tier. Now they're still in the game. They're in the game. They're in the mix, but they're lower down. We haven't seen a real resurgence of it. If Taylor became champ, maybe I'd put them at C tier and say, oh, there's an era on the horizon. But I'm going to put them at D tier for now. We also have Nishikan, fronted by AB the Enforcer. I'm going to put them at C tier. They litter the division. Not litter. They are in the division. They litter the division. I don't mean it. They litter the division, they're around in the rankings, lower end of the rankings, and outside the rankings in the featherweight, lightweight, bantamweight division. David Martinez has got a big fight with him, Nurmagomedov coming up. They're just more of them in the sport, and they're doing quite well. They haven't achieved much yet, and haven't achieved much for a long time, but they're doing okay, and they're making their slow, steady pace in the lower ends of the UFC weight classes. The squatting slabs, they've had historic success. They've got a few in each of the rankings with the Polish fighters and the Yugoslavian fighters and other Eastern European fighters. I don't know where you want to put Yaroslav Amosov. Maybe the Kurdish guy. He is Ukrainian, but his name's Amosov, so it's a Russian name. So it's one of those things. But I'd put them in B tier. I think they're in B tier right now. When Stipe was on top and Jan Blachowicz had a belt as well, different time, of course, very different time. But right now I'd put them at B tier. We're waiting to see that next wave of them come through. The YN Association. I'm also going to put them at B tier right now. No champions at all. No real top contenders. Losing a bunch of the big fights recently that they've been put into. And Garnu's doing his thing, but now on Netflix MMA, so they're kind of costed by that. Historical success, yes. But if we play historical, the Brazilians and the white Americans, I mean, there was a time in the sport when it was literally only white Americans. So It's and then all the time Jones and DC and Demetrius. They've had some goals, they've had some success, but right now in the sport, not much going on. But there's always a couple of them in the division. Always a couple of them here and there in the top 15 or the top 10. So I put them there. They've got sort of they're now in a position to have. I remember a time when O'Malley was breaking on the scene, where he was at the Great White Hope. They were saying. When he first came in, everyone was, oh, you're overhyping him, he's Great White Hope. Now Ateba Gutierrez is kind of the Great Black Hope. Like, is he going to be a guy who can actually be a contender? Because unless Usman goes on a late run, the fall off is real right now, like, I guess we're waiting for the next wave to come through, but right now in the sport and over the past however many years and in the current era, it seems to just be Caucasians versus whites for the championship fights, and Brazilians in that mix as well. We move on to the boys and co. I'm gonna put us in between A tier and B tier here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna put us in A tier because I have someone else that I want to be in A tier. But we've got champs, we've got a lot of top contenders. We're always in the mix. We're always in the big fights. We're winning a lot of the big fights. Strickland gets it over Chimaev. Volkanovski's doing his thing. Maybe the Slav should come up higher. I didn't even think about Volkanovski. North Macedonia is that a Slav? I don't know what to say. But we're in the mix. Duplessis was champ until recently. JDM was champ recently until Makhachev beat him, and now Prates just beat him. Sean O'Malley's still in the mix. But we're separating it into like Eastern European white guys. Caucasians are now different than white guys, and Western European white guys. The white that you think of. I'd say we're between A and B tier in the current era of MMA. Tom Aspinall, heavyweight champ. It is. We are doing pretty well right now. I think it's like a new era for us where we're doing a lot better in the sport. And then we've got Alex Pereira, the Brazilians. I'd say A tier. For the Brazilians, they're doing sick. Pantoja is, you could still argue, is right there at championship level at flyweight. Oliveira is one of the greatest fighters in the sport right now. Not the best fighter in the sport, but definitely up there in terms of the current great fighter that we have doing this thing in the sport right now. There's always one of them in each division, it seems, doing their thing. There's others. Gene Silva coming up at featherweight. Diego Lopez is Brazilian as well, as a phenotype of the man. So he's there in the featherweight division. Then you've got lightweight Oliveira, some other guys up and down the division. Moicano still doing his thing as an unk. Welterweight Prates paving his way towards the title shot potentially. Amongst some Gabriel Bonfirm's fans around. Hamid coming up soon. You name the division caller. Costa's resurging at light heavyweight. Herrera's doing his thing. Moving on to potentially be a go to sport if he pulls it off against Cyril Gahn. They've got shit going on in every division. So for that reason, I'm putting 8 in. Just about other than that, we've got S tier for the Caucasians. No doubt about it. And the main thing that this comes into play with is, yes, listen, Merab just had a great era. Jan's a part of them, being a half Georgian and being from that region of Russia and then being Eastern Russian with the Chinese mix. You can include Jan in that mix, but Ilia Topuria is, when you think about the two top level fighters in the sport right now, you think about Ilia Topuria and Islam Makhachev, and they're both from the same cliff. Both their genetics go back to the same cliff, and it is insane to think about, really insane. Umar Nurmagomedov at bantamweight, and Merab Dvalishvili at bantamweight as well. They're from the two sides of the same cliffs. Two sides of the same. It's a really niche sample, a very low population count, which I think is definitely something that you have to consider here, is population, and how many. I mean, there's billions of some groups here, right? Billions, barely any success. Billions, not much success right now, but some historic good success. There's literally over 1 billion Indians. They have no fighters on the roster. And then you consider these guys, what? How many tens of millions are there of them in the world? I don't really know the populations of that whole place, but I mean, I have no idea really, but tens of millions around the world, we're talking, of that region. And there's so many of them at the top of the sport right now. Ankalaev's still at light heavyweight, by the way. Ankalaev is still at light heavyweight, not in the title mix right now, but soon to be with a big win. If he gets a win over Khalil Roundtree, I'm sure he'll be looking for a title shot in that division. It's one of those things, dude. These guys are killing it right now in the sport. And Makayev was doing this thing at flyweight before they got rid of him. It's kind of an unjust way of getting rid of some competition, just cutting him like that when you probably would have gone on and challenged in some great fights for titles. So, yeah, good stuff. That's the tier list right there. I did not think this video was going to be 2.5 hours long. I'm sorry. I hope it was tuned in the whole time. No hard feelings. We went through it all. It is what it is. You know, hopefully you had some good laughs and good chuckles. And you know, it's just normal. We've all got our things. We're all different. You know, that's okay. See you later. Thank you for watching. I'll see you later. I don't want to end it. I'm going to go for 2.5 hours. But we'll end it. Goodbye.
I'm not ready yet.
If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. Wait, YouTube, before you demonetize me, this is not a call to violence. I'm literally quoting a famous Buddhist monk, Linji. The idea he's getting at is that when embarking on the path to awakening, people may find themselves drawn to charismatic teachers who have walked the path before them, hoping that these teachers will hold the key to enlightenment. We might become attached to certain teachings, believing that if we understand them intellectually, we'll finally get it. But when we progress, we realize that true wisdom doesn't come from outside ourselves. The capacity for awakening is within us. Our very own Buddha nature. Master Linji would argue that clinging to external sources can obscure this truth, and so killing the Buddha means letting go of attachments, even attachments to our most dear teachings and teachers, our most dear conceptions and preconceptions. And when you think you finally got it, that's precisely when you should stop and engage in critical self-reflection. So in a sense, when we kill the Buddha, we become the Buddha ourselves, not in some grandiose or ego-driven way, but in a humble recognition of one's inherent capacity for awakenness. This is a fundamental teaching of Zen Buddhism. Now, Zen has made its way into our everyday vocabulary, but a lot of us don't really get what it means. It often evokes exotic and mystical stereotypes, the wise old sage living off the mountains. Or we think of it as just meaning super chill, like I'm feeling so Zen right now. But what is Zen Buddhism really? At its core, Zen is a lineage within Mahayana Buddhism and a path of meditation, a way of directly experiencing the truth about oneself and the world around us that stretches back to the mind of the Buddha himself. Zen teaches to embrace one's true Buddha nature, and that a path to liberation can be found within each person, not in the heavens, not in temples, and not in sacred scriptures. According to legend, Zen traces its roots back to the Buddha and one of his most famous sermons, the Flower Sermon. Well, calling it a sermon might be a bit of a stretch. In Chinese it's called Nian Hua Wei Xiao, holding up a flower and smiling subtly. Guess what happens? Well, spoiler alert, the Buddha assembles his disciples, holds up a flower, and smiles subtly. The other disciples are confused? What's going on here? Only the great monk Mahakashyapa understands and smiles back, recognizing the profound meaning of this silent sermon. With this wordless exchange, the Buddha is said to have transmitted the essence of his teachings, the first to receive what's called Ishin Chuanshin, or mind-to-mind transmission. Thus, the Buddha planted the seed in the mind of the one who goes down in Zen tradition as the first Zen patriarch. Now, that's the legendary origin story. For the somewhat more historical origin story, let's fast forward to China in the 500 CE, when a lineage of Mahayana Buddhism started to emerge called Chan Buddhism. Chan went on to flourish across East Asia, becoming known as Son in Korea, Tin in Vietnam, and Zen in Japan. Technically, these all refer to the same lineage of practice, but Zen is the most popular word and thus is used most often in intro textbooks and intro YouTube video titles. The word Chan derives from the Sanskrit dhyana, sometimes simply translated as meditation, though it refers to deeper levels of meditative absorption, as well as some of the heavens in Buddhist cosmology. Like if you die in a dhyana state, you'll be reborn in one of those heavens, and as we'll see later, meditative practices are central to Zen. Tradition holds that Chan Buddhism was founded by a semi-legendary Indian monk named Bodhidharma. He purportedly showed up at the Shaolin Monastery sometime in the late 400s and early 500s CE. Yeah, I'm talking about that Shaolin Monastery, later made famous by Kung Fu. He brought along with him teachings that became the cornerstone of Zen Buddhism, which revolved around the direct realization of one's own Buddha nature through meditation. These teachings show up in a short text called the Treatise on the Two Entrances and Four Practices, traditionally attributed to Bodhidharma and dating to the late 500s CE. Now, scholars call this a proto-Chan text, meaning it doesn't have all of the features of fully developed Chan Buddhism, but the seeds are clearly there. It outlines two complementary pathways to awakening, which it calls entrances, the entrance of principle and the entrance of practice. The entrance of practice focuses on daily behavior and offers 4 steps. Accept all suffering as the fruition of past transgressions without complaint, acceptance of circumstances, to remain unmoved even by good fortune, be without craving, and practice in accordance with the Dharma to eradicate wrong thoughts without practicing. The entrance of principle, meanwhile, outlines the idea of Buddha nature. One must have a profound faith in the fact that one and the same true nature is possessed by all sentient beings, both ordinary and enlightened, and that this true nature is only covered up and made imperceptible by false sense impressions. The treatise's central claim, that all beings possess an inherent potential to achieve Buddhahood, became foundational for later Chan thought. The scholar John McRae writes that this text encapsulates the doctrinal nucleus of much, if not all, later Chan theory and ideology. Now, Buddha nature was an extremely important concept in all of Chinese Buddhism, known as Fuoxin. Chinese Buddhists developed the idea of Buddha nature to explain how enlightenment is even possible if someone has accumulated a ton of bad karma over potentially countless lifetimes. Basically, according to the idea, everyone has an inherent potential for awakening, like a seed waiting to sprout. Buddhists actually likened it to a garba, or a womb or fetus waiting to develop. This potential exists alongside our karmic baggage, which are both stored in a storehouse consciousness, or alaya vijnana. So even though we make mistakes, the capacity for awakening remains intact. Karmic seeds that come to fruition. Zen texts often describe this using the metaphor of a mirror. The Chinese master Huineng writes, "The mind is the Bodhi tree. The body is the mirror stand. The mirror is originally clean and pure. Where can dust stain it?" In other words, our true nature is always present and unblemished, perfectly clear, reflecting everything without distortion or attachment, if only we can learn to see it. For Chan Buddhists, this idea was central, and they argued that it's not about getting enlightened, it's about demonstrating the enlightenment that's already within you. You don't have to go out and find your Buddha nature, you just have to stop being ignorant of it, distracted by false impressions, habits, and all that mental noise. So how do we dispel ignorance of our true Buddha nature? You might think, well, go read a book. Throw yourself into the study of the greatest Buddhist texts. Memorize the doctrines taught by the greatest Zen masters. Go get your PhD in Zen Buddhism. Then, only then, can you dispel your ignorance. But Zen complicates that idea. Here we turn to another key Zen teaching. Zen is a special transmission outside the scriptures, not relying on words and letters, pointing directly to the human mind, seeing into one's true nature, and becoming a Buddha. This is a saying attributed to Bodhidharma that became popular during the Song dynasty in China, and it basically means that realizing one's true Buddha nature does not rely on understanding established doctrines or texts. It involves direct personal insight, which ultimately leads to awakening as a Buddha. This insight cannot be fully conveyed by words or textual study, and must be experienced firsthand, typically through zazen, or seated meditation, which we'll get into shortly. By de-emphasizing texts and doctrines, Zen Buddhism has often been described as a radical break from a more intellectual approach to Buddhism, an explicit rejection of the ultimate authority of writing. This has led to the misunderstanding that Zen is anti-intellectual, like it's all about rejecting books and tossing out study altogether, but that's not quite right. Zen absolutely includes the study of written texts. There are tons of Zen texts that you could spend several lifetimes studying. The point in Zen isn't that study, doctrine, or ritual are not important, it's that they can be understood more deeply. In fact, Zen monastics have long engaged in rigorous sutra study, highly ritualized monastic life, and Pure Land practices. Trying to understand Zen literature without a firm grasp of Mahayana sutras and philosophy is basically impossible. The key is how these texts are used. In Zen, they're seen as provisional tools, helpful pointers, which is common in many Mahayana traditions. A saying attributed to the Mahayana Buddhist philosopher Nagarjuna says, "As the ignorant grasp the fingertip that points to the moon and do not see the moon, so those who cling to the letter do not see my truth." In other words, scriptures and doctrines are like fingers pointing at the moon. They're not the moon itself. The danger comes when we mistake the pointer for the destination. In fact, there's another saying attributed to Bodhidharma that if you rely only on reading to understand the Dharma, your chi, or your vital energy, will be weak. Zen is all about experiencing the truth firsthand, not just analyzing someone else's version of it. Even an extremely erudite text from a great Zen master is, at best, a second-hand account of someone else's direct experience. Reading about someone else's awakening is not the same as waking up yourself. The phrase "a special transmission outside the scriptures," not relying on words and letters, is more about arguing that words cannot fully capture reality. They can't help you solve the problem of rebirth or recognize your inherent Buddha nature. Zen masters like Dahui argued the point of words is to point to something beyond words, and he criticized those who over-intellectualize the path to awakening. Your whole life you've made up so many little word games. When the last day of your life arrives, which phrases are you going to use to oppose birth and death? We also saw this teaching in the Flower Sermon, with the Buddha's wordless transmission of his teachings. After this exchange, the Buddha declared, "I have the all-pervading true Dharma, incomparable nirvana, exquisite teaching of formless form. It does not rely on words and letters and is transmitted outside all doctrines. I now hand it to Mahakashyapa." In other words, liberating insight is conveyed directly from teacher to student, bypassing words and doctrines. In this we see another key feature of Zen, a strong emphasis on lineage. Instead of rooting its authority in sacred texts, Chan Buddhism bases its legitimacy on a direct personal connection between teacher and student. The direct transmission of insight from master to disciple creates an unbroken chain that extends back to the mind of the Buddha himself. That wordless exchange between the Buddha and Mahakashyapa is said to mark the start of the Chan lineage, and this special transmission became the defining feature of Chan's identity, with a lineage of patriarchs called Zushi serving as the custodians of that transmission. Now, Zushi is usually translated as patriarch, but it literally means ancestral teacher. The list of Chan patriarchs varies, but a common list includes 28 Indian patriarchs, starting with Mahakashyapa, and 6 Chinese patriarchs. Bodhidharma serves as both the 28th Indian patriarch and the first Chinese patriarch. Another key concept in Zen Buddhism is Wunwu, often translated as sudden awakening. Sudden awakening signifies that enlightenment is not a gradual process, but a direct realization of one's inherent Buddha nature, which on the surface challenges the notion that enlightenment requires extensive learning or practice. The idea of Buddha nature suggests that enlightenment is an inner reality to be uncovered, not an external state to be achieved, and this can be realized in a single transformative moment. Take, for example, the story of Bodhidharma and the second Chinese patriarch Huike. According to legend, after showing up at the Shaolin Temple, Bodhidharma went off to a cave where he spent 9 years just meditating while staring at a wall. Meanwhile, Huike was so desperate to learn from him that he waited outside in the freezing snow. Bodhidharma ignored him, until, in an extreme show of dedication, Huike chopped off his own left arm and offered it to Bodhidharma to show how serious he was. Bodhidharma was like, "Okay, fine, you've got my attention now." Huike then says, "My mind is not at ease. Please pacify it for me." Bodhidharma responds, "Bring me your mind, and I will." Huike says, "But no matter how I might look, the mind is not a thing I can find." Bodhidharma replied, "There, I've pacified your mind for you." Boom. Suddenly Huike is awakened. This pivotal moment occurs not through gradual study, but in a single transformative exchange with Bodhidharma. Huike confesses his restless mind, but Bodhidharma's simple yet profound response, challenging him to find the mind as a tangible thing, shatters Huike's preconceived notions and leads him to an instantaneous realization of his Buddha nature. Another example is the story of the patriarch Huineng. According to legend, he was an illiterate peasant who attained awakening upon hearing a single verse of the Diamond Sutra, one of the most influential Mahayana sutras. One line and boom, he was awakened. So notice that the concept of sudden awakening means that awakening is democratized. It's within reach of all people, regardless of social status or education, though the concept was debated in the early centuries of Chan history. The traditional narrative is that there was a debate between a so-called Southern school, which taught sudden awakening, and a Northern school linked with gradual awakening, with the sudden awakening school eventually winning. Though the story isn't quite as straightforward as it sounds, the idea that there were two clearly distinct schools mostly comes from the writing of the Chan monk Shenhui, who promoted his own lineage by criticizing a rival lineage. This sharp contrast between sudden and gradual awakening was likely exaggerated for rhetorical effect. So while the sudden awakening model did become dominant in later tradition, the historical picture is much, much messier. Other Chan Buddhists developed a two-tier position, called Bunwu Jianqiu, or sudden awakening followed by gradual cultivation. In this framework, you can suddenly experience something called understanding awakening, where the being suddenly realizes that they are a Buddha. But this realization alone is not sufficient to attain Buddhahood. After that initial awakening, you've got to put in the work, gradual cultivation, unlearning all of the bad habits and mental patterns you've built up over, well, eons. It's only through this long, steady process that you can actually live as a Buddha and fully embody awakening. The Zen master Zongmi uses the metaphor of a newborn infant. You've got all the potential of a full-grown adult, but you've got to grow up, learn, and mature before you can fully realize that potential. With this emphasis on Wunwu, or sudden awakening, Chan masters develop distinctive teaching styles meant to spark insight in the moment. They use stories, questions, or statements called koans in Japanese, like that "kill the Buddha" statement we started with. Other famous ones include, "What is your original face before your father and mother were born?" Or "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" It's not meant to have a logical solution. These questions are designed to cut through conceptual or dualistic thinking and provoke sudden, direct realization into the nature of reality. During the Song Dynasty, this practice of working with koans evolved into a specific meditative method called Kanhwa-chan, or questioning meditation. One of the key figures behind this approach was the Chan master Dahui, who emphasized not just reading or studying koans, but sitting with them as an object of meditation, sometimes meditating on a single key word in the koan. Chan masters also developed, let's call them, more direct teaching methods to shake students out of their mental ruts. Masters like Linji and Mazu Dai were known for shock techniques called bangha, or the stick and the shout. This involved shouting, hitting, kicking, and using irrational retorts to startle their students into sudden awakening. This also included using Zen awakening sticks to hit students if they start losing their concentration. Yeah, maybe rethink the idea that Zen means super chill. These unconventional methods were designed to disrupt ordinary thinking, challenge their students' perceptions, and stop students from over-intellectualizing, prompting not just intellectual comprehension, but sudden awakening. But direct insight is usually cultivated through a consistent physical practice called zazen, or seated meditation, which is the heart of Zen practice. So what does zazen actually look like? Well, you don't need a monastery or a mountaintop, but a quiet, uncluttered space helps. Some people create a small meditation area with a cushion called a zafu and mats called zabutones to support an upright, stable posture. And posture is important. In Zen, the body and mind are seen as interconnected, so how one sits matters. Practitioners may sit cross-legged on a cushion, but also might kneel or use a chair. Again, whatever supports an upright, stable, and relaxed posture. Hands are typically placed in the lap, and the eyes remain softly open, gazing downward. This posture encourages alertness without tension. Breath becomes the primary focus, with some traditions teaching breath counting, inhaling on 1, exhaling on 2, all the way up to 10 before beginning again. This is seen as a technique to anchor awareness. The goal is not to suppress thought, but to observe its movement and gently return attention to the breath whenever the mind wanders. In time, thoughts are treated like passing clouds, acknowledged but not pursued. As the Zen master Dogen writes, "To study the self is to forget the self, and to forget the self is to be enlightened by the 10,000 things." The aim of Zazen is not self-improvement in the conventional sense, but a direct, embodied realization of what has always been present. Alongside seated meditation, Zen practice also includes walking meditation known as kinhin. While Zazen emphasizes stillness, kinhin introduces mindfulness in motion, bringing the same attentiveness cultivated while sitting into each physical step. In kinhin, practitioners walk slowly and deliberately, often in a circular path, focusing attention on posture, movement, and breath. Though the practice appears simple, it can be deceptively difficult. Walking at a slow pace runs counter to the fast-paced rhythms of daily life. But walking meditation trains the mind to settle into the body in the present moment, where even the act of walking becomes a form of insight. As Dogen wrote, "If you walk in the way of Buddhas and ancestors, then you are a Buddha or ancestor." So, to summarize, Zen is all about direct personal experience of your true nature, not relying on scriptures, doctrines, and intellectualizing. It's about realizing that you already have Buddha nature deep within you. An awakening is not about acquiring something new, it's about uncovering what's always been there. Usually through seated meditation, but also through other practices like walking meditation, meditating on those cryptic koans, or even getting smacked with an awakening stick. So, how do we go from Chan to Zen? As in, how do we go from the Chinese context to the Japanese context? Over the centuries, Zen has deeply influenced Japanese culture, from the tea ceremony and landscape gardening to martial arts and haiku poetry. You can see Zen everywhere. By the middle of the 1100s, Chan was the dominant form of Buddhism in China, and a network of monasteries was even receiving state sponsorship from the Song Dynasty. In this context, two major schools emerged: the Linji school, which would later become known as Rinzai in Japanese, and the Caodong school, later known as Soto in Japanese. Linji was known for its dynamic and sometimes confrontational style and emphasis on koans, while Caodong focused on silent illumination through the practice of just sitting, a form of meditation where the mere act of sitting is considered a manifestation of enlightenment. Lineages from these two schools eventually made their way to Japan in the 1100s and 1200s, thanks to the Japanese Buddhist monks Eisai and Dogen, who both journeyed from Japan to study in China's Grand Monasteries, bringing Chan Buddhism back to their homeland. Eisai was a Japanese Buddhist of the Tendai tradition, a Japanese branch of Mahayana Buddhism known for esotericism and tantric style practice. In fact, Eisai was known as a tantric specialist himself. He traveled to China to study under a Linji Chan master, and after receiving the special transmission from him, Eisai returned to Japan and went on to establish the Rinzai school of Zen Buddhism. The Rinzai school placed a strong emphasis on koan practice. In fact, in Rinzai, koans became part of a structured training system, with students working through a carefully sequenced curriculum of koans under the guidance of a teacher. And again, the goal of koans was not to solve them intellectually, but to trigger moments of deep, non-conceptual insight. One of the most famous koans in the Rinzai tradition is the so-called Mu koan. It comes from a dialogue between the Chan master Zhaozhou and a student who asks a seemingly straightforward question. Does a dog have Buddha nature? Now, according to Mahayana Buddhist teachings, the answer is a clear, easy yes. All sentient beings are said to possess Buddha nature, but Zhaozhou doesn't say yes, he says Mu. No. Or literally, it does not have it. Wait a minute, is Zhaozhou denying a core doctrine? Well, no, not exactly. His answer is not meant to be a doctrinal correction. It's not even meant to make sense in a logical way. Instead, this kind of answer is meant to disrupt the student's expectations, to break the mind out of its usual habits and push the student into a state of deep questioning. This sense of confusion, or even frustration, becomes meditation fuel. In fact, the word Mu became a central meditative focus in Rinzai Zen. Practitioners are instructed to sit with this koan, not to figure it out intellectually, but to experience it. Again, it's not about getting a logical answer, it's about pushing them toward Kensho, a sudden insight or glimpse into their own Buddha nature. Eisai is also credited with introducing tea culture to Japan, which eventually blossomed into the ritualized Japanese tea ceremony. He even wrote a treatise called Drinking Tea for Health, promoting tea as a medicine for body and mind. The other major figure in introducing Zen to Japan was Dogen. Like Eisai, he started as a Tendai monk, and actually studied under one of Eisai's students. But Dogen wasn't satisfied with the answers he was getting in Japan, so he did what any serious seeker did back then and packed his bags and went to China, where he encountered the Caodong lineage of Chan Buddhism. He brought it back to Japan, where it became known as Soto. While Dogen did write extensively on koans, he explicitly discouraged focusing on them during Zazen. Instead, he emphasized what he called non-thinking. This idea comes from an 8th century Zen dialogue. A monk once asked Master Yaoshan, "What do you think about while meditating?" Yaoshan replied, "Think not thinking." The monk asked, "How do you think not thinking?" Yaoshan answered, "Non-thinking." It's cryptic, but that's the point. This is not ordinary thinking. The Chinese word used here for thinking, xi liang, carries connotations of calculation, evaluation, and even desiring. Dogen picked up on this and advised his students to put aside the intellectual practice of investigating words and chasing phrases, and learn to take the backward step that turns the light of the mind around and shines it inward. Give up the operations of the mind, intellect, and consciousness. Stop measuring with thoughts, ideas, and views. The modern Soto Zen monk Suzuki Roshi said the point is not to stop your thinking, but to let your thinking come and go like clouds in a vast sky without getting caught up in their stories. Let it stop by itself, he says. Things will come as they come and go as they go. Then eventually your clear, empty mind will last fairly long. So during Zazen, Soto Zen urges practitioners to abandon this way of thinking, where the mind is constantly evaluating everything as an object separate from itself. How do you do that? Well, Dogen's answer sounds almost too simple. Just sit. Shikantaza. Don't chase your thoughts. Don't try to shut them down. Just let them come and go without judgment or attachment. And over time, the constant stream of thoughts may quiet down, creating moments of profound stillness where the mind simply is, without the usual noise. In Soto Zen, especially in the practice of Shikantaza, enlightenment is not typically seen as a lightning bolt event. Instead, it's more like a slow, steady unfolding, what's called mokusho, or silent illumination of your Buddha nature. But for Dogen, just sitting was not a means to enlightenment, it was enlightenment, fully expressed in the present moment. You don't need to become a Buddha, you are a Buddha. When comparing Soto Zen and Rinzai Zen, the scholar Brett Davis uses the analogy of a slow simmer versus a pressure cooker. Soto Zen is the slow simmer, where realization gently unfolds through steady, silent practice. Rinzai Zen, on the other hand, uses koans and intense student-teacher exchanges to build up mental tension until it bursts into sudden awakening. As Japan opened its doors to the West in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, pioneering teachers like Shaku Soen and D.T. Suzuki began to introduce Zen to American audiences. Japanese-American immigrants also founded Zen temples in Hawaii and California. The 1893 World Parliament of Religions in Chicago marked a turning point. Shakusowan's disciple Suzuki presented Zen as the essence of Asian spirituality, stripped of cultural trappings and religious dogma. And in the 1950s and 60s, a new generation of spiritual seekers discovered Zen through the writings of Alan Watts and the beat poets like Jack Kerouac. Japanese masters like Taizan Maizumi established thriving centers in California, and American-born teachers helped to translate Zen into a Western idiom. Today, Zen is a vibrant and diverse presence in American Buddhist life, with hundreds of centers and groups representing various lineages and styles of practice. So let's return again to that provocative saying that we started with. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. I hope its deeper meaning has become clear by now. This is not a call to violence, but a reminder that the truth we seek can't be found outside ourselves, in any external authority or conceptual formulation. The real killing that the Zen masters speak of is letting go of attachments and preconceptions, shedding all that obscures one's inherent Buddha nature. In a sense, that is a kind of death, but the death of the ego, the death of the illusion that people are separate and permanent. Even though Zen practice emphasizes finding the Buddha within, scholars and practitioners alike have noticed a tendency in individualistic societies like the US to interpret that inward search as a personal quest for spiritual authenticity, self-actualization, or self-improvement. The kind of Buddhism as self-discovery that we see in books like Kerouac's Dharma Bums. Though many Zen practitioners would argue that one needs to counterbalance this individualizing tendency through communal practice. As in, working in the temple kitchen, performing routine chores, or participating in the daily life of the community should not be seen as peripheral, but integral to the path. Embodied practices that challenge self-centeredness and reinforce the idea that awakening is not a solitary accomplishment. Sometimes killing the ego looks a lot like washing dishes at the local temple. So whether you're sitting in meditation or raking sand in the temple garden, Zen practice reminds people that awakening is not about acquiring something new. It's about unlearning the habits that obscure what's already there. And often it's in the most ordinary moments that those insights emerge. Thanks to today's sponsor, Incogni, a data removal service that acts on your behalf dealing with companies called data brokers. You can sign up using the link in the description below or use my code RFBIncogni for a 60% off discount. Data brokers are companies that collect and sell your online data without your consent. Everything from your email address and shopping habits to more sensitive stuff like your social security number, financial history, or even court records. And once your data is in their hands, it doesn't just sit there. It gets passed around, sold again, and repackaged. They're the reason why in the US you can search your name and find a bunch of websites that have your phone number or home address. It might also be why you're getting so many spam calls. Now, you do technically have the right to ask these companies to delete your information, but doing that yourself would take hundreds and hundreds of hours. That's where Incogni comes in. They contact literally hundreds of data brokers on your behalf, request that your personal information be deleted, and handle any pushback along the way. And they don't just do it once. They monitor and repeat the process throughout the year in case your data pops up again. And the best part is, it's all automated. You sign up, you grant them permission to act on your behalf, and then they do the rest. You get regular progress updates throughout the year, and they even have a family plan if you want to protect your loved ones too. So if you want to take back control of your data and avoid the nightmare of hunting it all down yourself, sign up for Incogni. You can use the link in the description below or use the code RFBIncogni to get an exclusive 60% off discount. Again, that's RFBIncogni. Thanks, everyone.
God's own.
How can I help? What do you think? Fancy seeing you out here. Now this and it's you or at least now. Last I heard, a great beast was roaming through that area. If you can track it down and put it down, well then that's all there is to it. Oh, it's worth noting, none of these beasts will go down easy. So you best bring all you've got to the hunt. Right.
I understand.
That's it. Nice to be strong.
Here run deep, twisting and turning on themselves. Maniacs! Fog's gone, but it'll be back. We best be ready. Where do you think you're going? The screen to split the sky!
Choose what you need. I will make use of this.
nonsense with the valves sort of up this time. Ancient Light! Begone, foul creature! Thought I smelled an ambush. Ancient Light.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
Damn the Val and their cursed experiments. Boils take ya! Bloody butchers, the lot of you! Tremble! name did I just do? Ancient Blight! I'm not ready yet.
Another medallion.
I'm full of. It on, foul creature! That's heavy enough already. A druid knows to travel light. Break it up now, lads! Ancient Blight! Earthquakes! Can I carry any more? Old power burns anew. Nature doesn't forget. I'm full up.
Speak.
Twisted thing! Nature takes what's owed. Like the other. Brace yourself. This will leave a mark. creature. Wild spawn. Nature takes what's own. Death waits!
choose what you... The right choice. Choose.